Chapter 1. Lark. Hotel bars were not Lark's scene. Fairly or unfairly, she associated them with balding, 50-something bros who ordered their second drinks while halfway through their first ones, and who one-upped each other's sports injuries while name-dropping vacation spots to prove who had the fattest wallet and the biggest penis. Their jobs would be equally uninteresting. Management consultant, investment advisor, salesman. Granted, at 26, she had very little experience, so she was mostly just guessing. And yet, here she was, in an honest-to-God hotel bar in the godforsaken town of Buffalo, New York. And she had to admit the place was living down to her imagination. Last updated in the early 1990s, so around the time she was born, the place held a sad handful of couples and singles, and the guy nearest her, the one twisting a heavy gold watch around his meaty wrist, looked like the third-generation owner of a regional waste management company. A cheesy lounge trio would have provided welcome comic relief, but instead the piped-in music was soft rock from her mom's teenage years. She was consoling herself that she'd be on her way home to sunny LA tomorrow afternoon when he walked in. He was tall and fit, with wavy brown hair that would look overdue for a haircut on anyone else. On him, it somehow framed his face perfectly. As he made his way to the bar, Lark had the fleeting thought that he didn't belong there. Nobody truly belonged in a hotel bar in Buffalo, but he looked a cut above the rest of the customers. He was wearing jeans, a blue sport coat, a casually wrinkled white shirt, and brown leather shoes that cost more than any purse she'd ever owned. She looked away as he scanned the room, definitely not wanting him to catch her staring. Also, the bartender, buzzed hair and gap-toothed, was in front of her, tribal tats curling up his forearms and disappearing under his rolled shirt sleeves. "What can I get you, miss?" he asked. "Vodka and soda with a lemon." One quick drink, and then back to her room. He nodded seriously and turned away to pour it. Miss sounded a little too formal coming out of his mouth, but maybe he felt like he had to compensate for the tattoos by overcompensating on the professional front. Maybe he regretted the cliched ink, among other poor life choices, and was dedicating himself to mixology. The hotel bar was his apprenticeship to growing a bushy beard and opening his own craft cocktail joint. She gave a quiet snort, amused at her ability to invent a life story for a random stranger who probably was nothing more than he appeared to be. When she looked down the bar, the brown-haired man caught her eye and gave her the briefest smile, as if amused she was amused, before looking away. The bartender brought her drink, centered it on a napkin, and with a flourish scooped brown and orange snack mix into a tiny bowl before moving down the bar toward the brown-haired man, who was already in conversation with two middle-aged women. Within a minute, the four of them were laughing, and all four had drinks, even the bartender, who had apparently been purchased a shot by the brown-haired man. Lark hated schmoozers, but had a grudging respect for the skill. She simply couldn't understand how some people made 1,000 easy friendships without wondering where they'd lead or how long they'd last. Her plan for tonight, after enjoying her token drink in a token hotel bar, was to turn in early and be at her best for the pitch meeting that had brought her to Buffalo in the first place. Except that she stayed for a second drink, watching in fascination as the brown-haired man made friends. He had undeniable magnetism, and it was painfully obvious that both women would have slipped their room keys into his pants' front pockets if he'd given them the slightest provocation. They were probably his age, or a little bit older, and he was probably, 40s? But he wasn't flirting with them. He was just charming them. He didn't seem to be making an effort to keep it going, though, and eventually, with obvious regrets, the two women paid their tabs and left. Waste management had already gone, too, and when the bartender went out into the room to bus some tables, Lark and the brown-haired man were alone. Seeming to feel her looking at him, he turned and caught her. As a startlingly warm blush seared her face, he smiled, nodded, and turned back to the TV. "Why isn't he hitting on me?" thought Lark, an embarrassing thought she'd tell no one, ever. After all the needy drama that defined her relationship with Dylan, she definitely wasn't looking for anything, but she knew she was attractive, knew her face and breasts and blue-streaked shoulder-length black hair had an effect, mostly because men were so bad at disguising their interest. Something she was apparently bad at, too. Was she interested? Or was the second vodka soda simply doing its work?
"Keep staring at me and you're going to have to buy me a drink,"
the brown-haired man finally said, his eyes still on the TV and a sly smile in his voice. Fuck it, she thought. Hotel bar in Buffalo. Have a drink with a good-looking man. Sliding off her stool, she pushed her drink down the bar, leaving a snail trail of condensation behind, and sat down next to him. He turned, grinned, and offered a hand to shake.
"I'm Trip."
"Lark. I guess both our parents liked four-letter words." That made him laugh. He had full lips, appealingly imperfect teeth, and a few threads of silver in his thick head of hair.
"Four-letter words are an essential component of parenting."
She wasn't about to ask him whether he had kids. The bartender was back, hands spread on the bar, grinning like he thought he knew something. "I'll have another," she said, pushing her half-full, half-melted drink toward him, because she really didn't want to overdo it. "And whatever he's having." As the bartender went away, Trip leaned in ever so slightly.
"I was wondering how long it would take you,"
he said, not quite making eye contact. "You're pretty sure of yourself," she told him. What was it about him that made her lean in, too? He shrugged.
"Don't take that the wrong way. Nobody wants to spend an evening in Buffalo alone. Certainly no one should."
"Well, why didn't you say hi first?" Tripp studied his bottle of beer, rotating it slowly with his fingers.
"Because I'm attracted to strong women. I wanted to see if you were one."
Her loss for words coincided perfectly with the bartender's return. Fortunately, Tripp thanked him in a way that clearly disinvited him from joining the conversation, and the bartender sidled away and picked up his phone.
"What brings you to Buffalo?"
he asked, angling his body so he was close, but not intrusively so. "Games," she blurted.
"Games?"
he asked with a wry smile. "I'm a board game designer. A Hunter Cash scout spotted one of my prototypes at a toy fair and invited me to come in and pitch it to them. I have a meeting tomorrow."
"So you'd be selling your idea to them?"
Lark sipped her drink. It was stronger than the last one, so either the bartender was pouring with a free hand or simply layering the vodka on top, hoping for a bigger tip, which was a move she could appreciate from her waitressing days. "I'm not sure they'll make an offer," she answered finally. "But that's why I'm here."
"Tell me about it,"
he said, looking actually interested. Lark always hated this part. Sketching ideas, building prototypes, and watching people's kids interact with them was so much fun she never felt time passing. Pitching her creations to people who understood investment, marketing, and sales, and Tripp looked like he came from that world, always made her feel dry-mouthed, like a kid who really didn't know how the world worked. On the other hand, this was perfect preparation for tomorrow. "It makes science fun for middle schoolers," she said after taking a deep breath. "I designed it specifically for girls because I always wanted to be a scientist, but I struggled with math and science in school."
"So you created the tools?"
"I worked with some grad student friends at UCLA who are studying how girls learn and came up with a board game that's also a chemistry set."
"Interesting concept."
He was doing a perfect job of listening, even if his main goal was to get into her pants, the thought of which didn't sound nearly as bad to her as it should. "There are very basic, non-toxic agents that combine in different ways to create different outcomes. The game itself is kind of like life, where you're navigating a career, only here you're trying to become a successful scientist. At key points, you win things you get to pour into your beaker. And when you complete the game, you get the activating ingredient that does something simple but cool, like making the solution change color or give off a puff of smoke or suddenly crystallize." She liked the way Tripp waited until he was sure she was done before he spoke. And when he did say something, it was another question, not a piece of advice or an excuse to turn the conversation back to himself.
Can you play it more than once? Seems like it might be one and done.
One and done. Lark felt a pleasant shiver with the thought. There are different possible outcomes each time, and enough supplies for 4 players to play 6 times before you have to order a replacement pack or an upgrade. Most board games are only played several times after they're purchased anyway, so some parents may feel satisfied even if their kids only play once or twice.
What do you call it?
Activate. There's probably a better name. I kept playing with the word solution, but I couldn't figure it out.
Does it work?
Every time. He tipped his beer bottle back and swallowed, then picked at the label while nodding thoughtfully.
I don't really know the market, but it sounds like a terrific idea. And from the sound of your voice, I sense you might have a hard time letting it go.
As if she had the financial freedom to turn down a reasonable offer. Now she was getting nervous about pitching, and she really didn't want to think about that right now. "What do you do?" she asked. Finally, he locked eyes with her. His brown irises were warm.
I could tell you, but I think we'd both be bored. And bored is the last thing I'm feeling right now.
He paused, smiled.
How about I tell you in the morning?
Lark woke panicked, her mouth dry and her head faintly throbbing. Was it her room or his? How much time did she have before her meeting? A glance at her phone reassured her she had plenty of time, and a look around her told her they were in her room. Her carry-on, never unpacked, lay neatly across the luggage caddy, and Tripp, whose last name she still hadn't learned, lay next to her, his breathing light and even. His clothes were draped over the chair on his side of the bed. She had friends who would have felt a stab of shame. They may have proudly worn pink pussy hats, but still had internalized the patriarchal preaching that girls didn't do one-night stands. Lark was different. Her mom, a freethinker who'd written a book in the 1980s about feminist theory, a mostly forgotten tract for an academic press, but still a book, had told her since age 16 that there was nothing wrong with having sexual desires and acting on them, as long as it was safely done, which it had been. Twice. What she'd expected to feel was a sense of having completed a dare in service of a story she might tell her roommate Callie. She'd fucked a handsome salt and pepper guy in a hotel in Buffalo, of all places, and it was awesome. Anonymous hotel room sex, and the guy had actually been a considerate, no, incredible lover. What she was actually feeling was something different. Kind of, God, don't think it, a glow. A tingly combination of satisfaction and the lust for more. She rolled onto her side so she could study him more closely. He opened one eye. "Morning, Lark," he murmured, shifting toward her. And not that a guy deserved credit for remembering her name, but at least he wasn't afraid to use it. In the gray light seeping around the edges of the drapes, he looked a couple of years older than he had last night, and she could see there was a lot more salt in his stubble than there was in the hair on his head. His hair was flat on one side and wild on the other. But those eyes, crinkled around the edges, that smile. He threw back the covers and, with his fingers, traced the tattoos visible just over her left hip, then nudged her onto her stomach so he could see the full-color scene on her back. The whole thing, Mauna Kea and the rolling waves of the Big Island, done by an artist who specialized in the Japanese style, had cost 3 years and thousands of dollars, but had been worth every sting and every cent. Tripp, as far as she could tell, was uninked.
I didn't get a good look at this last night, he murmured. It's amazing.
My dad grew up in Compton, and my mom grew up in Hilo, she told him, rolling back on her side. I was born in Honolulu, but we moved to LA when I was little. A piece of my heart will always be in Hawaii, but I'm a California girl. He grinned.
You're not like any California girl I've ever met.
She didn't even answer, just worked herself toward him, felt his insistent stiffening, and plucked another condom from the nightstand before climbing on top. Lark was not usually one for morning sex, for kisses laced with morning breath and for sheets smelling of sweat and alcohol. And they didn't kiss. Where last night's sex had been hot and frantic despite his consideration, this morning they started slow, continued slow and kept it going until she thought she was going to lose her mind. If she was being honest, the thing that put her over the edge was the eye contact. Those penetrating brown eyes locked on hers and never looked away, never gave her a moment to suspect he was thinking about another girl or the meetings he had to have scheduled this morning. His eyes, his smile, and the achingly slow crescendo as they moved in unison. He finished first, but she was close, riding him, grinding against him, gripping his arms tighter and tighter until she finally came, surprising them both with a cry of relief and delight that quickly became happy laughter as she collapsed against his chest. "Morning, Trip," she whispered. They ordered room service breakfast, and Trip signed it to his room, explaining to the bellhop that yes, he knew which room he was in at the moment. Wearing robes, they set the tray between them, fluffed up the pillows, and reclined while they worked their way through coffee and orange juice, toast and mixed fruit, with a side of eggs and bacon for Trip. The toast was cold and the fruit was hard and flavorless, but Lark wolfed it down, hungrier than she'd been in months. She remembered her last breakfast with Dylan, the day she'd finally told him to move out. He'd been stringing her along for months as their relationship deteriorated, always insisting he was just about to land a job or sell his screenplay, until she began to suspect that he hadn't been trying at all and had simply been hoping she would have a change of heart. At their usual Saturday morning spot, he ordered French toast smothered in syrup with a side of sausage patties, the same thing he'd had every single time for 2.5 years. And she suddenly realized he would never change. She wanted a larger world, and he was content on her couch. Despite Callie's insistence that Lark pursue what she called rebound sex, last night and this morning represented her first intimacy since Dylan. It was both a huge relief and a dramatic improvement. "You said last night you'd tell me in the morning what you do for a living," she said, after washing down a bite of toast with orange juice.
"Can we just say I work with money?"
he asked, sipping coffee. She shook her head. "Not good enough. You could be an accountant or a bank robber for all I know." He chuckled.
"Lots of people who work in the financial field are bank robbers, even if they don't wear masks. Fortunately, I get to give people money more often than I take it away."
"How does that work?" Lark asked.
"I made a little bit of money running a hedge fund, but I didn't love the work. Now I'm a venture capitalist."
Lark felt her stomach drop a little. The whole time she'd been blathering on about her big idea, she'd been talking to someone who knew the ins and outs of business better than she ever would. It was like being on a hidden camera version of Shark Tank. He'd probably dismissed her as someone who had no idea what she was doing.
"Although I prefer the term angel investor," he added. "It makes me sound a lot nicer."
She liked the way he reached out and absent-mindedly touched her hair as he said it, as if he wasn't really thinking about what his fingers were doing. "And who are you investing in here in Buffalo?" she asked.
"A tech startup that has a real chance of crashing within 18 months.
"So you're passing?"
"My plan was to hear the rest of what they have to say before I fly back this afternoon."
"Where to?"
"Chicago. You?"
"L.A.?
"Lovely Lark from L.A. One of these days we'll need to get on a last-name basis. What time are you pitching?"
1:30. I have a 5:30 flight."
"Plenty of time."
"For what?" He lifted the tray, their plates half empty but both of them obviously finished, and carried it over to the desk.
"To see the sights."
"Of Buffalo?"
"I hope you like hot wings."
He unlocked his phone and began typing with his thumbs. "I'm vegetarian. Well, pescatarian." He glanced up and grinned.
"Of course you are."
"So you have a meeting this morning?" she asked, cringing at the way it reminded her of Dylan, who would ask misleading questions instead of just coming out and saying, "I wish you could stay." By the end, she was responding not to his words, but what she assumed he meant, which to a stranger would have sounded like a mashup of two unrelated conversations, which wasn't totally inaccurate. Trip came over and kissed her firmly on the lips, looking into her eyes the whole time.
"I just canceled. I told them there's an emergency and I have to leave right away."
"But there isn't?"
The real emergency is my need for a shower, he said, kissing her again. Opening the nightstand drawer, he put his phone inside and closed it before heading to the bathroom, dropping his robe on the way. Meticulous, she thought distractedly, half hoping to see some blue ink tattoo on his back, something corny like a lizard or a woody woodpecker, but a sign he'd had a wild side in college. His skin, however, was unadorned. The good news was, despite some weathering that proved he was indeed older than her, his skin was taut, his midsection was pretty flat, and his butt wasn't half bad. Lark waited until he had the shower going and steam was wisping over the curtain before she dropped her own robe and went to join him. "So where are we going?" she asked as Tripp put the car in gear. They had both checked out of the hotel, and her bag was nestled next to his in the trunk of his rental car. He had been coy about their destination, asking only if she was up for an adventure. She was. Road trip.
What about your flight?
It's a really short road trip, but I rebooked on the 3 o'clock.
And where are we going?
You'll see. Want to put some music on?
The radio stations were all awful, and by the time she got her phone synced with the car and had selected some music she thought Tripp could handle, she had figured out their destination, because the signs for Niagara Falls were hard to miss. Most of the hotels on Niagara Falls Boulevard were the usual chains clumped at every interstate exit ramp, but there were still a couple of down-market budget motels advertising honeymoon suites. "Don't people wait until after they get married to come here?" she asked sarcastically.
It's either this or hot wings, Lark. Buffalo's attractions are many, but they aren't endless.
They parked, bought tickets, and drank bad coffee while they waited for the next departure of the Maid of the Mist. Tripp apologized and stepped away for a few minutes to make a work-related phone call and send a few quick emails. Lark stared out at the river. It was chilly and gray, with a slight drizzle, and it looked as though the boat was going to be practically empty. When he came back and suggested they wait at a nearby cafe table, Lark wasn't sure how they should sit. Across from or next to each other. Should they hold hands? She would have been happy, however, but didn't want to push things. Tripp solved the problem by sitting next to her, comfortably nearby, but not right on top of her. "Last night, when you saw me looking at you, what did you think?" she asked.
I thought I probably reminded you of someone you knew, he said lightly.
"You don't remind me of anyone I've ever met," she told him, half quoting his line from earlier that morning.
Glad to hear it.
"You're also lying." He turned and looked at her, cocking an eyebrow.
I like to think I make a unique impression.
"I think you know exactly what effect you have on people."
You give me too much credit, he said, smiling.
She kissed him. "But I like that you're humble." Finally, it was time to board the boat. They walked up the short gangplank, accepted bright blue ponchos from a bored-looking steward, and made their way to the front, where they'd been told they'd have the best vantage point. They made small talk, commenting on the scenery and the other tourists as the boat moved away from the dock. When the falls came into view, Tripp asked,
"So what will you do if they pass on your idea?"
"Get some gig work to tide me over? Decide which toy fairs I want to go to? Think about updating my website. Keep pitching." She didn't bother to explain she'd charged this whole trip on a credit card that was already carrying a significant balance. Paying that off would be a victory in itself. The volume of the cascading water forced both of them to raise their voices.
"Maybe you're not thinking big enough,"
he said, leaning in so his mouth was close to her ear. "Big for me would be to license it myself, but I don't have much of a track record, so if they like it and they offer to buy it outright..."
"Do you want to sell it to them?"
"I have other ideas, and who knows, maybe this one's no good and it's better to let someone else take the financial hit."
"Do you really think the idea's no good?"
"Honestly, no, but I need investors and stuff. My parents certainly don't have that kind of cash. My mom teaches community college and my dad is the operations manager for a construction company."
"What if I offered to be your first investor?"
She could now barely hear him over the roaring falls, but she would have had a delayed reaction even in a quiet room. Her excitement at the words was tempered by a sudden stab of suspicion. "Are you serious?" she asked, hardly able to process his words. Tripp nodded. "We just met, and now you want to give me money? I like you a lot, Trip, but what kind of guy offered someone money in the morning? What kind of girl took it? Her head was spinning, and the motion of the boat and the noise of the falls made it even harder to think clearly.
But what? Tell me what you're worried about.
You're kind of freaking me out. Is this what you do? You just hand out checks? The falls were fully in view, frothing white cataracts that held the rapt attention of the 24 other people on board. But Tripp stared only at her.
If I could front you something, 10 or 20,000 to start, would that give you the breathing room to take yourself seriously?
Lark shook her head. Yes, of course. But is this a date or a business meeting? I have no idea if I want to see you again, if you want to see me. So adding money to the equation just makes it weird.
It's only weird if we make it weird. The business side of the arrangement will be just that.
And the personal side?
Totally separate.
Lark stared at him, unable to process it. He squeezed her shoulder and kissed her cheek.
Zero pressure. Think about it, and see what happens in your meeting later. But don't miss this view.
They turned and looked as the boat sailed into the mist boiling off the falls. Her face and fingers felt cold and raw, but inside she was burning up. Wrapping their arms around each other's crinkly plastic ponchos, they hugged tightly as the water poured down around them. As the boat chugged away, a ray of sun broke through the clouds and made a dazzling rainbow, prompting oohs and ahs and scattered applause from the other passengers.
That is gorgeous, said Tripp. Do you want to take a selfie? I understand if you want to keep this private.
She took a breath, considering. I'm single? You're single, right?
As can be.
Feeling light and happy, laughing, she nodded. They took selfies with both of their phones. Tripp shared his on Instagram, which he confessed was new to him. He had
never been much of a social media guy, but decided to try.
And she shared hers on Instagram and Twitter. Neither of them was on Facebook. They followed each other on Instagram and then stowed their phones before the water ruined them completely. Her caption, because she wanted to play it cool and not give too much away, was, "Sometimes you go to a business meeting and end up on a boat with a new friend." She didn't see his until she was waiting at the gate for her flight to board.
People say you can't find the end of the rainbow. Not true.
Chapter 2. Jessica. It's not who you are now, but who you have the guts to become. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. Spontaneous, adventurous, intrepid. 3 adjectives no one would have ever associated with Jessica Myers. Calculating, cautious, and circumspect had always been her jam. Yet here she was in Chicago for the first time ever, creeping around the truck that blocked the one open spot on the street in front of her new place in Lakeview. The building, a converted 3-story warehouse made of rough gray stone, was a far cry from the charming red brick walk-up she'd envisioned. Then again, after John told her he'd signed the lease, she had promised him she wouldn't Google the address, that she'd let the whole experience unfold spontaneously. And why not? The last year and a half had shown her that sometimes life's unpredictability was better than anything you could plan for yourself. Jessica pulled into the lot behind the building, which seemed far too small to accommodate every resident. The only 2 open spaces were located beneath a sign warning, "Assigned parking only. We tow immediately." Stopping in front of the dumpster, she jotted a note saying she was moving in, flipped on her hazards, grabbed a laundry basket full of clothes, and hoped for the best. Despite the circumstances and the blustery weather, it was hard not to be hopeful as she took the key out of her purse. John had overnighted it to her in a gift box wrapped with a repeating pattern of colorful little houses and tied with a bow. The tag hanging from the key was scribbled with his adorably illegible writing.
"The key is to let your heart rule your head."
He knew her too well. Little about her current reality tracked with the life plan she'd written in 5th grade for a class assignment. The essay, which she'd titled "What I'm Destined to Be and Why,"
it had earned her an A+, had ameliorated an already budding concern about her future by providing an easy-to-follow blueprint. Good grades in high school. Harvard, Stanford, Yale, or best possible college. Medical school. Doctor who helps kids with cancer. Other than a storybook wedding, which her recklessly confident grade school self had planned for the day after med school graduation, having failed to take into account the aching loneliness that endless study, impossible hours, and the grind of residency would exact on her ability to find a suitable mate, Jessica had followed her childhood plan to a T. And then Jonathan Wright III, MD, PhD, had come along and shattered her painstakingly curated black and white reality, offering an opportunity to cross the last item off her list in an entirely different way than she'd imagined. Charming, brilliant, and rich, he'd recruited her for his hush-hush startup, a private equity moonshot developing an easy-to-swallow diagnostic tool to detect childhood cancers before stage 0 and save untold thousands of young lives. Though she'd been attracted to him the moment she'd first laid eyes on him, the idea they might actually fall in love had been the furthest thing from her mind. Sitting in an auditorium at the Mayo Clinic in Phoenix while he shared his audacious vision, she'd been focused on his brilliance. A chance meeting at the reception following his lecture had sparked a connection that was undeniably electric. The days they'd spent together were the most alive she'd ever felt. The weeks apart made that much harder once she knew what she was missing. And then, without warning, he'd said, "Come to Chicago. I need you here. I need you in my life." Dangling the promise of both student loan payoff level money and the chance to work on a team developing the technology to diagnose childhood cancer before it even happened, he had talked her into withdrawing her acceptance from a fellowship at Duke. She had been looking forward to meeting John at the door of the apartment where they would begin their new life together, until this morning when he'd texted, "Meeting's running long. I have to take a later flight, but I'll call when I'm on my way. XO." As she had replied from the road to ask for a more precise ETA, she realized her off-brand USB cord, which worked only intermittently anyway, had stopped charging entirely somewhere near the Iowa-Illinois border. The phone had died before she could hit send, and she'd made the rest of the drive to Chicago, accompanied only by the voices of rural radio stations. Jessica hated to cross the threshold without him, but as she entered the gleaming white lobby and noted the modern artwork, sleek furniture, and slate tile floor, she was too excited to wait. Besides, she probably had 15 minutes to get her car unpacked before it was ticketed, towed, and incarcerated in some sort of Chicago parking prison. She rode the elevator to the second floor. Having spent the first few years of her 30s living in a worn beige block of apartments in a cookie-cutter Arizona development, she'd been craving character and charm, and probably would have picked out something different. On the other hand, she didn't miss the musty, commingled odor created by years of cooking and human habitation. She also liked the wide hallway, the high ceiling, and the 2 skylights that illuminated the path to 205, despite the overcast afternoon. There was a note taped to the door. For a moment, she wondered if John had arrived before her after all and had some sort of surprise planned. Maybe a romantic scavenger hunt leading to what was destined to become their new favorite coffee place. As she took another step closer, she realized the logo at the top of the page had also been painted on the truck blocking the front of the building. Chicagoland Rent to Own. Please call our office to reschedule your furniture delivery. Shit! Echoed down the hallway as she dropped the laundry basket by the door and veered into the nearby stairwell. All her furniture was thrift store and hand-me-down IKEA, so she'd gifted it to an incoming resident at the hospital and kept only what she could fit in her car. John had promised to furnish their new apartment and make arrangements with the movers. Jessica knew he was starting from scratch too, but rental furniture? Another question for her growing list. She flew down the stairs and sprinted across the lobby, but as she burst through the front door, the truck was already moving away down the block. She raced after it, the gusty wind and spattering raindrops chilling her skin. Thanks to Chicago traffic, perhaps the first and last time she'd think that, the truck slowed to a stop 50 feet away. Jessica caught up and rapped on the window. "I just missed you," she said, pointing back toward her building. "Apartment 205. The driver looked at her in surprise before cracking the window. "We had the code to the building, but no key to the unit. We tried to call." "My phone is dead and my boyfriend is on a flight," Jessica told him. "Would you come back? Please?" His hulking partner, who looked like a former football player whose muscles were turning to fat, shrugged and said, "Gotta be done by 6. "It'll take us 5 or 10 to get back around the block," added the driver resignedly. "I really appreciate this," Jessica said, glad she had cash for a tip and a few minutes to take in the apartment before they arrived. She headed back, detouring into the parking lot to check on her car and grab her finicky charger and a couple of boxes. She re-entered the warm lobby and called the elevator, which arrived quickly, another promising sign. Finally, she put her key in the door and entered her apartment. Their apartment. It was simply stunning. A cozy, warm gray entryway opened into a big, airy space, with a white open-concept kitchen dining area, complete with quartz countertops and stainless steel appliances, on the left, and an oversized living room on the right. Between them, metal-railed stairs led to an open second-level hallway that overlooked the living area and 2-story floor-to-ceiling windows. Jessica made her way to the upper level where there was a roomy master bedroom with both a walk-in closet and an ensuite bathroom with a double sink vanity. The other doors along the hallway revealed a guest bedroom, a laundry closet with washer and dryer, and a full guest bathroom. There was even a charming office nook complete with a built-in desk. While she was flipping a light switch that didn't seem to work, the movers arrived. She let them in and showed them around while still taking everything in herself, from the dramatic dark floors to the genuine wood-burning fireplace. "Layout seems self-explanatory," said the big guy, whose uniform name patch identified him as Darnell. "We'll start bringing everything in," said the driver, a.k.a. Steve. "I have a few more boxes to bring up and I need to move my car," she told them. "I'll leave the door open so you can come and go. Hurry back so you can tell us where you want everything." Since everything they were about to bring in had been chosen by John, she hoped he'd be arriving soon. She fished a charging block out of her bag, plugged it into a wall outlet, and fiddled with both ends of the USB cord. No luck. She went down to get another load from her trunk before the movers came back. It was raining harder now, so she moved the car to the building's back entrance and shuttled the remainder of her worldly belongings inside. Permanent parking moved to the top of the list of her questions for John as she circled the block, looking for a spot that was both open and free of resident-only restrictions. She finally found one 2 blocks away. She grabbed the jean jacket she'd left on the passenger seat, covered her head, and ran back to the building. Picking up 2 suitcases, she was grateful she'd included some bath towels among the few household items she'd brought. Jessica reached the elevator at the same time as the movers and squeezed in with them. "It says we're supposed to have 2 club chairs, but there were 3 on the truck," Darnell said, handing her a manifest. She examined the list of furniture as they walked down the hall together and entered the apartment. "I need to call my boyfriend to find out what he ordered. Do you have a USB cord I can borrow to charge my phone?" "Sure, but I don't think it's going to help," Steve said, flipping a nearby light switch up and down a few times. "Your utilities aren't on yet." "They were supposed to be," she said. Darnell handed her his phone. She thanked him, dialed John, and got his voicemail. In what she hoped was a breezy tone, she left a message inquiring about the furniture order, asking if he knew when the power was scheduled to go on, wondering when he thought he would arrive, and suggesting where he might find parking when he did. Then she dialed ComEd to see about the power. She waited on hold long enough that she was able to direct the movers while they positioned an admittedly attractive navy blue mid-century style velvet couch and 2 tweedy charcoal club chairs in the living room. When the customer service representative finally came on the line, he informed her that the power was indeed scheduled to go on today, but she needed to be patient because it was October 1st. "Why does that matter?" Jessica asked. "October 1st and May 1st are the busiest days of the year in the Chicago rental market," the rep said, in a tone suggesting Jessica was the only person on Earth unaware of that fact. "There's always a backlog." For the next hour, she brought up boxes and began to unpack while overseeing the placement of 2 area rugs, a distressed wood dining table with 6 upholstered chairs, a master bedroom set featuring a sleigh bed, matching dressers and nightstands, and accent lamps she would very much have liked to turn on given the intensifying gloom outside.
She didn't know what to expect for the guest bedroom, but assumed John would have chosen bunk beds in whichever configuration worked best for his 3 kids, a son, Logan, who was in grade school, Paige, a middle schooler, and a high schooler, Ava. When the movers brought only a single queen mattress, she felt, she had to admit, a sense of relief that he wasn't planning overnights anytime soon. In the abstract, she loved children. She was absolutely passionate about treating and curing sick kids, but she had never really known how to be anything other than a medical professional, diagnosing and treating their symptoms. As an only child who'd never done a single hour of babysitting, she had no model or instinct for cooing a baby, handling the incessant questions of a 4th grader, or disciplining a teenager who'd blown curfew. The very thought of doing those things made her nervous. She knew she would figure out how to be with John's kids, but she was more than content to wait a while. Having made the executive decision that the 3rd club chair was sent in error, Jessica signed the delivery order, gave the movers a healthy tip, and sent them on their way. In the sudden quiet, she felt lonely, and more than a little worried. John hadn't appeared yet, and the rain had turned to sleet. She pictured cars sliding off the Chicago expressways, or into each other. She had to charge her phone. Dashing out to a nearby Walgreens she'd seen earlier, just this side of the elevated tracks where trains rumbled overhead, she literally ran the whole way, but still got plenty wet. Thankfully, they not only had USB cords, but a functional outlet right outside the restroom. With the first sign of a charge, her phone began to ping wildly. There were texts from John, the movers, and her mother, who wrote, "Are you there yet? Can't relax until I know you're safe." She went straight to the messages from John. "Back in Chicago, but Annie Wilkes is in rare form. Halfway to you, but had to pull over to mediate a family situation via group chat. Ugh, wish I didn't have to engage, but don't have a choice." Despite her annoyance at the delay, she couldn't help but chuckle. John often referred to his estranged, soon-to-be ex-wife Holly by the nickname Annie Wilkes, the hobbler from Misery. The 2 of them had been living separate lives for years, but he had to maintain a certain air of business as usual with the family, or she went off the rails, sometimes for days. "Don't worry about the power. We'll keep each other warm until it comes on," he added. "Also, there are only supposed to be 2 chairs. There were more updates as he covertly texted her while dealing with a situation that must have been severely taxing his patience, especially today. "Glad I'm not out at the house. Can't run away on broken ankles. Have to keep reminding myself I'm doing this for the kids. Okay, I'm on my way." John was patient, kind, and generous to her, and an utterly devoted father. Jessica had endured the entrances and exits of multiple stepfathers in her life and understood the emotional toll of divorce only too well. Her mother always swore that a new beau was the only way to truly move on. Hopefully, Annie would find someone soon. While her phone was still plugged in, Jessica needed to let her mother know she'd arrived safely, or she'd no doubt have the Illinois Highway Patrol out looking for her. As she was texting to let her know the trip had been smooth, the apartment was amazing, and photos would have to wait until she could fully charge her phone, a new text alert pinged. "I'm here. Where are you?" Textbook John, Jessica thought as she opened the door and saw the warm, flickering light of a pillar candle set in a previously unnoticed alcove by the door. 3 more candles lit the way from the breakfast bar to the living room, where a fire was already starting to heat the chilly room. John met her at the bottom of the stairs, also candlelit, and took her newly purchased umbrella before greeting her with a long, passionate kiss. "Welcome home." The way he had transformed the cold, dark apartment in such a short time was nothing short of magic. "Welcome home yourself," she said, kissing him again. "It's been a long day," they said simultaneously before laughing together. "I'm so sorry I wasn't here to help," John said, wiping a raindrop off her cheek. "I hated to miss it. Will you let me make it up to you?" "I'll think about it," she teased him, taking in the bottle of champagne, 2 glasses, and what appeared to be half the takeout section of Whole Foods, all laid out on a blanket in front of the hearth. "Let me start," he said, removing her damp jean jacket, "by getting you out of these cold, wet clothes."
He moved on to her blouse, kissing her skin beneath each button as he unfastened it. She shivered more from desire than cold, particularly after he unbuttoned her jeans, pushed them to the floor, and paused to admire the leopard print bra and matching panties she'd bought in anticipation of this moment. My brilliant brunette bombshell. Jessica had grown up thinking she was merely ordinary, nice enough looking, but with nothing to make her stand out. In recent years, however, introversion and interminable hours had bred an aching loneliness that left her wondering if there was actually something inherently objectionable about her, until John came along and convinced her otherwise. Instead of tearing off her panties and ravishing her, the next thing she knew he was wrapping her in a delightfully warm blanket he'd placed nearby. I'm starving, he said, flashing a wry smile. And if I had to wager a guess, you're even hungrier. Famished, she said, her voice suddenly husky. Just how I like you, he said, firelight sparkling in his eyes. He took her hand and led her to the picnic he'd created. As they worked their way through a delicious hodgepodge of everything from cheese and crackers to lemon herb salmon, they paused to make toasts to Jessica's arrival in Chicago, to John's great taste in apartments, and to their future together, both personally and professionally. Jessica bit into a dark chocolate-dipped strawberry and lifted her glass. And here's to attractive rental furniture. I'll drink to that, John agreed, clinking her glass and looking around. It's nicer than I expected. I guess I sort of assumed you were bringing your own furniture when you said you had the basics covered, though. I thought I was, he said, shaking his head. Annie Wilkes definitely felt otherwise, strongly enough that she had her lawyer inform me. I decided to save my battles for something more valuable than a couch, some chairs, and a bed or two. Are the kids doing okay? Jessica asked, wishing her motive were entirely altruistic and not a slightly sneaky way to inquire about the guest bedroom setup. That's what she was raging about today, he said, his voice cracking a little. She insists they won't be staying overnight anywhere. Looks like I'm going to have to spend more time at the house than I expected, at least for the foreseeable future. I want you to be there for them, Jessica said. She should have felt worse about this development than she did. Things will change once the judge realizes how wacko she is. John looked as though the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. You're so fucking awesome. She felt ever so slightly guilty about his grateful smile. I know how important you are to your kids. I have no idea how I could function without you, he said, raising his glass. To us. They toasted, kissed, and toasted again. I hope you didn't have to run out of there empty-handed, Jessica said. Did you bring anything with you at all? I have a few things in my car, he said. I'll grab them later. Oh, shoot, she said. Where did you park? In the lot. You better move now. You'll get towed. Not from one of our spaces. We have parking? Right next to each other, just outside the back door. I parked 2 blocks away thinking, no need to think right now, he said, putting down his champagne, taking her hand, and pulling her toward him. Why didn't you tell me? Why don't you tell me what you'd like me to do to you? He asked. I've been hard as a rock since I saw that incredibly sexy bra and panties. Chapter 3. Holly. But being bold doesn't mean there won't be risk. Strap on that helmet. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. Appearances were important, which was why Holly never went riding in jeans and an old t-shirt, but always put on riding pants, boots, a form-fitting jacket, and a helmet. Yes, she knew that made her a caricature to her neighbors and even her kids, Barrington Hill's horse lady, but she had a bigger agenda than impressing the local dunderheads or her own easily embarrassed children. The horses she rode needed all the positive PR they could get. As luck would have it, this morning offered its own reminder of why she did what she did. After a raw, unseasonably cold handful of days, the sun had come out, the air had warmed and stilled, and early October was showing its kinder side. Holly supposed they might be in for a spell of what she was sure they were no longer allowed to call Indian summer. Shortly after dawn, while Jack was still in bed and Galenia was cooking breakfast and packing lunches for Ava, Logan, and Paige, Holly had stolen out to the stable, saddled her blaze-faced bay, Wags, named for his twitchy tail, and cantered around the pasture a few times before deciding on a slightly longer ride. They were clopping alongside the all-but-empty road when they were both startled by the nearly silent passing of Teresa Yadayo's silver Tesla. Wags spooked, crow-hopping and nearly throwing Holly, who even as she fought to keep him under control, still saw Teresa shaking her head, her eyes invisible behind huge black sunglasses. Reining Wags in, Holly patted his neck and cooed to him as the Tesla glided away like some sinister hovercraft. Then, without thinking, she gave her horse a gentle nudge with her heels, flicked the reins, and shouted, "Ha!" as she galloped off in pursuit. Like a dog chasing a car, Holly had no idea what she'd do if she actually caught Teresa. But the entitled bitch had scared her horse, and Holly was pissed off. Maybe she wanted to give Teresa a scare too, or at least a piece of her mind. She almost caught the car, but Teresa saw them coming in her side view mirror, and instead of slowing at the stop sign, she sped up, rolled through it, and turned left, her car disappearing into the gently rolling hills. No doubt on a coffee run. Maybe an early yoga class. The adrenaline still surging in her veins, Holly imagined riding into town, tying Wags to a parking meter as if she were in some western, and slapping the frappuccino out of her enemy's hand. Better yet, slapping her. But no, of course not. Holly slowed again and turned the opposite direction. Ironically, if she'd been able to use the bridle path she and Teresa were warring over, she wouldn't have been near the road at all. Teresa and her husband Larry had bought a sprawling colonial on 10 acres of prime pasture, but the only animals to use that grass were two massive shaggy Bernese mountain dogs who barked at cars and horses and left massive piles of poop that were never picked up. The Yadayos, upon learning the previous owners had granted the village an easement at the back of their property for a planned bridle path extension, had tried to reverse that decision, citing their need for privacy and decrying what they viewed as an ironically socialist land grab by a few wealthy elites. Never mind the fact that they were all wealthy elites. Why else would they live where they did? This left Holly with a larger question. Why move to horse country if you hated horses? Holly and Jack had moved here specifically for Holly's horses, so she wouldn't have to commute out of the city every day just to ride and care for them. And her horses needed love more than most. Before she found them, they were cast-offs, unwanted, candidates for rendering or zoo meat. She'd never understood the obsession with Arabians and thoroughbreds when there were so many beautiful, unloved animals just waiting for a patient owner to bring them back to full health and fitness. Besides Wags, she had Alderman, a formerly obese quarter horse who was finally shedding the gut acquired by years of poor diet and neglect. There was Royal, her underfed paint, who still wouldn't let anyone ride her. Silk Purse and Sow's Ear were two quarter horses she'd rescued from a situation of extreme neglect downstate. Holly still shuddered when she pictured the owner's home, which had been even more disgusting than the confined horses' stalls. And Mini-Me, her miniature, had formerly been owned by a family under the misapprehension that it was a house pet, not an actual horse. Although, truth be told, Mini-Me did live in the backyard, not with the rest of the horses. Easy Rider, a Tennessee Walker, was her only horse who'd never faced adversity, but she always thought it wise to have a mount for guests, and her husband. Jack was not a horse person, but joked to their friends that he was a Holly person, and over the course of their marriage had not only tolerated but encouraged her lifelong passion, from their move to what passed for the country in Greater Chicagoland, to his significant financial support of her charity, Horse Stability, which last year had raised more than $400,000 to support horse rescue and adoption. Holly had long hosted school groups so kids could meet the horses and take brief rides on the gentlest ones, but her amazing volunteer, Brian Fredrickson, had encouraged her to dream big and plan carefully. Horse Stability's new 10-year plan included a short bridle path connecting Holly's barn directly to the local Park District Riding Center, an after-school program where teens learned to gentle and work with rescue horses, and finally, a stable on Chicago's South Side, bringing a taste of the country to kids who never left the city limits. Sometimes it seemed as though the smallest victory would be the hardest one to achieve, extending the bridle path behind the Yadayo mansion. If she was really going to offer her rehabilitated horses for community use, it only made sense to connect her own land to the village's riding center and the network of public and private trails beyond. But the Yadayos were doing everything in their power to keep that from happening. The short gallop and the rising sun had her scalp sweating under her helmet. A quick glance at her watch made her realize she had to turn around if she was going to see the kids before they headed off to school. Jack would probably miss it. His East Coast trip had lasted several days longer than he'd told her it would, and she'd already been dozing off when he'd arrived last night. If past form was any indication, he'd sleep until mid-morning, spend an hour working out, and then head to his office in the city. Which was fine. Between a half day of seeing patients at the pediatric clinic, lunch with a friend, and after-school chauffeuring duties, Holly had more than enough to fill her day. She saw kids only 2 days a week at the practice she'd founded, and always looked forward to it. She dealt mostly in annual checkups and sick visits, counseling parents on coughs, colds, fevers, acne, and head lice. Boring and pleasantly routine. Wags had certainly been unsettled by both the encounter with Teresa and Holly's impulsive decision to give chase, something she now regretted both for the horse's sake and for ongoing diplomatic efforts with the Yadayos. She baby-talked him all the way home, even singing I Ride in Old Paint, a cheesy song that was all she could think of on the spur of the moment. He calmed somewhat, although behind her she could feel his tail swishing erratically from side to side. As she led him through the gate to their paddock, she saw Alderman waiting stubbornly by the feeder for her to fork out some hay, and Royal shaking flies off her head in a far corner. Silk Purse and Sow's Ear trotted together, the siblings still playful, as if they couldn't believe they'd finally escaped confinement. She couldn't keep them all, of course, but she took satisfaction in the time she spent with them and the fact that they'd leave her for good homes. And sadly, there were always more poor and neglected horses to replace them. Leading Wags into the barn and then to his stall, Holly took off his bridle and put on his halter. She tied him to a ring and, feeling hot, hung her helmet and jacket on a peg outside before removing his saddle and pad. Working the curry comb along his neck and flanks, she continued to coo to him, reassuring him that all was well, and there would be no more surprises in his day. When the comb slipped out of her hand and landed in the straw by his back legs, she didn't even think about it as she bent down to pick it up, keeping one hand on his broad, muscled flank. In an instant, Wags spooked, turned, and kicked with his back hooves, one of them pounding the side of the stall so loudly it sounded like a gunshot, the other glancing off her temple. She fell hard and stared confusedly at her hands in the straw, while Wags bucked and whinnied above her. Only when another hoof landed on her thigh and made her shout in pain did she wake to the danger and start crawling away. Thankfully, she'd left the stall door open, so she was able to slip out and push it closed from the outside. She reached up dizzily and slid the bolt home, then collapsed again, sitting with her back to the stall door. Inside, Wags snorted and turned restlessly. "Wags, why?" she croaked, knowing her feeling of betrayal was senseless, that horses were all instinct and it was foolish to ascribe human emotions to them. The fault was hers and hers alone, for not being more careful, for assuming he'd progressed further than he had. She'd been injured before, usually with horses, once in a car accident, and was familiar with the sense of unreality, the confusion caused by the adrenaline. But this felt like something different. Her decision to walk out of the stable was immediately countered by the realization that she was still sitting on the floor. Her intention to rise to her feet was stymied by a sudden feeling of near immobility. After reaching in her pocket for her phone, she stared at the lock screen, unable to remember her passcode before putting it away. A word came to mind, flitting away before she could grab it. Concussion. No, she was just stunned. She needed to give herself a minute. Retrieving her phone, she looked at the time. 7:10. She resolved to give herself 10 minutes before getting on with her day. At 7:22, Holly came through the back door, leaned heavily on the wall, and struggled out of her riding boots.
Checking her appearance in the small mirror above the key hooks, she saw Wags had kicked her hair wildly askew, but that her face was marked only by dirt, not bruising or blood. Her thigh throbbed with pain, but took weight. With concentration, she could walk more or less normally. Fixing a smile on her face, she went into the kitchen, where Logan and Paige were finishing their meals at the breakfast bar. 3 lunch sacks were zippered and waiting on the end counter, and Galenia was loading the dishwasher, clattering the dishes in a way that made Holly wince. "Morning, children," she said as brightly as she could manage. "Where's Ava?" "Rabbit green urn," said Paige. "I didn't get that," said Holly, confused and a little frightened that she was mishearing things. "Behind you," said her 16-year-old, entering from the hall and stuffing her lunch sack into an already overloaded backpack. She looked up from her phone. "God, Mom, what's with you? You look super pale." "I do?" Holly asked. "I guess I'm feeling a little off. You're ready early." "Riding with Sienna. She and Zoe want to study for the algebra test." "Are you ready for the Shakespeare quiz, too?" "Yes. Bye, Mom." And with that, her oldest daughter dashed away, raven curls bouncing on her shoulders, keychain, water bottle, school lanyard, and headphone cord, all dangling from her backpack. Holly dropped onto a stool next to Logan and patted his hand, thinking she probably shouldn't get behind the wheel of a car right away. "Galenia, can you drive this morning? I'm not feeling well, and I think I need to lie down for a few minutes." "That's fine, Mrs. Wright," said Galenia. "Paige, do you have practice today for the Music Man?" "He's a what? He's a what? He's a music man," Paige sang energetically. Very funny. At least she'd heard that clearly. She kissed Paige and Logan on the tops of their heads and made her way through the dining room, into the living room, and lowered herself onto the couch. She would be fine, she was sure. Wags's hoof hadn't caught her square, but for the moment she thought it safest to remain upright and keep her eyes open. The sound of Galenia getting the kids ready and out the door came to her as if down a tunnel. Her thoughts were flitting between Wags, Teresa, the after-school schedule, and Jack when the door slammed and finally the house grew quiet. She could feel her pulse throbbing in her aching thigh. Ice, she thought. When she woke up, Jack was coming down the hall talking on his phone. She must have drifted off after all. "I'm not paying you to find problems," he told someone. "I'm paying you to make them go away. Call me when you have." She was struggling to sit up when he passed the living room doorway. Seeing her, he slid his phone into the pocket of his University of Chicago hoodie. He was still unshaven. With effort, she smiled and pushed her hair back from her face. "Why aren't you driving the kids?" he asked. "I have a little bit of a headache, so I asked Galenia to do it." Stretching, she swung her legs onto the floor, feeling a throb and noticing that her right pant leg was almost painfully tight. Her thigh was swelling. Her head was no longer pounding, but something told her not to move her neck too quickly. She felt fragile. "Holly, what's wrong?" "Wags," she told him, resigning herself to the truth. "I startled him in the stable and he kicked me." The look on his face was blink and miss it, a small cloud sailing past the sun. Irritation, not concern. "Where?" She touched her temple. He sat down and pulled his chair close. "Jesus, Holly, you weren't wearing your helmet? Look at me." "I wore my helmet while I was riding," she said weakly. "Well, that's fucking awesome," he muttered. They locked eyes, and she knew he was staring at her pupils, checking to see if they were dilated or one was larger than the other. "Did you black out or lose consciousness?" he asked, working through the concussion protocol. "No," she answered. "Do you remember everything that happened before and after he kicked you? Tell me." She did remember and thought she did an excellent job of recreating the scene for Jack, right down to the unreality of staring at her hands on the stable floor. "Your speech isn't slurred," he said, nodding in satisfaction. "Any sensitivity to light or noise?" "A little," she admitted. "Did you throw up?" She shook her head and realized she shouldn't have. "Your head hurts," he said gently, touching her head with his fingertips and circling until he located the point of contact. "You're going to have one hell of a bump." He stood and strode briskly out of the room. The freezer door snapped open and she heard the rattle of ice cubes. Despite the reason, she enjoyed having his full attention.
It was so rare these days. He came back, screwing the cap onto an ice bag and handing it to her. He sat down, settled back in his chair, and studied her while she held the ice to her temple and felt the cool relief.
You could get a CT scan, except I don't think there's a fracture, and bleeding seems unlikely. But we need to keep a close eye on your symptoms. Are you seeing patients today?
Just a few, she said.
Cancel them. Take it easy.
I will, she told him, knowing she wouldn't, but liking that he wanted her to.
He didn't kick you anywhere else, did he?
Asked Jack suddenly. My leg, but it's fine. He rolled his eyes.
You should have gone into mixed martial arts. You'd have been great at taking a beating.
He noted the swelling, but was polite enough not to point out the obvious. She needed to ice that too. Holly felt a warmth in her leg that could have been the injury, but also could have been a wish that he would put his hand on her thigh and touch her tenderly. How was Buffalo? She asked instead.
A 2-day trip that ended up being 4? Remind me not to work with family foundations in the future. One of the brothers was having way too much fun dangling $2.5 million over my head, he said. And I still don't know if he's on board.
Sounds like a pissing contest. Don't you usually win those? He grinned, and something stirred inside her, more than just a fleeting arousal. Longing? Regret? After 21 years of knowing him, 19 of those married, sometimes it was difficult to separate the two. Sometimes when she was writing, she liked to engage in a thought experiment. If she had known then what she knew now, would she still have made the same decisions? Still put Jack's career first? Still stayed married?
Sometimes the way to win a battle isn't with a full frontal assault, said Jack, laughing.
You mean a charm offensive?
Charm is never offensive, but once that fails, it's time for a strategic retreat. The fact that I acted like I don't need their money is the very thing that will make him insist I take it. You know, if I had realized I'd have to spend so much time in places like Buffalo, Scranton, and Phoenix, I might never have set out to cure cancer.
Which was a joke he'd made dozens of times before. I thought you said you wouldn't have to go to Phoenix every month anymore.
No, that's right. I'm bringing some of that business in-house, he said.
The kids will enjoy having you around more often, she said, idly wondering whether it was a business relationship that had ended or the other kind.
And I'll enjoy that too, but it's not like I'm suddenly off the road. I'm considering partnering with a West Coast lab to run some of our testing, and I'm going to spend some time at their facilities.
Remembering a previous West Coast project, Holly recalled the longer flights and hotel nights that had kept Jack away for additional weeks every year. So it's a wash, she said.
It's an attractive proposition, but we're still in the courtship phase, he told her. I have no idea if this one's going to work out or not.
Chapter 4. Lark. If you want something badly enough, you have to be in control of the process. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth, a TED Talk by John M. Wright. Back home in L.A., Lark knew she should have been over the moon to receive an offer from Hunter Cash. And had that offer arrived before her encounter with Tripp, she probably would have answered with an enthusiastic yes and signed the contract the same day, succumbing to the pressure of rent, credit card bills, student loans, and Callie. Especially Callie. Callie had been completely on board and supportive of Lark's fling with the handsome older man. After all, she'd practically been pushing Lark into hot guys' laps ever since Lark broke things off with Dylan. But Callie stopped cold when Lark admitted she'd told Hunter Cash she needed time to decide, hoping Tripp would come through in the meantime and allow her to keep Activate for herself. You spent money you don't even have to fly out there. They offered you money on the spot, and you told them you'd think about it? Groaned Callie as she drove Lark home from the airport that day. $30,000 goes a long way when you're living on credit. But $30,000 is all I'd ever get. Hunter Cash wants to own the game, but Tripp said he'd invest in me. What if it's my $1 million idea? Countered Lark, ignoring a sick feeling and the scary thought, what if I'm wrong? I love you, Lark, but it just seems crazy to be talking about a multi-million-dollar idea when you owe 6 figures in student loans, 5 figures in credit card debt, and 4 figures in rent and utilities.
Neither of them had said anything as Callie gave her full attention to a lane change on the 405. Nebraska born and bred, Callie was as cautious a driver as she was fiscally responsible. Lark couldn't blame her roommate for looking out for her. She had already been questioning her relationship with Dylan and planning to live with Callie when Dylan got fired from his entry-level job at a big consulting firm. In a moment of weakness, Lark had allowed him to move in, regretting the decision after Dylan said losing his job was probably for the best so I can focus on screenwriting. Callie had been forced to make other living arrangements until Lark had finally gotten Dylan out the door. If anyone wanted to shoot holes in Lark's ability to make good decisions, nobody had more ammunition than Callie. Moreover, when Lark told Callie almost everything, she couldn't admit that part of the excitement of being with Tripp was his aura of effortless wealth. That he could so casually offer to invest $10,000 or $20,000 in her ideas suggested that he knew how these things worked, and he knew how to help her make more. She had no intention of milking him for cash. The words sugar daddy made her want to vomit, but she thought she could learn a lot from him, possibly including how to be a part of that high-stakes, moneyed world. So, "There's nothing wrong with waiting a week or two," she said, once Callie had successfully merged onto Venice Boulevard. "For all Hunter Cash knows, I could have a lawyer reading the fine print. I could have other offers." "Do you know how much every week costs you in interest?" asked Callie. "Because I do." "And do you know how much more money I could make if my game takes off? If my company takes off?" countered Lark. "You have no idea if Tripp's offer is real," said Callie, whose 5'0" height forced her to peer over the steering wheel like a grandma. "You have no idea if he's real. You didn't even get his last name." "He's real," insisted Lark, still able to summon the feeling of his stubble on her cheek, the soreness of her thighs, hoping desperately she was right. That had been a week and a half ago. Since then, her contact at Hunter Cash, a friendly but pushy guy named Zachary, had emailed her twice, asking whether she'd come to a decision and, not too subtly, hinting they were ready to move on. Lark and Tripp had texted just infrequently enough and just vaguely enough that Lark was starting to wonder if Callie was right about everything. She had pored over his Instagram feed a half dozen times, looking for clues, but there wasn't much to see. He'd told her he was new to it, and he clearly wasn't lying. Following 178, 37 followers, and some of those were businesses in the cities where he'd checked in. Most of his 23 pictures were just hotel room views. "Good morning, New York. Looking good, Chicago. Hello, Phoenix." Like a newbie, he was working his way through all the filters and editing options, color saturating his skyline shots to the point of overkill. She found it endearing. His real-life suaveness definitely didn't translate to social media, if not at all revealing. And his Instagram handle, TrippHammer312, told her little. She was pretty sure his last name wasn't actually Hammer, because, of course, she'd Googled it. After a late-afternoon budget session during which Lark admitted she would have to start waitressing and driving Lyft again if she didn't accept the Hunter Cash offer, Callie had proposed they stay in, watch Netflix, and cook their own dinner to save money. Listlessly, Lark agreed, meanwhile composing 2 different messages in her head. The first was a short text to Tripp. "Did you mean what you said about investing in me, or was that just bullshit?" The second was an email to Zachary at Hunter Cash that included the words, "I am pleased to accept your offer." She couldn't bring herself to send the former, so she figured she'd probably send the latter in the morning. Callie was chopping veggies for a stir-fry in the kitchen, and Lark was trying to will herself off the couch to help when her phone pinged. It was Tripp. "You free?" She picked up and thumbed back. "To talk?" "For a date. I'm in LA. "What? Now?" "Picking up a rental. Meet me at Soyokaze?" Instead of replying, Lark jumped up, ran to the kitchen, and held her screen in front of Callie's face. "Oh my God," said Callie, seeming genuinely excited for her. "Right?" said Lark, getting ready to answer yes. "But you're not meeting him there," said Callie, putting a hand on Lark's arm. "I'm not?" Callie, left-handed, was still holding a knife, somehow managing to look protective of Lark and threatening toward Tripp. "No, he's picking you up here, so I can meet him." Lark felt a slow smile across her face as she bent over to give Callie a hug, wary of the blade.
It didn't hurt anything to satisfy her roommate's curiosity and, truth be told, make Lark feel a tiny bit safer. "Great idea," she murmured, breaking away and texting her reply. "Can you pick me up?" His answer didn't come right away. In fact, it took long enough that she had circled the apartment 3 times, staring at the phone and waiting for the little bubble that indicated he was typing a reply. "Sorry, dealing with the clerk. Of course. Give me your address and I'm on my way." Lark and Callie looked at each other, grinned, and then started jumping up and down. Then Lark stopped, looked down at her sweatpants and her Powered by Plants t-shirt. She touched her hair and felt the snarls. "I've got to shower," she said, heading for the bathroom. "Sorry about dinner." Her hair was clean and dry, and she was wearing jeans and a cute silk top showing just a hint of cleavage. Underneath, matching bra and panties from Victoria's Secret, just in case. A wisp of the perfume she'd splurged on and never gotten to wear because Dylan had scent sensitivity issues. Lark loved it because it made her think of lying in a king-size bed in Hawaii with the balcony doors flung open and the smell of fruit, flowers, and surf drifting in from outside. Even though she'd been born there and her mom was Hawaiian, she'd been back only a handful of times after they moved to the mainland when she was 11. Her biracial father, born and raised in Compton before he shipped out in the Navy, felt more comfortable in California. Amazingly, her parents were still together and living happily in the valley, something few of her friends could say about theirs. Callie sat on the couch, eating stir-fry with a fork, watching Lark pace. "You know, this is better than TV," she said. "Stop it. Do you mind if I record you? This would make a killer gif or boomerang." "He's here," said Lark, peeking out the window and then throwing herself into a chair. Callie grinned mischievously. "Don't interrogate him," warned Lark. "Who, me?" asked Callie, a Midwestern model of innocence. It was a quiet evening and the windows were open, so they could hear the engine shut off, then his footsteps as he came up the walk of their 1930s courtyard apartment complex. He paused on the step, probably double-checking the unit number, then knocked softly. Lark locked eyes with Callie, then went to the door and threw it open. Truthfully, she was worried she'd be disappointed, that her one-night stand in gray Buffalo would look out of place in sunny California. She was afraid he'd look older than she remembered, and that silvering fox she'd described to Callie would be embarrassingly threadbare on second viewing. And at first, she couldn't tell. All she saw was a huge spray of tropical flowers. Then Tripp's head peeking over. "Can I come in?" he asked, grinning. "Hi, yeah," she said awkwardly, stepping aside, stunned at how the flowers seemed to have materialized from thoughts she'd been having only minutes ago. He kissed her cheek as he came in. "For you." "This is my roommate, Callie," Lark said, moving aside so he could see her. Callie waved from the couch. "Hiya." "I hope I haven't interrupted your plans," said Tripp, taking in the situation and looking charmingly a tiny bit awkward. "Well, we were going to watch season 3 of some true crime show, but somehow I'll manage without her," said Callie, none too subtly looking Tripp up and down. Tripp glanced at Lark, a look she couldn't interpret as meaning anything but, "Your roommate seems awesome." Weirdly, it made her feel a sense of pride in Callie, her freckled face and upturned nose, her boyish-cut sandy hair, her ordinary, sensible goodness. The fact that Tripp took one look and approved of her meant more than it probably should have. He still hadn't handed over the bouquet. Cradling the vase in the crook of his left arm, he yanked a handful of flowers out of the vase and gave them to Callie, their stems dripping all over the coffee table. "Well, these are for you, Callie," he said before turning and giving the rest of the still lovely arrangement to Lark. "And this is for you." Now that he wasn't obscured by a floral display, she was relieved to discover she found him just as handsome as before, if not more so. He was dressed casually but neatly in chinos and a blue-patterned shirt. The fact that the shirt was tucked in and his pants were belted, the only things that hinted he was a Midwesterner. "It's good to see you, Lark," he said. "Good to see you too," she said, feeling like her smile might rip her face wide open. As they stood there awkwardly, Callie looked like she was enjoying their discomfort a little too much. "How long are you in town for, Tripp?" she asked, something Lark wanted to know too. "Just 2 nights, I'm afraid. Meetings all day tomorrow, flying out Thursday morning." "Lark said you're a venture capitalist?" she probed. Tripp laughed and held up his hands.
guilty.
It's not as entertaining as they make it out to be on TV.
Lark put the flowers on the breakfast bar as Callie continued to question the new man in her life. What kinds of things do you invest in?
I typically find my opportunities in healthcare, but I like to keep my portfolio diversified. I've been known to dabble in real estate development and even entertainment if the project is right.
He sounded almost sheepish, as if reluctant to seem like he was bragging, in contrast to Dylan, who made his dreams of working in film and TV sound precious and unique. Where are you staying? Callie asked.
4 Seasons,
said Tripp. Callie nodded, satisfied. Just in case I need to know where to find her in the morning. Callie, blurted Lark, horrified. But Callie just opened her palms, a picture of innocence. Tripp laughed.
And on that note, shall we go?
I am hungry, said Lark, shaking her head but wondering whether Callie was right. Bringing an overnight bag sent the wrong message, so instead she excused herself, found a rarely used purse, and put a toothbrush and a clean pair of panties inside. If she was going to do the so-called walk of shame, at least she'd do it in a fresh pair of underwear. As she snapped the purse closed, her mind strayed to later in the evening when she hoped Tripp would be slipping off the panties she was currently wearing. Moments later, they were rolling down the block in a convertible BMW. Living the dream, huh? She teased him.
Renting the cliché, he confirmed. But why not? There's frost on the ground back in Chicago.
Lark liked good food but could rarely afford it, and she certainly had never set foot in Soyokaze, regarded by many as LA's best sushi omakase restaurant. She had heard of it, as status-conscious Angelinos were always careful to name-drop, and she remembered one college classmate telling her, "I sat next to Bradley Cooper at Soyokaze last night," with studied casualness. Lark was determined to savor the experience and took in the many small luxuries with pleasure, from the team of hostesses who greeted them with warm formality, to the garden-like restroom where she went to check her lipstick and send a hurried text to Callie. "I think dinner for 2 here is going to be 1 month's rent." Returning to the dining room, she noted that it was almost Spartan in its simplicity. 8 diners sat at an L-shaped counter where the shaven-headed chef, his gestures deft and economical, was aided by 2 assistants. Tripp had somehow gotten them seats on the short side of the L, making a very public situation feel almost private. Lark was surprised to see several of the remaining half-dozen diners tapping and swiping on their phones, as if paying 4 figures for a meal was merely routine. Tripp looked comfortable but far from blasé.
"Sake?"
he asked as she settled into her seat. A chilled bottle was waiting next to 2 small cups. "Sure," she told him.
"We're celebrating,"
he said, pouring hers and then his own. "We are?" she asked as they clinked and drank. The sake was nothing like she'd ever had before. Intriguing.
"We most definitely are."
Then, before she could press him on the details, he said,
"I love how you had Callie check me out."
That was embarrassing, but I assure you it was her idea.
She's obviously a good friend.
The best. Even in the bright light from the chef's work area, Tripp's dark brown eyes were bottomless pools, the pupils impossible to tell apart from the irises.
"And do I pass?"
he asked. "I think it's pretty obvious you pass. That was quick thinking with the flowers."
"I hope you aren't upset that I destroyed the bouquet,"
he said, looking genuinely concerned. "Are you kidding?"
"I really don't want to screw this up, Lark."
He reached for her hand under the counter. She gave him a squeeze, surprised at how suddenly vulnerable he looked. It threw her, so instead she responded lightly. "You don't seem like you're very good at screwing things up, Tripp," she said as the chef placed the first dish in front of them. Consisting of only 1 slice of fish wrapped around a mysterious other kind of fish with a small mound of caviar on top, it was so simple and beautiful it made her want to laugh. It also clearly made one of the other diners want to Instagram it. A server promptly appeared at the man's shoulder with a polite but firm, "No photos." Tripp's was already in his mouth as he chewed with a look of serene contentment.
"You have to eat it within 10 seconds,
he informed her. "I do?" He nodded toward the chef, who was already assembling the next 1-bite course.
"He says that's how it's meant to be tasted."
"Clearly you've been here before," said Lark, finally taking a bite and understanding why all the other diners were smiling. It was incredible.
One other time, to reward myself for striking out on my own.
So what are you celebrating tonight?
I have a contract for you. There's a copy in my pocket. I'm not going to ruin the moment by whipping it out now, but it's been vetted and approved by my lawyers, and all it needs is your signature. We're celebrating the start of a very promising business career.
Suddenly, the soft surroundings took on a sharper tone. Lark almost jumped when a server silently appeared beside her and removed her plate. I haven't even read it, Trip, and you want me to sign it tonight? To his credit, he looked surprised, too.
Tonight? Oh, God, no. No. I'm not trying to rush you into anything.
Phew. Lark relaxed and sipped the sake.
Take it with you. Take your time. Have someone check it out. This is not anything weird.
She chuckled. Only weird if we make it weird, right?
Right,
he said, looking relieved.
You'll keep your intellectual property rights. You'll own your trademarks, your idea, your company. I'll get a modest slice of any net profit once my original investment has been paid back. And I reserve the right to invest more money before anyone else can. I believe in the game you've created. I believe in you.
Before this conversation goes any further, I have one condition, she told him coolly.
Name it.
I need to know your last name. His face was like an open book as she read his response. Surprise, again, at what she was asking, disbelief that he hadn't already told her, and happiness that he could grant her request.
Mitchell,
he said, with what looked like relief. And Trip is a nickname, so what's your real first name?
Jonathan, but I don't think I've ever been called that by anyone but a teacher on the first day of school.
Trip Mitchell, she repeated, weighing it, trying to decide if the first name-last name combination matched up with the man sitting across from her. It didn't, exactly, but then how many people would have guessed her last name?
Now yours,
he added, smiling. Robinson, she told him.
Mrs. Robinson, you're trying to seduce me, he said with a chuckle. Aren't you?
What? She asked, puzzled.
Old movie reference. Sorry, moving along.
He was clearly embarrassed, but she felt a little dumb for not getting the reference, too. She decided to Google it later and watch the movie before he came to town again. The chef offered the second dish, a tiny black dumpling decorated with gold leaf, of all things. People paid money to eat money here, apparently. Lark and Trip ate theirs simultaneously, mmming in approval as they savored the salty, smoky taste of eel. The sudden silence was awkward and surprising, and went on just a little too long. Then they both reached for a jellied seaweed salad at the same time and got their chopsticks tangled up. Lark laughed loud enough that all the other diners and even the chef looked their way. Now this is weird, she said, still giggling, once they no longer had everyone's attention. Nice, but weird.
How do you mean?
She took a deep breath. I mean, we've been naked together, and we're going into business together, but we hardly know each other. I just learned your last name. I mean, it's all really exciting, but I don't know where it's going, and I'm worried that we don't even know how to talk to each other.
Then let's talk about ourselves,
he said, as one of the ever-attentive servers removed their plates and dabbed at a non-existent spot on the gleaming buffed wood countertop. So we just tell our whole life stories?
I'm in no rush.
It feels forced.
Then tell me something big about yourself,
he said, as the chef and his helpers began assembling what looked like lumps of crab in broth, cupped in actual crab shells perched atop tiny cylindrical hibachis.
Tell me what scares you most in the world.
Lark didn't know what to say. Well, sure, with Dylan she had been afraid of being tied to someone who wouldn't grow up, and she was worried she'd never pay off her student loans, but neither of those seemed big enough to answer Trip's question. Which was a good one. If you knew someone's deepest, darkest fear, you'd know them more intimately than if they recited a list of biographical facts. While they ate the next course and refilled their cups of sake, she stalled by telling him about her family and how she'd grown up in a loving household where she'd been encouraged to be independent even when she secretly wanted a little more parenting. When he pressed her again, all she could come up with was a litany of everyone's real-world fears.
Climate change, fascism, nuclear war. The fear that none of what she did mattered because the world was slowly playing itself out. But even though those fears were real, in a way they didn't feel real, because she herself had never felt the direct impact of any of these global-sized problems. But Tripp listened, nodded, cared. If she had only one sentence to describe what made him different from every other guy, it might have been, "He never talks over me." It was almost spooky. As she heard herself go on, even though she had some doubts about what she was saying, she felt stronger because she was able to say it. And maybe there wasn't anything wrong with struggling to articulate these problems anyway. Issues that big should be hard to articulate. When she finished, he looked at her, then took a swallow of the sake he'd been ignoring. "I'm not convinced," he said. "What do you mean?" "I hear genuine concern, but not fear. I don't think you're afraid of anything. I wish I were like you." "Good thing it's your turn," she told him. He chuckled. "I should have had an answer ready before I asked such a big question." Bad planning. He thought about it through the next couple of courses. Perfect sashimi arrayed on an ice sculpture, shabu-shabu with tofu and vegetables they swirled in hot broth in the order dictated by the chef, then fiddled with his chopsticks while he spoke, as if it were easier for him to share while he concentrated on something else. "This is going to sound unbelievably corny, Lark. I've been in relationships. I've even been married, but I've never found my soulmate. I guess my deepest fear is not finding that person." "Not finding your true love," she said. He nodded and looked down, bashful about his admission. Her heart pounded. It was beautiful and a little scary, like going 90 miles an hour and driving with one hand off a cliff-top road with a beautiful view. Delicate bowls of black sesame ice cream covered with black truffles were placed in front of them. Instead of reaching for his spoon, Tripp reached out and placed his hand over hers. He parted his lips to say something and then seemed to think better of it. 10-second rule, he said instead. Lark could hardly taste her dessert, and it was still incredibly delicious. Chapter 5. Jessica. Don't let anyone see how you make the secret sauce. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth, a TED Talk by John M. Wright. Hearing the lock unlatch, Jessica pushed open the tinted glass door and stepped into a sleek, all-white lobby. The only color, a pale blue shadow, emanated from the Kankura logo spanning the back wall above the security desk. John's frequent references to his company as a startup, plus Jessica's drive through the bustling, trendy West Loop, had led her to expect something a little more low-key. Instead, she'd had her name checked against a clipboard before parking in a lot ringed by tall black fencing, then presented herself to a video intercom at the front door. The building itself was a 4-story brick warehouse identified by address only. She had rehearsed her introduction, hoping her lofty new title would roll easily off her tongue. "I'm Jessica Myers, the Director of Medical Monitoring and Consulting." But that had been unnecessary so far. Her name had been enough for the guards in the parking lot and lobby, both older gentlemen who looked every bit the retired cops they probably were. "ID?" this one simply asked, scrutinizing her Arizona driver's license much more carefully than any TSA agent ever had, even running it under a black light. If this was how visitors and new hires were received, Jessica wondered how full-time employees were authenticated before entering the belly of the beast. Key cards, laminated photo IDs, fingerprint and retina scans, or all of the above. "I'm supposed to see Olivia Zofka," she said, offering the name of John's executive assistant, while the guard squinted at the state seal hologram. Then again, he seemed to know that already. Turning a touchscreen toward her, he picked up the phone. "I have Ms. Myers here to see Olivia." Jessica Myers. She tapped into the electronic register. Under title, she resisted the urge to add, "Girlfriend of Jonathan Wright." While she waited on a chrome and white leather couch, feeling like an imposter, her chest tightened with panic and doubt. Throughout her residency, Jessica's career fantasies had centered on an oncology fellowship, followed by private practice.
And then John had materialized in her world with his magnetic charm and a rationale that couldn't be denied.
Why spend your life fighting battles on your own when you can join me and win the actual war on cancer?
Their connection at the reception following his Phoenix presentation on the cutting-edge nanotechnology he'd developed, where he claimed to have noticed her in the crowd, had been immediate. He'd been entirely accessible as he joined a group of residents so they could ask further questions, all of which he answered thoughtfully and patiently, especially hers.
I'm curious about the results of your clinical trials.
You and me both, he said, checking his phone. I'm expecting a call from the director of one of the nephroblastoma studies any second.
You're that far into development?
Things are happening at a mind-blowing speed.
That had been more than apparent during his talk, when he'd immediately captured the audience's attention by leading off with,
Years ago, I had a simple idea. What if detecting childhood cancer was as easy as getting kids to take chewable vitamins?
Then, for a laugh, he'd crunched and swallowed a Flintstones vitamin, joked about how he preferred the orange flavor to grape, and delivered the kicker.
My company, Kencura, is about to make this a reality. Healthcare professionals can give their patients the world's most sophisticated diagnostic tool to eat alongside their cereal. A short time later, our patented Revelate device will deliver the results without so much as a needle poke. What we're talking about here is painless detection long before the disease produces a single symptom. Cancer is curable when we catch it early enough. Won't the kids' teeth or stomach acids destroy the nanobots or whatever they're currently being called?
Asked a male resident with a superior air. John had dispatched the question by saying,
We're talking about particles that are much smaller than atoms. Have you ever gotten an atom caught in your teeth?
That got a laugh.
Where are you headed from here?
He'd asked when suddenly it was just the two of them. She felt stunned to even be in his orbit. I'm doing an oncology fellowship at Duke.
Too bad. I have a feeling you'd be a perfect fit at Kencura.
He smiled.
But I meant for lunch.
Their relationship, working and otherwise, began at that moment. The romance was less of a whirlwind and more of a tornado. They'd gone to his hotel room that very night, where the sex was amazing and the intimacy even more so. Clearing his schedule and hers after spending a leisurely morning in bed, John proposed a hike to the top of Camelback Mountain, something Jessica had never gotten around to doing despite her years in the city. They timed it for sunset, and as she watched lights winking on across the valley with John holding her hand tightly, she had a profound sense of how narrow her world had been as she zealously pursued her goals. Having recently separated from Holly, John visited as often as his schedule allowed. In their rambling conversations, they discovered their deepest bond was their belief that with enough hard work, even the most intractable problems could be solved. When he asked her to come to Chicago, she said yes almost before the words were out of his mouth, even though her email to Duke took her a day to write and left her queasy when she hit send. By canceling on such short notice to join John at Kencura, she was sacrificing her academic reputation, but for the sake of a medical breakthrough that would change the world. When it was time to make her announcement in the doctor's lounge of the hospital, she had an unexpectedly hard time owning it. Even though her new annual salary would be 3 times what any fellow would be earning and would make a huge dent in her ungodly student loans, she couldn't help feeling she'd jumped the queue. As she told the other residents about her surprising career move, she played up the clinical aspects of the position, imagining their whispers after she left. Why the fuck did she even apply for a fellowship if she was going to end up working at some startup? She couldn't very well add, because I'm a doctor who fell in love. Instead of Olivia Zofka, a tall, slim man of roughly 40, with dark, closely cropped hair and a trimmed beard, came through another frosted glass door behind the security desk.
Marco Ruiz, Director of Sales,
he said, extending his hand. Jessica Myers, she said, returning his handshake and his smile.
Olivia handles all our onboarding, but she's under the weather. I'm afraid you're stuck with me.
And you're stuck with me, Jessica said, thinking Marco couldn't have been happy to have a new hire foisted upon him. Sorry to hear Ms. Zofka isn't feeling well.
Morning sickness.
That can really knock you out, Jessica said. hoping she sounded like an all-around team player, as suggested in the article she'd read in preparation for her detour into the corporate world, How to Rock Your First Day on the Job.
"Do you have kids?"
he asked, escorting her through the door and down a hall of windowless doors secured by keycard locks. "Treating them has been more my priority than having them," Jessica said, partly to address the unspoken universal question when hiring a woman in her 30s, but mostly because it was true. That was, other than the de facto stepchildren she was likely to have sooner rather than later. So, no. Luckily, he was a man, so he simply nodded and didn't say, "You don't want kids, really?" And she didn't have to offer some variation of, "My childhood wasn't altogether conducive to the role modeling necessary for successful parenting." At the end of the hall, they took an elevator to the top floor. When the doors slid open, she was relieved to see the offices were not at all like something out of a high-security science fiction movie set. Austere, yes, but nicely furnished and with occasional touches of color.
"Welcome to Kankura," he said, "where medicine and miracles meet."
If the slogan was cheesy, the building was anything but. While it was the opposite of open plan, she quickly felt lost in the endless hallways, corners, and security doors. Jessica marveled as Marco guided her through the chef-run cafeteria. She gazed out the ample windows at the striking Chicago skyline as he listed the must-tries: the Mediterranean chicken pita, pad thai, and chopped salad with shrimp, and what to avoid.
Anything vegan, but that may just be me.
There was a state-of-the-art fitness center, a childcare center with 2 tasteful breastfeeding rooms,
in case you change your mind someday.
There it was, and a small theater where Kankura hosted bands, comedians, and motivational speakers. Marco also rattled off the amenities within a 1-block walk, which included a convenience store, a dry cleaner, 4 restaurants, one of them with a Michelin star, and an athleisure store that offered a generous employee discount. "If there were sleeping accommodations, I don't think I'd have any reason to go home," Jessica joked, as they boarded the elevator again to go down 1 floor.
"They're in the basement," Marco said.
"But of course," she replied.
"You know how lab rats love to burrow and build nests deep inside the bowels of a building," Marco deadpanned.
"And work nonstop," she said with a smile. She'd certainly spent untold hours in various labs over the years and felt comfortable among test tubes and beakers. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor.
"Ready to see where the real magic happens?"
he asked with a small smile. Despite her nerves, she pictured something amazing, the medical research lab equivalent of Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, a floor-spanning space where 100 lab-coated workers moved with a sense of happy purpose, where the potential of ambushing humankind's greatest killers in their nascent stages provided its own source of illumination. Instead, they entered a warren of hallways and locked doors, their labels far from illuminating. Discovery, translation, innovation, outcomes. Now it was Jessica's turn to be deadpan. Truly magical.
"Everyone wants to cure cancer, but nobody thinks about the level of security that requires," Marco said with a chuckle. "It's not that we don't want to share our work with the world, but John's investors committed their cash with the understanding that they get to own the process."
Which, she thought with a twinge of sadness, might be the only way a true breakthrough could happen. She could practically hear John's voice in her head as Marco swiped his keycard to open a door labeled simply Research.
"No one should ever have to look into the eyes of a child's parent and say, 'I'm sorry, we've done all we could do.' Ever again." "I thought you might want to see your new domain as our first ever Director of Medical Monitoring and Consulting," Marco said.
Jessica felt her cheeks flush. Jonathan hadn't mentioned anything about the position being new. "Definitely," she said in what she hoped was a breezy tone, as sweat trickled from the nape of her neck down her back. Thankfully, she'd also heeded the article's advice to take it up a notch no matter the dress code, and worn a suit jacket. Concealing nervous perspiration certainly fell into their rationale of, the better you look, the better your first impression. Maybe John had anticipated her nervousness and intentionally decided not to tell her she was the first director of medical monitoring and consulting. But there was nothing she hadn't told him, nothing they hadn't shared with each other. She knew he was weirded out by mice, and so always avoided Phase 1 trials.
He knew she'd grown up with a succession of stepfathers, that she'd always been shy and bookish, and that she had a tendency to sweat when she felt intimidated, out of water, and faced with meeting new people, all of which were an unavoidable part of her career pivot. Marco guided her around one of the many labs. After quickly listing mandatory OSHA regulations in a flight attendant monotone, avoid open-toed shoes, flip-flops, tennis shoes, or porous shoes, he spent more time discussing security protocols. No materials were to be removed from the lab without logging and approval. She was the one responsible for approval, which made her sweat a little harder. Work performed in the lab was not to be discussed outside the secure, locked area, even with colleagues who were allowed inside the secure, locked area. And, surprisingly, employees were discouraged from naming their employer to anyone except immediate family.
It's like working for the CIA, except we don't assassinate dictators, Marco said, putting his hand on a sleek gray device. And the machines we hook people up to save lives.
Is that a Revelate? Jessica asked. He nodded.
This is actually an older model. John is challenging the team to make each generation smaller.
Roughly the size of a bread box, the plastic case was a pearlescent gray with soft blue lights and cables leading to a monitor, a keyboard, and a flexible arm cuff. If it had a controller, I might think it was a gaming system, Jessica said. He laughed.
With a 7-digit retail price.
She liked him, which helped her relax. A little. Marco introduced her to a research coordinator named Janet and a lab tech named either Brennan or Brendan. Due to a fortuitously timed meeting, she managed to avoid being introduced to an onslaught of people she'd soon come to know well, but whose names and titles she would surely jumble until she did.
Don't think you're getting by without paperwork,
said Marco, finally taking her down to the second floor, which resembled a more conventional office suite.
We don't have much of an HR department, but Olivia left you a checklist.
En route, they passed by a glassed-in corner office with a name plaque reading Jonathan Wright III, MD, PhD, but nothing to delineate his dual titles as president and CEO. She admired the modesty of this egalitarian approach.
You already know our charismatic, largely absent but always fearless leader, Marco said.
Jessica was glad she was following him and avoiding eye contact. I'm so grateful to Dr. Wright for this amazing opportunity. Ever since I was a little girl, it's been my dream to be part of the cure. She smiled weakly when he turned and raised an eyebrow, wishing she hadn't gushed. Jessica and John had agreed to maintain a professional, discreet distance at the office, not only to avoid any hint of favoritism, but to keep their relationship utterly secret, at least until John had all the details of his divorce ironed out with the volatile Annie Wilkes. To that end, he had scheduled a quick business trip to the West Coast for her first day. Jessica knew it made sense for her to get settled on her own, but now that she was here, she wished he were too. As Marco led her toward a cluster of cubicles, she looked for her name on one of the gray panels. She almost walked past him when he stopped at a glass-walled office. There it was, Jessica Myers, MD. The momentary charge she felt stepping into her own blessedly title-free office, complete with supplies, business cards, a computer troubleshooting guide from IT, security badge and key card, and even a box of Kankura-branded chocolates, was tempered by the single-spaced, bullet-pointed checklist lying on her keyboard. Test system login, review company policies on intranet dashboard, choose health insurance and life insurance plans, complete payroll, 401k enrollment, federal and state W-4 forms, confirm your Form I-9 has been processed, fill out direct deposit, equal employment opportunity, and self-identification forms, read, sign, and date non-disclosure agreement and non-compete agreement.
Sorry, Olivia isn't here to walk you through this, but it should be mostly self-explanatory, Marco said, checking his phone. Whatever you do, don't leave without signing the non-disclosure agreement. Jonathan's been known to fire people who didn't take care of that.
Jessica stared at him. You're joking.
I am, he said with a smile. Probably. Good luck. I'm just at the end of the hall if you need anything.
Thank God it was company policy for employees to wear visible name badges, even if they were first name only. At a cafeteria lunch, surrounded by people Marco assured her were mostly from her department, the mental gymnastics of following the friendly but nonstop banter of her new colleagues threatened to make Jessica tumble to earth. The new hire paperwork took me all morning, she told the table during the first lull, hoping to steer the conversation towards something they could all relate to. Everyone hated paperwork, right?
I came here from pharma, and believe me, this is nothing, said a red-haired woman named Yulia. The record was 2 days and 4 phone calls to HR. It took one guy a full week, so they fired him.
Well, that makes me feel better, Jessica said, hoping she didn't have a stem from her spinach with strawberry and goat cheese salad in her teeth.
Best way to avoid that problem is to cut out the middleman and eliminate the HR department entirely, said Marco.
That's progress, said a brunette named Lori, slicing a butternut squash ravioli neatly in half.
Can we go after lawyers next?
Brennan, not Brendan, said, taking a sip of his cola.
Easy, comrade, Marco said. My partner is a lawyer. Where did you train, Jessica?
Asked a serious, glasses-wearing Arjun between bites of a chicken parmesan sandwich. I went to med school at University of Arizona, Tucson, she said. I thought you were from Minnesota, said tiny, otherwise silent Janet.
John said you did your residency at Mayo,
Arjun said. Yes, but in Phoenix, Jessica clarified. The simultaneous ohs and informed nods suggested they were disappointed she hadn't come from the Minnesota campus. She resisted the urge to rattle off the various papers she'd co-authored, including a particularly noteworthy study about childhood acute lymphoblastic leukemia, or name-drop anyone from the lab at Mayo where she'd done research. An attractive woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and an obscured name tag had been tracking their conversation as she approached the table and sat down.
John announced he was creating the position, and the next thing we knew he was raving about you, the perfect candidate he'd found to fill it.
Isn't she pretty?
Whispered Philip loudly from Jessica's left. He was an unusually tall, odd-looking man who could have been anywhere from 30 to 50. Very, Jessica whispered back, simultaneously weirded out by his unprofessional observation and bothered by how attractive the woman actually was.
You're just out of residency, right?
The woman continued. As everyone quieted in anticipation of Jessica's answer, she fought the impulse to blather out the details of her fortuitous meeting with the brilliant, disarmingly handsome Jonathan Wright III, MD, PhD. Instead, she focused on the advice she'd read. Lunch on your first day is a critical time to build relationships. Your past experience is not as relevant as you think it will be. I was headed to an oncology fellowship at Duke, but nanotechnology is the future of medicine. It just made more sense to join this team and be part of history than to do anything else. The group nodded in agreement. As the blonde woman's badge popped into view, identifying her as Kate, Philip once again whispered into Jessica's ear.
You're pretty, too.
Thank you, Jessica mumbled awkwardly.
You have almost no wrinkles.
I'm only 34, she didn't say, wondering how old Philip thought she was. Good genes, I guess.
Philip is absolutely brilliant, but definitely marches to his own beat,
Marco whispered from her right side.
We've got a few others like him, but don't worry. You'll get used to ignoring his intrusive questions and odd comments before you know it.
Jessica made her way back to her new desk and was wondering what exactly had just happened when a text alert pinged.
Nice job navigating the lunch bunch.
Jessica couldn't help but wonder who exactly was reporting on her to John. Marco? Kate? Says who? She responded.
You're a perfect fit.
I'm not sure that's true.
Well, you have a point. I'm thinking of Philip here.
Why didn't you tell me I was the first?
If I did, I'd be lying now, wouldn't I?
Seriously, I'm the first director of medical monitoring and consulting?
Seriously, you are brilliant, beautiful, and I knew from the moment we met that you and your big brain belonged at Kankura. Near me. With me.
You're not even here.
Oh, but I am.
Meaning what?
Look in your bottom left desk drawer.
She tugged open the drawer. There was a long rectangular box inside with a bow on top.
Close the door to your office before you open it.
What's inside?
Just do it.
She got up and quietly shut the door. She questioned the abundance of caution when she opened the lid of the box and saw a lab coat bearing the Kankura logo and Jessica embroidered on the breast pocket. When she lifted the jacket out of the box, however, A tissue-wrapped gift sealed with an Agent Provocateur sticker slid to the floor. She peered through the glass wall beside her door to make sure no one was nearby, and tore open the paper to find a stunning, sexy white silk bodysuit with an intricate floral design, size 34C. "OMG," she typed back. "I can't believe you did that."
"We have a very specific dress code for our first ever Director of Medical Monitoring and Consulting."
"So I see."
"Looking forward to seeing that myself."
Jessica hung the lab coat on the hook behind the door, wrapped the bodysuit in the tissue, and tucked it into the oversized leather tote the magazine article had deemed crucial for carting home the first day paperwork and corporate swag. She only wished there had been advice on how to manage first day on the job arousal due to unsolicited but very welcome advances from the boss. Chapter 6. Holly. Hold your enemies close, but romance your allies. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. Holly acknowledged Teresa and Larry Yadayo with a curt nod and a tight smile before taking her seat in the front row on the opposite side of the aisle in the village hall. She wished the attendees of this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals would behave like guests at a wedding and choose sides based on who they were there for, because that would have made it so much easier to read the room. Still, despite being a relative newcomer to Barrington Hills, she'd lived there only 15 years, unlike some of her second-generation neighbors. She felt confident that the recently arrived Yadayos were more like a groom whose out-of-town family couldn't at all be bothered to show up. Fairly confident, anyway. Truth was, this was a pivotal meeting for the bridal path extension behind Shay Yadayo. 1 year ago, the Equestrian Commission had approved the proposal, and a few months later, the Plan Commission had also approved it and kicked it up to the Board of Trustees for a vote, which would have been a rubber stamp had not the Yadayos, recently closed on their home, suddenly taken an interest in village affairs and requested a delay until they could mount an appeal. Never mind that they should have done due diligence while buying their house. Now, after various maneuvers, including legal threats and online petitions, Holly's had 337 signatures to the Yadayos' 42, she noted proudly. Here they were for a crucial decision. Would the board uphold the original decision and refer the matter to the trustees for a vote, one that now felt less certain to come out in Holly's favor, or would they grant the Yadayos time to try to revoke the easement attached to their property? The truly galling thing was that the 6-yard-wide swath in question was already outside their fence. A throb at her temple reminded her of the headache that had come and gone all day, accompanied by periodic bouts of spaciness. And although her hearing was fine, once in a while words seemed scrambled. On her way in from the parking lot, she could have sworn she heard someone say, "Jelly and Eggman," which simply couldn't have been correct. Brian Fredrickson slid into the front row next to her.
"Sorry I'm late."
With 5 minutes until the gavel dropped, Brian wasn't actually late, but he was also the kind of dad who coached his AYSO soccer team with motivational poster mantras like, "Early is on time and on time is late." Neatly bearded and unconventionally handsome, he was an ex-real estate lawyer who'd stayed home with the kids to support his CEO wife's career and now volunteered wherever his daughter's interests were concerned. He himself was uncomfortable on horseback, but his wife had done competitive dressage in her teens and 20s, and now both daughters were horse crazy. After meeting at the riding center several years ago, where his daughters' hearts had melted over Holly's unloved animals, Brian had, over time, become Holly's unpaid but essential legal advisor, communications officer, and development assistant for horse stability. She was as grateful for his easy companionship as his enthusiastic help. "How are we looking?" asked Holly, not wanting to turn around to read the room. Without hesitation, Brian did just that, scanning faces, nodding at several people, and doing a quick head count.
"Not bad. I emailed, texted, Facebooked, and tweeted this morning, trying to get the numbers up. I'm sure we'll get a few more, even if they're a little late."
Holly glanced over at Teresa, who was watching them intently. Brian grinned and gave her a thumbs up, which caused Teresa and Larry to go into a huddle with their lawyer. "Who does this?" complained Holly pointlessly. It's like moving to Taos and telling everyone there are too many art galleries.
Either way, they're outnumbered, Brian reassured her. Dane said he'd speak, and so did Mary Rose. I think we can count on Danielle, Cooper, Angie, Nikita, and probably Sharon. Plus, whoever shows up and wants to talk but didn't get in touch. Even if they keep 2 people to 2 minutes, we should be able to dominate the comment time. I honestly don't know who wants to stand up against horses in this town.
Besides the obvious parties, of course.
Of course.
As he scrolled on his phone to see whether anyone had retweeted his call to action, the chairperson rapped his gavel, calling the meeting to order. Brian reached over and gave her arm a squeeze. Her head throbbed again, and suddenly Holly felt distracted and unprepared, unable to concentrate as the chairperson asked the board to approve the minutes of the last meeting before laying out the agenda of the meeting before them.
As I'm sure most of you are here to speak for or against the proposed riding trail extension, and as none of the other matters before us are urgent, I propose we table all other discussion until our next quarterly meeting and focus solely upon the arguments for and against the riding trail. I understand both sides have lawyers.
Brian squeezed her arm again.
We've got this,
he whispered. She had allowed Brian to talk her into a quick celebratory drink, even as she hoped they weren't celebrating too soon. The Board of Appeals had ruled in their favor, but they still faced a vote by the trustees, next month at the soonest, allowing the Yadayos more time for threats and shenanigans. But she owed him at least a drink for his efforts. The testimony had been overwhelmingly in support of the bridle path extension.
Cheers,
Brian said, raising his IPA as their waitress departed. She lifted her glass of white, the safest option where headaches were concerned, and clinked it against his bottle. They had ended up in a sports bar because, at 9:15 on a weeknight, the restaurants with a good wine selection were already closing. Only an hour from downtown Chicago, and things got downright provincial. In general, she didn't mind, except for the wine, which tasted like the box it was dispensed from had been stored in the sun. "You're doing a lot of good work for the community," she said.
"As are you,"
he said. Brian really was a good guy, and while stay-at-home dads in Barrington Hills were still subject to occasional snide remarks from women as well as other men, Holly knew he'd been very successful in the business world. He brought an easy confidence and competence to parenting, something she wished she didn't find so appealing. "We should probably talk about the gala," she said suddenly.
"Whoa, Nellie."
He was right. It was the wrong moment. And yet the annual fundraiser for horse stability would be here before she knew it. What had once been a catered party in her home, during which Holly made a plea for donations, had now become a black-tie ball at the Chicago Cultural Center opposite Millennium Park. In the former public library, under the world's largest Tiffany glass dome, attendees would pay $250 per plate for an elegant dinner accompanied by live jazz. Before, during, and after, she would work the room, targeting the donors and influencers, with a little help. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't bring it up after you just sat through a 2-hour board hearing," she said. Brian sighed cheerfully.
"Everything seems to be on track. A couple of the VIPs are hemming and hawing about whether they'll really make it, so we may have to make a couple of last-minute invites to ensure we don't have any empty seats. I assume Jack will be there."
The truth was, her husband was always the most important guest at the hay bale ball. Not only was he good at guilting big-name, big-money donors into attending, but he had a knack for getting them to commit to gifting more than planned. The latter skill was, after all, how he'd managed to turn Kankura into a buzzy and extremely well-capitalized startup in only 7 years. But Brian's seemingly offhand statement was freighted with meaning. Last year, for the first time ever, Jack had missed the gala, and follow-up donations were weaker than the previous year. "It's on his calendar," said Holly. "Last year was unavoidable. He had to be in Phoenix for work." Brian drained his bottle, caught the waitress's eye, and signaled for another.
"If you're not worried, I'm not worried."
Holly forced down some of the wine, not allowing herself to dwell on Jack and his absence.
"What's Jack's secret?"
Brian asked abruptly. Holly coughed, thinking she had misheard. "For fundraising?"
"I don't mean that."
Not looking at her.
She waited, not wanting to speculate about what he did mean. His second beer arrived, and he took a healthy drink.
Obviously, the guy has something special if he has you.
He exhaled hard.
I just don't know how people do this, to be honest.
Do what? Still not looking up.
I love my wife, I do. But we don't spend much time together anymore. And I really like spending time with you.
Now that she knew where he was going, she didn't move or speak. Not sure she wanted to encourage him. Not sure she didn't.
Wish things were different. That we could be more to each other than we are now.
Finally, he looked at her.
I just wanted you to know.
What am I supposed to do with that, Brian? She asked, thinking, run around and have an affair? Do to my husband what he's done to me?
I didn't mean, or maybe I do. I don't know.
He looked away. He started to say something else and then stopped. I have to go, she said, her heart pounding, fumbling in her purse for money and leaving too much on the table. Chapter 7. Lark. Don't be afraid to step into something new or break ties to the past. How I lied about my name and discovered my truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. Lark had never allowed herself to be blindfolded before. Even as a girl playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey, the idea that everyone else could see what she wasn't seeing had just been too much for her. Or maybe it was a lack of trust, knowing that people were watching her go the wrong direction and laughing about it instead of helping. How could they do that to each other? And yet here she was, wearing a blindfold for the first time in her life, surrendering to Trip, hypersensitive to his gentle touches as he guided her down the sidewalk. He'd returned to town that morning, promising another big surprise. She'd had her eyes covered for the half-hour drive in the car, too, and despite a general feeling they were headed downtown, with each turn she lost more sense of direction until, for all she knew, they were on their way to the valley or nearing Long Beach. I still can't imagine a surprise big enough to make it worth all this, she told him, trying to feel her way forward as if her feet were fingers. From the way he was tugging on her, she could sense his impatience, but there was a limit to how fast she could go. Completely blind, she couldn't shake the sensation that her next step was going to land her in a deep, dark hole.
It'll be worth it,
he promised, guiding her forward.
And trust me, not only are there no obstacles in front of you, there's nobody else around.
He gave her a quick kiss on the back of her neck. She shivered pleasantly and moved forward just a little bit more quickly.
Okay, we're going inside, he told her. Lift your feet.
Cold air flooded out as a door opened, and they went through. He led her into an elevator, and a rising sensation, and a single beep, told her they'd gone up one floor.
Out and to your left,
he said, now with his hands on her waist. They walked a little way down a carpeted hallway.
Now stop.
She did, then complied as he rotated her body 90 degrees to the right.
Ready?
Lark laughed. Are you kidding? Let's get this over with already. Trip lifted the blindfold and she stood blinking in front of an office door, with her name on a little plastic placard beside it. Larkspur Games, LLC, Lark Robinson, President and CEO. Larkspur? She asked.
It's a flower, he explained. If you don't like it, we can change it to whatever you want before we get the actual paperwork done.
Paperwork? She wanted to say. She had so many questions.
Your keys, Madam President, he said,
offering them with a mock sense of ceremony, as if his open palm were a silver platter. She stared at the keys, then at the plaque, then at Trip, at a loss for words.
Is something wrong?
He asked, looking suddenly worried. I can't pay for this, she managed to say. He shook his head.
I did not think that would be the first thing out of your mouth. I'll explain in a minute, I promise.
Lark put thoughts of her ballooning debt on hold as Trip explained which key was for the front door of the building, which was for the back door, and which was for the bathroom down the hall, and which one unlocked their office suite. Where are we, by the way? She asked.
Culver City, Trip said. 15 minutes from your place with traffic. I drove around a little bit to mess with you.
It definitely worked. All her reactions were a few beats behind, but slowly she started to get excited as the door opened to reveal a large reception area where, on a desk, a vase displayed 3 large stems covered with small pink flowers. "Let me guess," she said. "Larkspur?"
"You got it," he said. "This area can host a receptionist and a couple of other employees until you outgrow it and need more space. You share a kitchen and restrooms with the other offices on this floor. Are you ready to see your office?"
She was. Behind door number 1 was a medium-sized room whose tinted glass windows gave a view of the Helms Bakery District sign. The office furniture was contemporary, almost generic, but everything looked ready to go. The phone on the desk even had a steady red light indicating an active line. As a joke, Tripp had hung a framed motivational poster, the classic kitten in a tree, captioned, "Hang in there, baby." She appreciated the kitschy touch.
"You can replace that with whatever you want, as long as it fits your decorating budget, which I'm obligated to tell you is minuscule. As your chief investor, I demand fiscal responsibility."
Lark turned a slow circle, picturing herself hard at work at the desk, imagining the office filled with employees, and trying to process the change from working with her feet up on the couch, wondering how much it all cost. Then, finally, not wanting to look ungrateful, she launched herself at Tripp and wrapped him in a tight hug, kissing him deeply. When they broke it off, she said, "The poster stays. Now tell me how this works exactly." He grinned and released her.
"Why don't you have a seat at your desk?"
Playing along, she pushed him down into one of the guest chairs and then did her best to slink seductively into the expensive-looking task chair behind the desk. She put both feet up on a corner, steepled her fingers, and cocked an eyebrow, enjoying feeling like an executive interrogating an underling.
"Damn," he said, grinning. "You even look the part."
"Explain yourself, Mitchell," she growled.
"It's simple," he said, slouching comfortably. "You need a business address. You also need a place to work that reminds you you're the real deal, not an amateur in sweats on the couch."
She tried to interrupt, but he shushed her.
"I also need a West Coast office. I'm sick of coffee shops, and those co-working spaces are even worse. They're all dog-friendly, they play terrible music, and half the people in them are wannabe movie producers hoping you'll overhear their phone conversations. I'll take the other private office here, but the rest of the space is yours. We'll carry the expenses on my books for the time being because I can use the write-off."
She felt mildly deflated. This wasn't really her office after all, but he anticipated her objection before she could raise it.
"Your name is on the door," he said. "The phone number is listed to Larkspur or whatever you want to call your company. The lease will be in my name, but trust me, I'll stay out of your way."
"And if I want you in my way?"
He grinned. "You're the boss, Ms. Robinson."
Lark had signed the business agreement several days after dinner at Soyokaze, witnessed by Callie and notarized by a clerk at a funky corner store that also sent faxes and rented mailboxes to some of the neighborhood's more transient characters. Tripp told her to take as long as she wanted and had encouraged her to have her lawyer look it over, as if she had a lawyer. Not wanting to pay the hourly expense for a legal opinion, she instead read the whole thing repeatedly, word by word, until she felt convinced there were no clauses hiding bad intentions on Tripp's part. Truthfully, the mere fact that he encouraged her to use a lawyer convinced her he was on the up and up. Yes, he was offering half the money Hunter Cash had put on the table, but he was allowing her to keep her game, encouraging her to aim higher, and seemed convinced she'd be profitable. He told her he planned to use his first investor clause liberally to pump more cash into her operation. In return, he was asking for only 20% of the profit after recouping his expenses, and now he wasn't even charging her for office space. Lark had checked him out online, of course. There wasn't much to find, but she had learned this was by design. While running his hedge fund, he'd explained, he worked with a small, hand-picked group of clients who knew him by reputation. Once he became a so-called angel investor, he had every reason to fly below the radar, because no one was more popular than someone with money to burn. He'd been too busy to bother with Facebook and Twitter, and was still hardly a regular on Instagram. He had a neglected LinkedIn page and a bare-bones website with a contact form, and he showed up only a few other times on Google. Lark thought it showed a refreshing lack of self-promotion, and even Callie, who continued to half-heartedly play devil's advocate, was slowly being won over. "I'm looking forward to meeting this mystery man," Lark's mom had texted. Over lunch at a nearby sandwich shop, Tripp asked her what she thought was the next step for Larkspur Games. "Well, I've never had a formal business plan, but I've studied what's worked for a lot of other first game designers." He nodded in vigorous agreement. "And you'd be amazed at how many of them have successfully launched with Kickstarter." Tripp made a face like he'd bitten into something unpleasant.
"Those are direct sales, right? Individual people essentially pre-ordering your game?"
She nodded.
"In a way, those people also become investors. And as your primary investor, I'd like to encourage you to think even bigger. What if we spent the next month working on a business plan that includes production, manufacturing, distribution, and marketing? I can definitely help with the distribution angle. I have a friend who knows retail and can set up pitch meetings with the biggest distributors like Alliance when you're ready. Even better, someone at Target owes me a favor. Do you want to see Activate in all the big box stores?"
Lark put down her black bean and avocado wrap. She was hardly tasting it anyway. "Yes, of course. I'm just not sure I know how to think that big."
"It's a new market for me, but we can learn it together."
"Why are you doing this?" she asked. Tripp sipped his iced tea.
"On the one hand, it's because you have an amazing idea that I think is about to go big, and I can't let the opportunity go by."
"And on the other?" she asked, resisting the urge to reach across the table for his hand.
"Because you're fucking awesome, and I want to spend more time with you," he said hesitantly. "I'm really falling for you."
She didn't trust herself to say anything back because she was falling for him, too. They spent the rest of the afternoon visiting both small, independent game shops and large retailers, examining which games were sold, who manufactured them, and how they were displayed. In a smaller shop in Santa Monica, Tripp interviewed the owner with an easy familiarity and a way of persistently homing in on the right questions to ask. Similar efforts went unrewarded at the big box stores until they actually located a floor manager with some insight about what happened to unsold products and how games were ordered and stocked. Tripp took dozens of pictures on his phone and used speech-to-text to take copious notes after every encounter. When they called it a day 5 hours later, Lark was energized by the possibilities. "I spent 2 years working on my game to make it perfect, but I never researched retail," she told him as they drove back to her place. He shrugged. "You've been developing the product, so your focus has been on that. Now that you're a business owner, it makes sense for you to learn this stuff. It's new to me, too. We'll learn more from going out into the field and talking to people than we ever can behind a desk." Hungry again, they headed back to Lark's place, planning to order in. Callie was out for the evening at a Spanish class, so they'd have the place to themselves for a while. Tripp hadn't slept over yet because the privacy and luxury of his hotel rooms had been far more appealing to her than having him at her tiny apartment. But if this thing between us is real, Lark thought, then it shouldn't always be on his terms. Maybe tonight was the night. When they pulled up in front, however, her mood changed instantly. "Oh, no," she said. "What?" said Tripp, eyes on the rearview mirror as he carefully backed his rental, an Aston Martin this time, because it made him feel like James Bond, into an empty spot. Dylan was sitting on the front step next to a vase of flowers and a burning Mexican love candle. Even worse, he was tuning his guitar. Clearly inspired by one of the John Hughes movies he could quote chapter and verse, he was planning some kind of grand gesture to win her back. A flicker of admiration, she hadn't thought he had it in him, was quickly snuffed out by horror and embarrassment. In baggy cargo shorts and a logo t-shirt, with his mop of hair in need of professional attention, Dylan looked like a ghost from college past. "It's Dylan, my old boyfriend," she said, turning to watch Tripp's reaction. And what would it be? Judgment of her? Derision at Dylan? Putting the car in park and turning off the engine, Tripp finally looked over. His only visible reaction was a rueful smile. "Well, that's awkward," he said. Dylan had no idea he was being observed, having merely glanced at the luxury car and instantly determined it was not Lark's ride. Lark's stomach fluttered with indecision. She had no idea what to do. Thankfully, Tripp decided for her.
"I guess I should meet him sometime,"
he said, opening his door and climbing out. Dylan's expression at seeing Lark cross the lawn with Tripp was one of complete bewilderment. His hands froze on the guitar. Clearly, he hadn't planned for this scenario.
"Who's this?"
he asked Lark abruptly as they drew near.
"Tripp Mitchell," said Tripp, offering a hand to shake. "You must be Dylan."
Dylan stared at Tripp's hand until Tripp finally let it drop. Then he stood up abruptly, hitting the candle with his guitar and making it wobble, almost knocking it over. "Why are you here?" asked Lark, painfully struck by the difference between the two men. Tripp wasn't quite old enough to be Dylan's father, but he was definitely a man to Dylan's boy.
"Who is this?"
repeated Dylan. Tripp had maintained his cool and still hadn't offered a single clue as to his true thoughts. Instead, with a glance at Dylan and a warm, direct look into her eyes, Tripp took a step back.
"I think I'd better leave you two alone," he said. "Lark, will you be all right?"
She nodded, unspeakably grateful for the way he was handling it. "I'll be fine."
"Good to meet you, Dylan," he said, moving backward across the lawn. "I'll call you later, Lark."
Lark and Dylan regarded each other as the car door slammed, the engine came to life, and Tripp rolled slowly away down the block. Her mind strayed involuntarily to what Tripp had said at dinner was his greatest fear, not finding his soulmate, missing out on true love. She had told Dylan that she loved him without ever fully feeling it. She'd said it out of a sense that it was the expected thing. Her feelings for Tripp were already so big they were scary. Having witnessed her parents' lifelong love affair had given her the belief that love at first sight was a distinct possibility, but it had never occurred to her that it might happen so soon. Was she ready? The prospect was both thrilling and terrifying. Dylan searched her eyes hopefully as he raised his guitar.
"I wrote a song for—"
"Don't sing," she told him, reaching for her keys. "Come in and we'll talk. I'll blow out the candle." Chapter 8. Jessica. What is truth? Truth can be less important than trust. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth, a TED Talk by John M. Wright. Jessica had always believed success came from achieving excellence through preparation, not winging it. 1 month into her job, and she was definitely successful, but only at praying she would soon have a clue what she was doing. Instead of seeing patients, she now provided monitoring and consultation for those who directed studies of the patients she'd trained to treat, which largely meant she shuffled paper, at least so far. The only person who could truly advise her about what she was actually supposed to be doing happened to be her boss, roommate, and lover.
"I didn't just bring you here because I'm in love with you,"
he'd whispered one harried afternoon after she'd spent the morning writing and revising a report she worried didn't even make sense.
"I have all these people working for me who excel at specific things, but you're the only one I trust implicitly to help me oversee the big picture."
From then on, when John gave her something to review and approve, which was constantly, she read the material assiduously before attaching her name, but didn't dare do anything more than correct stray typos. She wasn't about to test his belief in her by admitting she should have done that fellowship first, and that she was in over her head. Marco had been an absolute godsend as he helped her navigate the inevitable on-the-job pitfalls.
"Don't fuck with any lab protocols until you okay it with Arjun. Lori understands organizational structure better than anyone other than John. Philip is your go-to guy for any kind of analysis, but don't chew gum around him because he can't handle repetitive noise."
Marco's friendship and candor, particularly over lunch in the on-site cafe, had gone a long way to helping her settle in. Still, it wasn't as though she could ask him what exactly she had been hired to do. Now, Jessica Myers, MD, Director of Medical Monitoring and Consulting, had little choice but to sculpt her role from the head-spinning job description John had provided. At least one task, review and sign off on documents with respect to medical relevance, was straightforward. When she wasn't signing off on the endless files that came to her virtual desktop for approval, she was collaborating with management,
awaiting John's infrequent arrival in the office in order to interact with her primary academic thought leader, and trying to figure out how to organize and lead clinical development advisory boards. This task was more difficult than it seemed. Yulia got too competitive with Arjun, so they had to be split up. Janet, while brilliant, rarely posited an opinion unless she was angry, etc., etc. Some days, she half wondered whether her position had been copied and pasted from a job posting on a recruitment site. She almost wished it had been, so she could call whoever had gotten the same position at another company and ask, "How do you know when you've figured out what you're supposed to be doing?" Whenever she thought about what she was missing in the 3-year fellowship she'd abruptly declined, she assuaged her small stabs of regret by telling herself that, instead of merely becoming a medical practitioner, she was part of a team of brilliant scientists, building something so monumental it would change medicine forever. Today, Jessica finally had the breakthrough she'd been waiting for, a moment of genuine insight proving to John, and more importantly herself, she actually had something to contribute. The fact that Kate, the head of clinical trials, who'd legitimately but far too publicly questioned her credentials, was to be the first recipient of the director of medical monitoring's actual monitoring, made it that much sweeter. Jessica considered herself competitive, not vindictive or jealous, and certainly had no intention of doing anything more than flexing a little identify program risks and create and implement mitigation strategies muscle. Not wanting to make her inquiry look like a power play, she didn't call Kate down to her office, but instead made the trip up to the 3rd floor. As she exited the elevator and entered the restricted area, known affectionately as Area 51, her presence was not acknowledged by the small army of lab techs. Kate, however, spotted her immediately and was halfway across the lab before Jessica reached her work area. "Do you have a minute?" Jessica asked with unaccustomed confidence. "4," Kate said brusquely. "Maybe we should talk in your office?" "No need." Kate didn't seem to take the hint that she might not want to be questioned in front of her staff. Jessica lowered her voice. "I have some concerns about variations in some of the most recent leukemia biomarker trials." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw one of the lab techs glance over before quickly refocusing on his task. Kate folded her arms. "The data shows wide fluctuation in the results between our in-house and outsourced testing," said Jessica, holding up the printout she'd brought as evidence. "I'm aware," Kate said with a dismissive sniff. "Those results came from a lab we're no longer using due to their poor quality controls." "Why aren't we doing all of our diagnostic work in-house?" "Everyone outsources to corroborate their findings," Kate said, as if the words were exhausting. "But we're outsourcing some of the initial testing, too. In one trial, we did all of it in-house. In another, we subcontracted all of it. And in the third, some of the samples were tested in-house and some were sent out. Even a place as well-funded as Kankura can't do everything in-house." Jessica moved several inches closer, not wanting to broadcast what she was about to say. "If we outsource the initial findings as well as the corroboration, aren't we leaving ourselves open to errors by others?" "As long as they're all tested according to the same protocols, there's nothing to worry about," Kate said flatly. "I can't believe we're having this issue at this stage of the process," said Kate, interrupting. "Some of us have already been working on this for years, and it's all under control. Now, if you'll excuse me." She stalked away. Jessica collected herself and then turned to go, acutely conscious of how hard the lab techs were working to ignore what had just happened, and wondering exactly what it was that had set Kate off. John dropped his bag in the entryway and stepped into the kitchen, where he gave her a kiss that almost made their time apart worthwhile. "Missed you, Jessie," he said. "Missed you too," she said, pouring and handing him a glass of wine. "Good call," he said, noting the new stemless glassware she'd picked up on the way home from work. "It's getting to be full service around here." "You know it," she said with a smile. "How was L.A.? "Not bad, and as far as Holly knows, I'm still there. I fudged my return date so we could have some uninterrupted time." "Very clever. Like a mental health day." "Truthfully, I do have to go back again next week to finalize details."
He'd gone out there twice now to meet a small group of extremely wealthy potential investors, 2 of them big celebrities. Citing a non-disclosure agreement, he wouldn't divulge their names, no matter how hard she tried. "Did you say hi to Kim and Kanye for me?"
"You're getting warmer," he said, pulling her close. "What smells so good, besides you?"
"Korean short ribs and rice."
"Sounds awesome."
"It will be." Jessica was about to add that she'd been able to time dinner perfectly, thanks to the modern marvel that was the Instant Pot, but didn't want to risk sounding like a ditzy housewife. Besides, she needed to talk science over dinner and preferred not to share the spotlight with a kitchen gadget. Even though they had agreed business was to be conducted only at the office, to avoid cross-contamination with their secret and satisfying home life, Jessica had spent the day planning to break that rule. If they were a normal couple, she reasoned, she would have been able to come home and proudly share the problem she'd discovered, vent about her coworker's reaction, and then ask for advice on dealing with fragile egos in the cutthroat world of cutting-edge healthcare startups. "So," she said once they'd sat down together at the table she'd arranged with place settings they'd bought on a romantic outing to Crate and Barrel, "I made an interesting discovery today."
"What's that?"
he asked, taking a bite of tender short rib. "I was going over our testing protocols and was wondering why our recent leukemia biomarker trials had such different results. The in-house diagnostics conform closely to the numbers we report in our investor materials, but it looks like some of the outsourced testing fluctuated wildly."
"What?"
he said, not seeming to track what she'd just said. "Kate told me it was because of a lab that had—"
"You went to Kate about this?"
he asked, color seeming to drain from his face. "Not before I reviewed everything I could find multiple times," she said, feeling her confidence wane. She wasn't about to add that she'd emailed Philip the data to confirm that she wasn't imagining the discrepancies, to which he'd responded,
"This is really outside my purview." "What exactly did Kate say?"
John asked. "That we broke ties with that lab, that everybody outsources, and the rest of the results are well within the accepted margin of error."
"She's right," he said. "They are."
I... Jessica had a hard time swallowing while John angrily drained his wine glass and threw his napkin down on the table.
"Don't ever go to Kate or anyone else when you think you see a potential flaw or any other fucking thing," he said coldly. "We stay in our lanes at Kankura."
Jessica's head swam. It was though John, her loving, smiling John, had been replaced with somebody she hardly knew. And given her job title, how exactly had she veered from her supposed lane? "I thought it was important."
"You couldn't wait a few hours until I got home?"
he snarled, pushing his chair back and tromping upstairs before she could will herself to move. His voice echoed off the lofted ceiling.
"God damn it!"
Jessica sat there, stunned. They'd never before been the slightest bit annoyed with each other. She'd never seen him mad about anything except Annie Wilkes's shenanigans, and even then he was usually able to laugh it off. Suddenly he was furious at her for simply doing her job? While he stomped around the bedroom, slammed the door to the bathroom, and, from the sounds of water in the pipes, took a hot shower, she put her head on a placemat and cried. 15 minutes later, the door to the bedroom opened. Jessica didn't lift her head. He came back downstairs. His footfalls were soft as he crossed the room door. She didn't respond as he put his hands on her shoulders and gave them a gentle squeeze.
"I'm a total dick," he said, sounding truly remorseful. "You've spent the past 4 weeks doing a really good job with practically no guidance. I had no right to react the way I did."
She didn't want him to see her mottled, tear-stained face, probably imprinted with the pattern of the placemat, but she finally looked up.
"There are mitigating factors you couldn't be aware of, given your short time on the job," he said, tracing the tracks of her tears with his fingertips. "Those trials are key to getting the Revelate approved by the FDA. Your questions are good, but could inadvertently derail the process. Come to me the next time you have something tricky to discuss with Kate or anyone else. Let me be the messenger."
"I can't know what you don't tell me," she said, still feeling uneasy but relieved to be cut out of communications with Kate.
"I know, and I'm sorry," he said.
"Jerk,"
she said, mainly because she'd already started to absolve him, also because he was wearing only a towel around his waist, and despite her anger, she was also aroused. "Why did you go off on me like that?"
"Frustration," he said, kissing her tenderly. "To be honest, Kanye missed the meeting, and Kim wasn't as wowed as I'd hoped. Maybe I'll just have to rope in some bigger celebs."
As she relaxed back into her simpler role as John's girlfriend, she made a mental note to add, "discover all mitigating factors" to her job description. Chapter 9. Holly. Life's a performance. Make it convincing. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. "Say, Holly instructed. "Ah," blurted the adorable, tow-headed 7-year-old Maeve. Wrinkling her nose at the aroma of Cheerios, apple juice, and unbrushed teeth, Holly clicked on her otoscope and gently used the tongue depressor. It was important not to move too quickly. Once, a little boy had flinched at exactly the wrong moment, activating his gag reflex and starting her day in the worst possible way. "I ignored it for a few days," said Maeve's mom, Cynthia. "But she keeps complaining, and I'm wondering if it's a problem with her immune system. Or maybe an allergy we don't know about. God knows her vaccinations are all up to date, so it can't be, something like that." Tossing the tongue depressor in the trash and clicking the speculum into place on the otoscope, Holly gently tilted Maeve's head back so she could peer inside her booger-encrusted nose. Then she instructed Maeve to turn her head left and right so she could look in her ears. In only a single generation, parents had gone from assuming the best on most childhood maladies to anticipating the worst. The way moms compared diagnoses during playdates when Holly's own kids were little, she'd gotten the impression that some of them felt left out if their kids didn't have at least one food sensitivity. She said, just so Cynthia would know she'd heard her. Putting the ear tips of the stethoscope in her ears, Holly placed the bell on Maeve's back. "Breathe in and out for me. Nice, deep breaths." Maeve obliged, heaving like a horse after a fast lap around the track. "Now cough." The little girl coughed so lustily, Holly couldn't help but smile. She must have a career on the stage. "Good job, Maeve," said Holly, draping the stethoscope around her own shoulders. "What do you think?" asked Cynthia anxiously. "I think I could have been a surgeon," thought Holly wryly, a joke she often told herself when the pediatric stakes were particularly low. She and Jack had been on track for stellar medical careers, but had both wanted a family. Neither liked the idea of having a nanny raise their kids. And when Holly became unexpectedly pregnant with Ava shortly after her residency, the issue was forced sooner than either of them anticipated. To his credit, Jack hadn't asked her to abandon her career, but he didn't exactly volunteer to stay home either. The compromise left her with most of what she wanted: close relationships with their 3 wonderful kids, a part-time pediatric practice that allowed her to put her skills to some use, a lovely home, and, of course, horse stability, none of which would have been possible without Jack's insistence on founding Kankura despite her initial reservations. "I think," she told Cynthia with a smile, "that we are looking at a case of the common cold. Her fever is slight, the irritation to her throat is minor, and the congestion in her nose and lungs seems consistent with a cold. It can take 7 to 10 days or even more for the symptoms to abate. In the meantime, give her plenty of rest and fluids. If the fever goes up, you can treat it with Tylenol, but it doesn't seem to be bothering her at the moment." Both Cynthia and Maeve seemed slightly disappointed by the news. It was a familiar reaction. Patients came to the doctor because they wanted medicine and a quick cure, not to be told things would work themselves out in time. Definitive answers and miraculous solutions for illnesses that so far had neither. That was exactly what Jack was on the verge of offering to the world. As a pediatrician, the idea was almost too heady for Holly to imagine. Even as the wife of Jonathan Wright, it was still beyond comprehension. "Thank you so much, Dr. Wright," said Cynthia unconvincingly. Then, as Holly opened the door for them, she added, "I almost forgot to mention it, but my husband saw your husband on a flight to LA earlier this week. He was too far away to say hi, unfortunately." "Don't you mean San Francisco?" asked Holly.
Definitely LA. I know because Aaron texted me a picture of Hugh Hefner's star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Jack travels so much I can never remember, said Holly. Had he really said San Francisco? Or was she misremembering? San Francisco or LA? The question nagged at her for the rest of the morning and lingered into the afternoon as she went to the office to check on horse stability business, then ferried Logan to soccer practice and Paige to a final rehearsal for the 8th grade class's opening night production of The Music Man. Jack flew 30 to 40 times a year, and she was long past asking him to email his itineraries. Certainly it was no big deal to ask him to remind her which city he'd traveled to, but the more she thought about it, the more she began to think even asking made her sound suspicious. And she was suspicious, so the wording was everything. Remind me again, did you go to San Francisco? She'd missed her window to text this morning, as he was now surely on the flight home, determined not to miss Paige's performance as Eulalie McKechnie's Shin. And really, what was wrong with waiting until he returned to ask, how was San Francisco? Or should she ask, how was L.A.? A trick, a trap. Unless the fault was her own. The headaches were still coming and going, and ever since Wags had kicked her, she'd been highly attuned to her own mental calibration, watching herself for gaps in memory and errors in logic, finding more than she cared to admit, wondering whether nothing had changed and she was just scrutinizing herself more, or whether everything had changed. She still didn't want the MRI, didn't want to know. It was late afternoon when Jack saved her the trouble. I'm going to miss it. Tell Paige I am so sorry. What happened? She texted back. Cracked a windshield, if you can believe it. On the plane. We were all on board waiting to go. We sat there for an hour, and then we all had to get off. In SFO or LAX? The next 2 flights are completely booked, so I won't be home until tomorrow. I'll see the show tomorrow night. Impulsively, she typed, Give me your flight number when you have it and I'll come get you, thinking she'd at least know where it was coming from. Thanks, but no need. My car's at O'Hare. Okay. Sorry it worked out like this. Loved the kids. She didn't have time to brood on it. Her parents, who, in retirement, divided their time between Lake Geneva in Wisconsin and Longboat Key in Florida, arrived early, just as Paige texted that the tech crew was having some problems and everyone had to stay at school until the performance, but could she please bring dinner for the cast and crew? Deputizing Grandpa Walt and Nana Charlotte to collect Logan from soccer, Holly phoned in a rush order for 30 sandwiches and headed to the restaurant to pick them up while Galania prepared dinner for the rest of them at home. While she was waiting, she texted Ava, Don't forget Paige's show. Oh boy, answered her adoring eldest daughter. Be there, commanded Holly, not anticipating or receiving a reply. As she marched down the auditorium aisle, weighed down by 2 huge bags of food, Holly noted the frenzied activity around her. The kids' moods oscillated between panic and euphoria, while the drama coach, his assistant, and several parent volunteers tried to keep everyone on task. Thanks, Mom. Bye, yelled Paige, barely pausing as she ran lines with a scene partner. Duty done, Holly headed home for a rushed meal with her mom, dad, and a sweaty Logan, who had been browbeaten into taking a shower, which naturally took an eternity. They were waiting for him in the entry hall, taking turns calling his name with rising humor and exasperation, when her dad asked, I presume Jack is meeting us there? Oh shit, I completely forgot to tell you. His plane had a cracked windshield. That sounds serious, said her mom, looking alarmed. It was before takeoff, she reassured them. But he couldn't rebook until tomorrow. Where is he? Asked her dad. San Francisco, said Holly, utterly without conviction. That man sure goes a long way to bring home the bacon, her dad said brightly. I wish I had his business smarts, not to mention his stamina. Thank God you didn't marry that painter, chuckled her mom, a tired joke referencing a guy she'd dated in college with zero intention of marriage, but who had committed the crime of inviting her to a group show for his painting class. To be fair to him, he'd had zero intention of becoming a full-time artist. Told and retold in the telephone game of family lore, The episode eventually became a sliding doors moment in which she was saved from a life of bohemian squalor by the arrival of Jack. The part they didn't like to joke about was how Jack's Kankura success had rescued her old money without the money family's finances. Her dad pulled back his cuff and checked his watch, a gesture she'd seen 1,000 times, but that, standing in the entry hall waiting to go, made her flash back 19 years to when he'd done it as they waited in the vestibule of Fourth Presbyterian Church while organ music swelled in the sanctuary. Jack was in place by the altar, she knew, her dad having peeked inside and given her a thumbs up. That was reassuring to know after Jack's performance the previous day, when he'd been incommunicado until his late and somewhat unsteady arrival at the rehearsal dinner. Jack's best man had reassured Holly's maid of honor, who passed it along, that Jack had gotten especially drunk at the bachelor party and simply needed all day to sleep it off. Jack convincingly echoed that story once he finally arrived, though he'd refused to answer any questions about the party itself, claiming he had been sworn to secrecy. Throughout the evening, he was engaged and loving, nothing but a model, if slightly hungover, groom. But she had never forgotten the first time she laid eyes on him at the rehearsal dinner, how, when he saw her looking at him, his eyes flickered away for a moment, and his face was utterly blank. For a single second, he had looked like a different person, one who was beyond annoyed to see her. And then suddenly he was his usual charming self again. It was over so quickly she was sure she'd imagined it. It was the first time she'd ever had that undefinable, sick feeling in the pit of her stomach. His aura of unpredictability had drawn her to him, but she had assumed it wouldn't last forever, thinking of marriage as a process of discovering each other and knowing each other completely. If only she'd known he was always going to feel unknowable and just barely out of reach. "If you don't come down right now, Logan, we are going to be late," thundered Grandpa Walt. After a few thumps and bumps and a door slam, Logan came running down the stairs, hair wet but otherwise presentable in a polo and khakis. They hurried out the door, argued about who was driving, and then piled into her dad's Lincoln Navigator for the 2-mile drive to school. "I'm here," texted Ava. "Where are you?" "On our way. Your brother had to shower." Not Holly's greatest parenting moment to lay the blame on the little brother, but Logan's age-appropriate aversion to showers had been a source of great amusement to all of them. "Congratulations," eye-roll emoji. "Your father's flight was canceled," Holly added. "I wish I had a good excuse too," wrote Ava. "It's not an excuse," scolded Holly. "Whatever. If he doesn't have to be there, I don't see why I have to." "We'll see you in 5 minutes," wrote Holly, telling herself not to engage further. The parking lot was full, something her dad verified by slowly rolling down every row before he succumbed to reality and parked on the street. As they walked a few hundred extra yards, there were enough other stragglers that Holly was reasonably sure they wouldn't miss the curtain, but much less confident about finding seats. She didn't want to have to stand in the back, if only to avoid hearing her parents' post-show complaints about aching legs and backs. Unexpectedly, Ava saved the day. "Up front," she texted as the four of them entered the crowded auditorium. Her disgruntled teenage daughter had had the gumption to save 4 seats, 3rd row center, no doubt having to defend them against the predatory horde of camera-toting parents. "Thank you," whispered Holly as she squeezed past Ava, resisting the urge to plant a big kiss on the top of her head. Taking her seat at the end of the group, she realized with surprise she was seated next to Cynthia, who, Holly suddenly recalled, also had a son Paige's age. "How's Maeve?" she asked to be polite. "Home with ginger ale and her iPad," Cynthia said. Her husband sat on the other side, scrolling intently on his phone. Holly couldn't remember his name because he rarely brought the kids, but his presence felt like a rebuke. "Is Jack still in L.A.?" asked Cynthia. "Who knows?" Holly murmured, ignoring the surprised look on Cynthia's face and opening her program. As she pretended to read it, she felt a tap on her shoulder and turned around. Brian, smiling warmly. "I didn't see you," she said. "I just sat down. Easier to find a seat when you just need one." "I guess I forgot your girls are in the show." "Tech crew, sound and lighting." He laughed uncomfortably, noting her cold demeanor.
I'll be spending the next 2 hours thinking of ways to compliment them on their work."
Holly didn't ask where his wife was. She knew the various answers by heart. On the road, at the office, just couldn't get away, putting in a ton of hours. His admission over drinks had been jarring, but she was definitely sympathetic to his plight. She felt badly about shutting him down so harshly, but she'd been flustered.
"Looks like we're about to get started,"
he said as the house lights started to go down. His hand was on the back of her seat. Thankfully, her parents were fully absorbed in trying to remember how to silence their cell phones and didn't notice. She looked into his eyes, which she'd always thought were blue, and realized they were actually green. "We'll see." Chapter 10. Lark. People will have questions, so own your story and keep it straight. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth, a TED Talk by John M. Wright. Lark was having trouble breathing. Her arms were quivering. Her thigh and stomach muscles burned. Below her, Tripp continued thrusting, his hands on her hips, holding her in place and making sure they stayed in rhythm. His eyes were locked on hers. She'd lost track of how long they'd been going as one song on her playlist bled into the next. She was so close. God, it was good. She wasn't inexperienced, but had never experienced anything quite like this. His handsome face. Suddenly, she was almost there. He could tell. "Yeah?" he asked simply. She nodded, closing her eyes briefly to focus on the feeling, to make sure it didn't slip away. When she opened them, he was still looking at her, waiting for her to finish so he could too. The best part lasted longer than she could have imagined. After they both used the bathroom and had a drink of water, Lark lay back, listening to her music in his hotel room, with an idle thought that the mattress and sheets were better quality than anything she'd ever owned, but probably not as good as what Tripp had at home, which he'd said was a neglected condo in a downtown Chicago high-rise. He was sitting on the edge of the bed with his back to her, texting or emailing. His phone breaks were frequent. Business, he said, always business. She often felt like she had to compete with his phone for his full attention. "I want to go to your place sometime," she told him. "Just for a weekend or something?" He didn't answer right away. Then, after he finished tapping out his message, he locked his phone and put it face down on the nightstand. He flopped back on the bed. "No, you don't," he said, smiling. "I just said I did.
I've never had anybody visit me there."
"You mean none of your girlfriends?"
"I mean nobody ever,"
he said, lightly running his thumb over her hip and down the outside of her thigh.
"After my divorce, I just rented the first place I found. It's nice, great view, but I never decorated. I haven't even had a friend over for a beer to watch a football game. Frankly, the place depresses me."
Lark saw 2 red handprints on his biceps where she'd gripped him tightly when she came. She wondered if he'd noticed when he was in the bathroom. "Why don't you just pay someone to decorate?" she asked. He looked thoughtful.
"I'm not sure, honestly. At first I thought I was just going to be there for a year or so, kind of a transitional phase. But the transition somehow became the new norm. Permanent impermanence."
"It's starting to feel a little weird," Lark confessed.
Tripp frowned. "What do you mean?"
"I mean, it feels like you only exist in my life. I don't exist in yours. You've been here 3 times, but I haven't been to Chicago once." The words coming out of her mouth surprised her, but they were true. It was like she was suddenly articulating things she'd been half thinking and half feeling. "You even opened an office here."
"I told you, I need a West Coast base of operations."
"That's bullshit, Tripp. You could have an office anywhere. You may be tired of doing it, but you can work out of hotel business centers. Your hotel room. You haven't spent more than a few hours at your new office. I mean, what's going on?" Tripp stared at her, then rolled onto his back, looking up at the ceiling.
"You sound suspicious."
"I'm not suspicious. I'm confused." He rubbed his face and breathed in deeply, exhaled.
"What's going on is you," he said.
"That doesn't help, Tripp," she said, although the fact that he'd stated it so plainly literally made her heart flutter.
"I want to be with you. I want to be here with you," he added.
Is it the sex?
The sex is fucking awesome, he admitted, turning his head and grinning.
Is it my game?
I think it's going to be a big success. I'll be happy if I can play a part in that.
Lark sat up, folded her legs, and pulled the sheet over her shoulders.
It's more than any of that, he continued. But I'm doing my best not to rush things, especially after your experience with Dylan. I know what it's like to be in that place, Lark. I remember giving up on the idea of love, even hoping I'd find it. And I want you to trust what we have.
Love, that word again. It made her feel off balance. If you want me to trust you, I need to know you, she said. I really know nothing about you. I fucking Googled you and there's hardly anything. And let's face it, your Instagram isn't exactly a personal record. Tripp laughed, turning fully toward her.
I'll admit, I'm not good at that. What do you want to know?
Everything.
Then everything it is.
Really?
Shoot.
She shot, firing off questions as fast as she could think of them. Where was he born? Dayton, Ohio. Did he grow up there? Mostly. Did he have any siblings? A brother? Where did he go to college? Indiana University. What did he study? Biology and economics. What extracurriculars did he do in college? At this question, he just laughed and said, "Tell you later." What was his first job out of college? Associate broker trainee. When did he meet his ex-wife? At a meat market bar in Manhattan. What was she like? Successful, driven, already wealthy. What went wrong? Pretty much everything.
I could tell you what went right in 10 seconds,
Tripp said ruefully. How long had they been divorced? Officially 5 years, unofficially longer. Had he had other serious relationships since then? Seriously underwhelming, mostly. Mostly? He dated some wonderful women, but none of them were the right fit. Until now. It was intense, getting to know so much information so quickly, but also exciting. Far from eliciting jealousy, hearing about his exes gave him depth and made him seem three-dimensional. Though what had initially attracted her to him was that he was a blank slate, Lark realized that simplistic view was the very thing that would have kept them from forming something meaningful and real. At the same time, she noticed that his answers about his family were by far the shortest. He almost seemed to be avoiding the topic. Why don't you want to talk about your family, Tripp?
I don't talk about them with anyone.
Why not? He sat up slowly, folding his legs and mirroring her position, except not bothering with a blanket or sheet. When he finally started talking, it seemed like he had come to a decision. Uncharacteristically, he didn't look her in the eye.
My parents were killed in a freak accident when I was 15, he said. A semi turned right from the left lane, crushing the front half of the car. I was in the back seat.
Oh my God, Lark said, feeling sick.
My brother Mike was already out of the house, and we lost touch, he continued. I spent my high school years in Muncie, Indiana, living with an uncle who didn't particularly want the job of being my parent, and I had a hard time making friends.
Glancing at her, he added,
I feel like I shouldn't be telling you this.
Of course you should, she said, feeling a surge of empathy. I'm so sorry. His brown eyes shimmered.
It was what it was, and I don't dwell on it, because the bad things also bring the good things, you know? It all helped to make me who I am. I had a high school counselor who saw something in me, and he became a mentor, helping me get my grades up and apply for colleges. I was such a bad student that I couldn't believe it when I got into Indiana University. I moved to Bloomington and worked 2 jobs to cover what my financial aid didn't. That's why I laughed when you asked about extracurriculars.
I can relate, she told him. I had to work through college, too. Even then, I forced myself to make time for rec volleyball and a Spanish conversation club, just to meet people.
I wish I'd been that well-rounded, he chuckled.
She reached out and took his hand, thinking it was the first time she'd ever seen him vulnerable. It was remarkable, given the depth of his pain.
I got a summer internship at a tiny brokerage in Bloomington, where I caught another break, he continued. Jesus, listen to me. I'm giving you my resume.
Exactly what I wanted, Lark told him, wanting to be as good a listener to Tripp as he was to her. And it was interesting to learn he hadn't been born with a trust fund.
The short version is that I got another lucky break. The guy who ran the place was named Joe King, and he became another mentor to me. He convinced me to get my MBA instead of taking the first job I was offered. My grades at IU were great, and I was still poor, so I was able to get into the University of Chicago's business school. That's where I discovered the power of knowing well-connected people. That's where things really started happening for me.
And now you're an angel investor.
That term makes us sound like nice guys who just make everybody happy, when in reality, it's almost an oxymoron.
He squeezed her hand.
But I've been extremely fortunate in my business career, and I've always looked for opportunities to pay back what I was given.
Men are so strange, Lark thought. Dylan had been so eager to show her his best qualities, so relentless in highlighting them that after only a few months, there were none left to discover. Meanwhile, his inability to work hard and fulfill his ambitions had grown more apparent by the day. Then there was Tripp, who seemed content to listen to her and never wanted to talk about himself, but who had a story as compelling as anyone she'd ever met, who'd suffered horrible hurt as a young man, but managed to carry himself with an unbelievably appealing confidence, who'd come from almost nothing and given himself almost everything. Except love. He was dropping hints about it, but seemed to be worried about pushing her too far, too fast, thinking about her feelings, not his. Suddenly, Lark was lifted on a tidal rush of feeling, a euphoria that physically warmed her and made her downright giddy. He saw something change in her face.
"What?"
he asked wonderingly. She leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. "I love you, Tripp Mitchell," she said. Chapter 11. Jessica. When your name is at the top of the org chart, there's only one person who needs to know everything. You. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. Jessica wished there were some way she could avoid Philip on her route to the coffee station. So tall and gawky, his shiny, slightly rectangular forehead cleared the upper edge of his cubicle. Philip and his compulsive need to voice his unfiltered inner monologue harried passers-by like a one-man gauntlet. As she went for her first cup, he'd told her, "You look good in blue, but I prefer that gray dress you wear on Wednesdays." The remark left her wondering if she actually did wear her gray Calvin Klein dress only on Wednesdays. She didn't want to engage with him any more than she had to, which is why she waited for him to go to the men's room before she zipped down the hallway, quickly refilling her mug and hustled back to her office. She almost made it.
"Jessica?"
She had no choice but to stop, turn, and brace herself for whatever uncomfortable and starkly honest brain fart he was about to let loose.
"I'm finished comparing those results you emailed me."
"Darn it," she said, relieved that he was actually talking about work, but kicking herself for failing to confirm that he hadn't, in fact, done anything with them after saying they were outside his purview. "I forgot to tell you not to worry about it."
"Why not?"
"For one thing, we've broken ties with the lab that provided the outlier results."
"And for another?"
"Come into my office," Jessica said, ushering Philip down the hall. He even moved awkwardly, as though his limbs were new and he still hadn't read the manual. Once inside, Jessica closed the door. After John's surprising blow-up, which had been followed by an evening of epic makeup sex, he'd shared some information that was supposed to be for her eyes only. She had no choice but to show it to Philip now, something she just knew he would keep asking until she did. John was aware of the consistency problem with the lab in question, so he employed an additional outside lab to run another series of tests on the exact same samples. She handed him a copy of the data John had emailed to her. "The latest testing matches our in-house results precisely." Philip rubbed the spot on his arm where she'd touched him while guiding him through her door.
"Curious."
"How so?" she asked, hoping his answer corresponded to the data in question, and not the fact that her hand had briefly made contact with his body.
"These numbers are literally identical to the blood tests used at controls. Even with the same patients and the same Revelate machine, there are typically minute variations."
Jessica stared at the printouts, comparing fine-printed lines of data. seeing that what he was saying was true. It was as though the in-house results had literally been copied.
It's possible they've done some upgrades to the Revelate I wouldn't be aware of, Philip said, adding quickly, I'm sure that's it.
If so, why wouldn't John have told me? Asked Jessica. Philip rubbed his arm again, making Jessica wonder if she'd given him a new and long-lasting tic.
Maybe you haven't noticed, but around here, most things are on a need-to-know basis.
John had made her promise she'd come to him about anything, big or small, and said he'd never overreact again. He'd flown in early this morning and was currently in the office, though he was leaving early for Barrington Hills to see his daughters play and make nice with Holly in advance of an upcoming court date. Jessica felt bad for John and his kids. He'd admitted that part of his stress was also due to the concussion Holly had been claiming she'd suffered, and which she'd used once again as an excuse when she conveniently forgot to tell him his daughter's opening night performance in The Music Man was going to be on a Thursday instead of the traditional Friday night. Jessica reassured him, telling him he was a great dad and that any disappointment Paige felt about his missing the premiere would be immediately forgotten once she saw him in the audience tonight. Still, she hated sending John back into enemy territory, knowing Annie Wilkes was lying in wait, plotting further manipulations. At some point, the woman needed to accept that her marriage was over and move on. If not for her own sake, then for her kids. They were ultimately the ones hurt most by her petty games. They all needed to move on. As Jessica headed toward John's office, she allowed herself to imagine the glorious day his divorce finally became final. Knowing John, he wouldn't call her from the courthouse, but would instead plan a surprise celebration at one of Chicago's best restaurants, or, better yet, a romantic weekend away, maybe somewhere like California wine country. He'd arrange a private tasting where they'd toast his freedom and the end of the stress that had kept him from being completely present, before planning a future around loving each other and working together on behalf of humankind. The Pierre and Marie Curie of childhood cancer. She couldn't help but grin at the possibilities and the magnitude of their life's mission. That was, until she rounded the corner and spotted him sitting on the corner of his desk with a charming smile. Had he not been so deep in conversation, he would have looked up and their eyes would have met through his office's glass wall. Instead, he continued to chat and laugh with Kate. Silken-haired, blue-eyed, brilliant Kate, who couldn't be questioned directly by anyone but him. And, unlike the brief moment in which Jessica had touched Philip on the arm to usher him into her office, John's hand lingered on Kate's shoulder. Jessica backed away, now praying he wouldn't notice as she scampered toward the safety of her office. He didn't. John wasn't a flirt. He didn't ogle attractive women or chat up pretty waitresses. He always gave Jessica his full attention. More than that, he was always professional. Jessica had simply gotten jealous because she'd never seen him interact in such a relaxed way with other women. And Kate wasn't just any woman. She was a highly respected coworker who'd been at Kankura since the beginning. And work was work. If they were going to succeed both professionally and personally, Jessica needed to be pragmatic and tactical, not immature, emotional, and groundlessly suspicious. Given that John often skipped lunch in favor of a noon workout in the fitness center, Jessica decided a friendly gym chat, with no specific mention of Philip or Kate, was the best way to navigate the situation. Not that there was a situation.
"Hey, you,"
John whispered conspiratorially as she climbed on the elliptical machine beside his, in an otherwise empty corner of the fitness center. "Hey," she said, setting the timer for 35 minutes.
"I was just thinking about you."
"Were you?" Doing her best to sound casual and unconcerned.
"Kate stopped by my office this morning."
Jessica winced at the sound of her name on his lips, but was relieved he'd broached the subject and she didn't have to. Or had he seen her approach his office after all?
"I brought her up to speed on the new lab results," John said. "I hadn't told her or anyone else about it because I wanted to be sure the process was as pure as possible."
"How did she take it?"
"She was delighted to learn our testing is as accurate as we'd hoped. Per your concern, I'm authorizing funding to increase our in-house capacity."
"That's great news," she said, happy for a win and leaving Philip's concern about identical test results for another day. "Wasn't Kate peeved that you kept something that important from her?"
"You certainly have a handle on her," he said, as if she really did.
Not quite knowing what to say next, Jessica worked out beside John in silence for a few minutes, breathing harder as the resistance increased on the elliptical's hill program. "Hey," she finally said, "am I missing anything where Kate is concerned?"
John slowed slightly. "Like what?"
"I don't know. You seem, particularly protective of her or something."
John raised an eyebrow. "I have to keep her happy. Every time I turn around, some top research outfit or pharmaceutical company is trying to wine, dine, and steal her from me."
"From you?" Jessica said before she could stop herself.
"Jessie,"
he whispered in the sweet way he usually reserved for home,
"I'm going to have the same problem with you before I know it."
"Is that what you say to all the lady doc—"
"Don't be sexist. It's against company policy," he said, flashing the smile that had gotten her upset in the first place.
He looked around to make sure no one was listening.
"You have absolutely nothing to worry about where Kate is concerned. You know that, right?"
"I do," she managed to say, feeling ever so slightly choked up. "I do."
"Now stop dawdling,"
he said, reaching over and increasing the resistance on her machine. As he did, he noticed a large bruise on his right biceps. Actually, 4 smaller, fingerprint-shaped bruises grouped together. She glanced over at his left and saw what looked like a thumbprint on his inner arm. "What's that?" she asked.
"What's what?"
"On your biceps. Those bruises." He glanced down and shook his head.
"Jiu-jitsu."
"Jiu-jitsu?"
"One of the potential investors is a martial arts fanatic with a fucking dojo in his house. I had no choice but to suit up for a lesson, during which I got tossed around like a rag doll."
"Ouch," Jessica said, examining the bruises again.
"No pain, no gain, right?"
Chapter 12. Holly. You are the problem solver. Always have your white horse saddled and ready. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. Holly hated having to check up on Jack, even though she told herself she was confirming her memory as much as his story. She'd finally admitted the kick from Wags had given her a concussion, and even if her stupid pride had kept her from having it properly diagnosed, she still didn't think it mattered much because the headaches were gradually abating, and her spacey moments were becoming fewer and farther between. If only it weren't for the nagging uncertainty introduced by Cynthia during Maeve's appointment, and the unsettling thought that, if Jack had lied, there had been a witness, she might have let this one go. San Francisco or L.A.? After the successful opening of The Music Man at Paige's school, and the trip for ice cream suggested by her parents, which Ava ghosted, Paige politely endured, and Logan enthusiastically embraced because, face it, 11-year-old boys can't stop eating. After finally saying goodbyes and goodnights and settling back in bed with a glass of wine, Holly had opened her laptop to find the answer. Jack was a miles and points monster, so there was only one possible airline. And checking that airline's scheduled direct flights from San Francisco to Chicago, Holly found nothing. No flights had been flagged for cancellations or delays. Everything was right on time. Los Angeles it was. Except when she checked direct flights from L.A., it was the same story. No significant delays. The momentary relief Holly had felt evaporated. She stared at her phone. Considered texting, "Where are you?" It was 2 hours earlier on the West Coast. If he was on the West Coast at all. Had he for some reason decided to fly a different airline? That unlikely possibility occupied her for another hour and another glass of wine while she tried all the major carriers. Jack wouldn't fly a discount airline under any circumstances. He would rather have walked. By the time she finally closed the laptop, her head was throbbing. And then today, he had arrived in late afternoon like a conquering hero after putting in an obligatory half day at the office. Ava, Paige, and Logan all happened to be home and greeted him in the foyer like a scene out of Father Knows Best. Holly had served enough years as the stay-at-home parent. to know she would never receive such a hearty welcome. But that didn't mean it didn't rankle. He had gifts for all of them, of course, and flowers for Paige, insisting he had heard rave reviews of her opening night performance when, in truth, he couldn't have known a thing unless he'd asked someone other than Holly, which, come to think of it, she couldn't entirely rule out. Paige had been terrific, of course, singing in tune, delivering her lines with almost no mistakes, and getting quite a few laughs. Holly bided her time while Jack squired Paige back to school for that night's performance, then dutifully gathered Ava and Logan in response to his post-show text message. "What a show. Paige told me it was even better than last night, and I believe it. We're all going out to celebrate at the Anvil Club." "The kitchen will be closed," she texted back. "Not to us," he answered. "I'll make a call." "Sounds good," she wrote, knowing there was no point dragging her feet. She couldn't help but note the lack of complaint, both from Ava and Logan, when she pulled them away from their respective screens and told them the plan. Jack had the same effect on investors as he had on his own family. Everybody got with the program. Apparently, the manager of the Anvil Club was on board too, greeting them with a smile as they arrived. A few evening drinkers were watching a Blackhawks game in the bar, but the dining room was empty except for Jack and Paige waiting at a corner table, and Brian and his wife, Nancy, who were just leaving. "Finally found a sitter we like," said Brian abruptly as he realized they were headed toward each other. "Good for you," said Holly, sounding a little false even to herself. Nancy smiled and said hello. Even though they crossed paths from time to time, she'd always struck Holly as distant. "If you need a backup, you can always ask Ava," she added, sensing her eldest's eye roll without seeing it. Ava had been an enthusiastic babysitter at 14, but was now over it. Ava and Logan continued on to the table where their father and sister waited, as Nancy headed for the door. Brian lagged behind, and Holly guessed it was just because he didn't want to seem brusque. "Jack went to see the show tonight, so we're all celebrating," Holly told him, just to say something. "We'll be sure to toast the sound and lighting, too." Brian chuckled. "I'm afraid that's more than we did." "How's Nancy?" she asked. "Busy. And Jack?" "You know it. Home from California, anyway." Brian broke the awkward silence that followed by saying, "Look, Holly, I'm sorry if I was out of line." "It's okay," she said as quietly as she could. He glanced ruefully over at Jack. "I just had to." "Not now," she practically breathed. Brian nodded and then walked quickly out of the room as Holly collected herself before proceeding to the table. Nothing had happened, yet Holly couldn't help feeling somehow caught. Why should she, though? Fortunately, Jack was oblivious and in an exceedingly good mood. He held forth during the meal, shining the spotlight on each of the kids in turn and making sure it wasn't all about Paige. A round of drinks and desserts was followed, improbably by plates of sliders because Logan's hunger somehow turned infectious, and they all agreed that, why yes, they would like a second dinner. "Why yes, I would," repeated until it became a catchphrase likely to last into next week. She waited until the hubbub died down and the kids were all showing each other things on their phones before she said quietly, "There was no cracked windshield, was there?" "What?" he said, smiling as though he hadn't heard her. "The cracked windshield, your canceled flight? I checked United, American, and Delta, even Southwest and Alaska. It was silly. I couldn't remember if you were coming from San Francisco or L.A., so I looked for the canceled flight." He should have been outraged. "You were checking up on me?" He could have said, "Why didn't you just ask?" "I was in San Francisco and L.A., he said without batting an eye. "Back and forth. Crazy week on the shuttle. The flight with the cracked windshield was private. My L.A. investor had to send his plane to Chicago anyway and told me to hitch a ride." "But you said rebook," countered Holly weakly. He gave an amused frown. "Sorry, poor choice of words. I couldn't wait for them to repair the fucking plane, so I needed to book a commercial flight. I meant book." "Oh." How many arguments, not that this even qualified, had ended with Holly doubting herself, no matter how sure she was of her position. How could she confirm his story, she wondered, and would she even try? He slid closer to her on the banquette they were sharing. "I missed you," he said. "I'm sorry my travel has been crazier than usual lately. Are you up for a nightcap?" Which, between them, had never meant a drink in a public place.
An hour later, the kids were in their rooms, the hall lights were out, and Jack was removing Holly's panties with agonizing slowness. These days, they probably had sex once a month, if that, and yet she marveled that he was still always able to make each lovemaking session a genuine occasion. Before undressing her, he had dimmed the lights as far as they would go and put on some hip new music. She didn't know how he found the time to try new bands, but she liked it. It made her feel younger. She'd had several relationships before Jack, plus a handful of one-night stands, and the one thing all those men had in common was a sense of urgency. They couldn't seem to wait to get her naked and were even faster to roll over or leave afterward. Jack had never been like that. He liked to set a mood, lingering over her body, drawing the act out until she just couldn't take it anymore. She'd always been able to count on his full attention, and the eye contact that still had the ability to make her melt. And melt she did. Afterward, he rolled her onto her stomach, straddled her, and gently kneaded her neck and shoulders, lazily tracing long lines down her back with his fingertips, until she was practically jello and almost asleep. Eventually, he climbed off and padded to the bathroom. Drowsily, she heard the toilet flush and then water running as he brushed his teeth. Needing desperately to pee before she drifted off, Holly got up, found a robe, and joined him in the bathroom, which was lit only by the nightlight. She swatted him on his boxer-clad butt as she made her way to the toilet. Then she stopped, turned on the vanity lights.
"What the hell, Holly?"
he protested, blinking in the sudden glare. Dark purple bruises marked his biceps on both arms. "What are those?" she asked, pointing. Taking the toothbrush out of his mouth, he looked down, seemingly bewildered. "They look like handprints, Jack." Holly had just now lain completely beneath him, opening her legs, her hands on the small of his back, on his butt. If he had put his full weight on her, squeezing her arms, she might have identical bruises. Shit.
"They are handprints," he said, putting his toothbrush down and rinsing. "I was rock climbing with his trust fund baby in L.A. He got his inheritance when he turned 30, which was last year, and he's spending it pretty much the way you'd expect, including a world-class rock climbing wall in his 3-story atrium. It was his plane, actually."
Holly sank onto the toilet seat, unable to bring herself to believe him, and now she couldn't pee either. Jack chuckled.
"He's sitting on $100 million and needs somewhere to put it because his financial advisor says he has enough toys. He thinks he's some hotshot extreme sports athlete, but he can barely ride a skateboard, and he can't belay for shit. Fortunately, he had a pro helping out who was wearing a harness and just fucking grabbed me, both hands, so I didn't fall."
Who knows, thought Holly. It could even be true. He looked at her, waiting to see if she believed it or if he needed to go further. She gave him a tired smile. "I'm glad someone was there to catch you."
"Me too," he said, grinning. "It would have been a long way down."
"Go on to bed. I'll be there in a minute." He kissed the top of her head and left, closing the door behind him. Holly stared at the wall. It was happening again. She should have known better than to think it would ever stop. Chapter 13. Lark. Don't lose focus. Your success or failure can hinge on the tiniest detail. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. Lark stepped out of the elevator and took the escalator down to the lobby, resting her wheeled carry-on bag on the step behind her, tucking the canvas tote containing the Activate prototype under her arm. The adrenaline of her first solo meeting with a major buyer had yet to wear off, and she felt as though she were floating. She couldn't wait to get to the hotel and call Tripp to give him the blow-by-blow. Stepping off the escalator, she marched purposefully through the lobby of Target HQ, but before her momentum carried her through the front doors, she stopped. Snow was now swirling down the Minneapolis street, and she was woefully unprepared for the elements. The cashmere scarf she'd unearthed in a drawer did little to insulate the thin business suit she'd purchased for the trip. She only wished she'd had the foresight to add a stylish wool overcoat, or even a puffy winter jacket she could pull on at a discreet distance. Tripp had told her the hotel was a short walk away, but she didn't want to be found frozen in a snowdrift either. Plucking her phone out of her slim, also brand new briefcase, and making a mental note to avoid bringing 3 bags to her next meeting if she could help it, she called an Uber. Remembering Tripp's own words, she made it an Uber Black.
Anytime anyone might be watching, make sure you look like you don't need the money.
It was highly unlikely anyone would note whether she climbed into a Jaguar XJ or a Toyota Yaris, but he was probably right that it was worth spending a few extra dollars to maintain appearances. Her ride was still 5 minutes away, so she Instagrammed a quick photo of a whimsical clock in the lobby and captioned it, "Right on target." When the car came, Lark's sprint across the sidewalk convinced her she'd made the right choice. It felt like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees while she'd been in her meeting. How did people live here?
"Let me guess," said the friendly driver in an accent she couldn't place. "You are from Florida?"
"California," she admitted with a laugh.
"I knew it was somewhere warm. Do you want me to take you to the North Face store?"
"I won't be here long," she assured him. The hotel was only 6 blocks away, a distance the philosophical man made seem much further by telling her how many other drivers wouldn't have taken such a short fare, but he didn't mind because, when you thought about it, everybody needed to get where they needed to go, you know? She wished she had requested the quiet car feature because she wanted to process her thoughts, and his small talk wasn't helping. As it was, she barely had time to check her phone and note that Trip Hammer 312 had already liked her photo. That warmed her up a little. Suddenly, she was at the hotel. As the sensibly dressed doorman opened the car door, Lark thanked the driver, thanked the doorman, refusing his offer to carry her 3 small bags, and hurried inside. She had planned to check in, freshen up, and leave her bag in her room before the meeting, but a delayed flight had meant she needed to go straight to Target. Now, as she waited to check in at the hotel, she enjoyed playing the businesswoman. The suit, the bags, the car. Since no one could see the tattoo covering her back, only the blue streaks in her hair gave her away. Truth be told, she liked the role. Having money to spend was nice. It was great not having to take a shared ride or sleep in a cheap Airbnb. But more than that, it made her feel purposeful, even powerful. Being slender, multiracial, and decent-looking, Lark was more than used to being talked down to, objectified, and dismissed. If she had been wearing ripped jeans and a form-fitting t-shirt instead of professional attire, she knew the drivers and doormen wouldn't have stopped so quickly, and the receptionist at Target certainly wouldn't have assumed she was there for an important meeting. So, the desk clerk looked her way. "Next guest?" "Lark Robinson," she said as she approached. "I'm checking in." The clerk tapped her computer, frowned, and looked up. "I'm not seeing anything under that name." Lark checked the hotel's name and address in her calendar. She was in the right place before realizing the likely problem. Tripp had a weakness for earning airline miles and hotel points. "My boyfriend made the reservation and probably put it under his name. Tripp Mitchell, or maybe Jonathan Mitchell?" Nodding, the clerk tried again. "I see a Jonathan Wright and a Jonathan Yerbinski, but no Mitchell." "You're completely sure?" Lark asked. "I'm sorry, nothing else is coming up, and we're booked solid," said the clerk with a meaningful look over Lark's shoulder at the growing line behind her. "Vikings-Packers." With a growing sense of unease, Lark left her place in line and found a quiet place to call. Tripp had talked her into staying overnight, reminding her just how far Minneapolis was from L.A., only now it looked like she might be sleeping in a hotel lobby or an airport gate. Fortunately, he picked up on the first ring.
"How'd it go?"
"Great," she told him. "And Alana says hi. I mean, she didn't make a commitment on the spot, obviously, but she absolutely loved the game. She invited an intern in, and we all played it, right there in the conference room. I was terrified that for some reason it wouldn't work."
"It did, of course."
"But yes, it worked perfectly. We even played a second round so they could see a different outcome. I was there for almost 3 hours. She said she would present it at the buyers' meeting. They order with a 6-month lead time, so we shouldn't have any problem with production."
"So far, so fucking good."
"I learned some useful stuff about their distribution setup, too," continued Lark, her words spilling out, wanting to prove she hadn't missed anything. "We're going to have to decide soon if we want to produce in China or Germany."
"Cost or quality? Let's get an order before we decide," said Tripp.
Finally, Lark paused.
She looked at the briefcase and tote she'd leaned against the roller bag at her feet in the hotel lobby. "There's only one problem," she told him. "I'm at the hotel, and they don't have a reservation in my name or yours."
"That's not good,"
he said after a moment.
"And they're all booked up for a football game." "I'll handle it," he said. "Go into the bar and order yourself a drink. By the time you're done, I'll have things straightened out."
"You sound pretty confident," she said, doubting him but feeling better anyway.
"Just get that drink. Have one for me, too. I'll call you when your room is ready."
She took a deep breath. "Love you."
"Love you, too."
Ending the call, she pulled her bag into the crowded restaurant adjacent to the lobby. With an impossibly high ceiling and acres of exotic wood and patterned glass, it was a far cry from her last hotel bar in Buffalo. A hostess greeted her, asking Lark whether she'd prefer the bar or a table. After a quick glance at the former, Lark asked for a table. She didn't want to juggle her bags on a bar stool, and she didn't want to risk being hit on either. Even though being hit on turned out pretty well the last time, she told herself with a smile. It had been 2 months, and the memory of that amazing night was still enough to make her blush and involuntarily clench her thighs. The hostess led her to a table, and Lark arranged her bags and sat down on a banquette with a view of the bar. A number of solo business travelers, all male, hunched over drinks and thumbed their screens. One of them, tall and shaven-headed in a shiny charcoal suit, looked up and made eye contact, his eyebrows going up either in surprise or invitation. She hoped it was involuntary. In response, she scrutinized the happy hour menu the hostess had dropped on the table, and when the server glided up, Lark ordered a vodka soda and a wild mushroom flatbread. By then, the man's attention was again on his phone, allowing Lark to take in the scene unobserved. A business trip was still a novelty to her, something to savor. For the weary road warriors at the bar, she imagined it was something very different, a blurred routine they would hope to break with any diversion possible. She thought with a twinge that Tripp traveled more than anyone she'd ever met, and even though he remained engaged and alive, surely he'd felt the grind of being alone in a strange city. He had to have worked his charms on other single women in other hotel bars. And that was fine. Lark's mom had raised her to believe men's and women's bodies were their own, and what they did for pleasure was nobody's business. Sex wasn't love. Tripp could lay no claim to her sexual past, nor she to his. What was happening between them now was new for both of them, shared by nobody else. Her mom hadn't even batted an eye at the age difference, though she did suggest, "Let's not be too specific about that to your father, at least for now." Lark wanted to introduce them soon, but she and Tripp already had so little time to themselves that she planned to wait for one of his longer visits. Her drink came quickly, and she took a refreshing sip, watching in amusement as the guy with the shiny head jumped up and offered his seat to a woman, ordering her a drink before she'd had a chance to sit down. Lark lifted her phone and pretended to look at it, trying to make her surveillance less obvious. Anyone glancing back would see a hip, young businesswoman checking her email and wonder why she was in town. Would anyone in a million years have guessed she was selling a tabletop game to a chain store? Thank God for Tripp's insane list of connections. He'd told Lark he'd met Alana, the target buyer, more than a dozen years ago when they'd both been in finance. Attractive and roughly the same age as Tripp, Alana had asked how he was doing, and Lark couldn't help but wonder if they'd been romantically involved. Not that she cared, and Alana certainly hadn't shown any signs of having a still smoldering crush. Tripp was just so damn likable that everyone wanted to help him. Maybe that was his big secret, even though he'd never said it succinctly. Make everyone love you. She had just taken her first bite of flatbread when her phone vibrated, and Tripp's name appeared on the lock screen. After chewing and swallowing as quickly as she dared, she answered. "You're all set," he told her. "It must have been a problem with their website. I was on a flight when I booked it, and the internet was going in and out." "But they said they didn't have any rooms," said Lark, puzzled. "How did they magically find one?"
Tripp laughed. "They always have rooms,"
reminding her that not all business people were created equal.
"When you're ready, check in under my name," he continued. "And when you turn out the lights, imagine I'm there with you."
Lark, suddenly missing him, promised she would. Chapter 14. Jessica.
You can't control every narrative, but you damn well better try. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. Taco Tuesdays lured everyone out of the deepest recesses of Kankura and up to the 5th floor, where they joined the line at the cafe by 11:30. Any later and the most popular varieties, Korean chicken, Thai shrimp, and Middle Eastern lamb, would be sold out. By 12:30, there was little chance of scoring even a spoonful of classic carne asada. "Craziness," announced Olivia Zofka from the condiments table, where she grabbed a dangerously spicy-looking bottle of hot sauce. "Complete and utter," Jessica agreed, as she spooned cilantro and sliced red cabbage onto her shrimp tacos. "But I suppose that's what you get when the employee cafe is practically Zagat rated." Olivia chuckled. "If John could make that happen, you know he would." "I don't think I've ever seen him in here," Jessica allowed herself to say, despite the fact that Olivia was John's executive assistant. "Not on Tuesdays, anyway," Olivia said. "Too hectic." Because everyone piled into the cafe at the same time to score their favorite taco combinations, the dining area transformed from a lovely Zen-like gathering space into an adult, all-science nerd version of a high school cafeteria. The innovation group, what Jessica now knew to be Kankura speak for product development, took over the tables by the windows. Translation, aka marketing, crowded into a group of four-tops by the condiment and silverware stations. Discovery, advanced trials, better known as Area 51, commandeered the two long community dining tables. "I have a table and an extra seat if you want to join me," Olivia said, pointing to a nearby two-top she'd reserved with a black sweater. "I'd love to," Jessica said, following her to the beverage station. While she filled a glass with ice and sparkling water, Olivia helped herself to a splash of every flavor from the organic soda machine. "Please, no judgment," she said. "I call it a natural suicide, and it's one of the only things that helps my all-day-long morning sickness." "Whatever it takes," Jessica said sympathetically as they headed for the table. "I hope you're feeling better now than you were when I first started." "Definitely on Tuesdays," Olivia said as they sat down, and she proceeded to douse her tacos with the bottle of hot sauce. "For whatever reason, spicy food settles my stomach, too." As Olivia took a bite, winced from the heat, and quickly took another, Jessica enjoyed a decidedly more temperate bite of shrimp. She tried to decide whether making a throwaway comment, "it'll all be worth it in the end," would prompt a line of questions she definitely didn't want to answer. "No kids of my own. Stepkids, sort of. We met while I was in school. He's in biomedical technology, too. His name? At that moment, however, Philip walked by the table as he scanned for a place to sit. "The Area 51ers shouldn't commandeer the community seating area the way they do," Olivia said. "No one else feels comfortable taking any of the open chairs. There certainly doesn't seem to be a lot of cross-pollination between departments around here." "You'd be surprised," Olivia said. "Everyone works long hours, paths cross more than you might imagine. And then there's the co-ed interdepartmental softball team. They get pretty rowdy after the games. From what I hear, one of the clinical research coordinators and a new girl in marketing ended up getting jiggy in a car outside a local tavern." Jessica snorted. "That has to violate something in the Kankura non-disclosure documents. Only if they were talking about work, which I doubt very much." John had said Olivia was cool, smart, funny, and great at her job when she wasn't puking her brains out. Jessica wished she didn't have to keep her distance. But anything else was just too risky, at least for the time being. "I feel sorry for Philip," she said, watching as he resigned himself to standing with his tray balanced on the corner of a nearby counter. "He's been kind of lost since Graham left the company," Olivia said. "Who's Graham?" "His BFF from data analysis. I thought the idea was to insulate everyone from the outside world, keep them so fat and happy they'll never leave. A Silicon Valley startup dazzled him with the promise of sunshine and stock options. John was peeved, to say the least." Olivia took another bite of her taco. The comment was perfectly timed given that Kate, whom John apparently placated at all costs to keep her from being poached, had just made her way from the line into the dining area. "Komodo Kate," Olivia whispered conspiratorially. Jessica stifled a giggle. "Komodo? Her bite is notoriously lethal," she said.
"I'm aware," Jessica said. "I questioned her on something entirely legit given our positions and responsibilities, and she didn't take it well. By all accounts, she's a brilliant scientist, and John respects and depends on her more than almost anyone, but she's definitely got the ego to go with. I guess it's comforting to know she's equally brusque to others. Typically straight guys who feel compelled to mansplain in her attractive presence," Olivia said. They watched as the crowd parted and a prime seat materialized the moment Kate arrived at the Area 51 tables. "You don't suppose it's possible John has a soft spot for Kate that goes beyond his professional admiration, do you?" Jessica asked, hoping she sounded nonchalant. "Around here, nothing surprises me," Olivia said. "But I do know one thing for sure. Jonathan Wright is completely devoted to his wife." "That's so sweet," Jessica said, hoping she sounded sincere, and wondering what Olivia would think when the truth finally came out. Chapter 15. Holly. Rebranding is rebirth. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth, a TED Talk by John M. Wright. Arriving later than planned at Village Hall, Holly parked quickly and hurried inside, eyes watering from the cold north wind. Brian wouldn't join her because one of his daughters had a stomach bug, and Nancy was stuck in traffic. Despite the awkwardness that had followed his recent declaration, Holly missed having him by her side. She still trusted him, and trust was suddenly in very short supply. Seeing the Yadayos on the right-hand side in the exact same seats as before, Holly sat on the left in the front row. The seats were sparsely occupied. Since the Board of Trustees would not be taking testimony for or against Holly's issue, simply voting yes or no on last month's Board of Appeals recommendation, she and Brian hadn't bothered to rally the troops again. The 7 trustees were talking quietly on the short dais, shuffling papers and sipping water as they prepared to begin. Something about seeing the backs of heads as she came down the aisle triggered another unbidden memory of her wedding day, and she scarcely noticed when the board president gavelled the meeting to order. The memory this time was of her dad's expression when he glanced into the sanctuary to confirm Jack was in place by the altar, standing next to his best man, Craig, who in the years since had disappeared from their lives. The look on her father's face was of cheerful reassurance, but in his eyes she'd seen sadness, a final recognition that it was too late to steer his daughter to safety. Grandpa Walt and Nana Charlotte adored Jack now because his money and success had buoyed not only their daughter but themselves. Their shares of Kankura stock, purchased on the first day of the IPO at a rock-bottom price, had year after year exploded in value, allowing for an early and comfortable retirement with 2 elegant homes completely paid for. But did they remember what they'd originally thought about Johnny Wright? Despite his lofty-sounding given name of Jonathan Mitchell Wright III, he was from a perfectly ordinary family in a perfectly ordinary part of Bloomington, Indiana, the only child of an insurance salesman father and a stay-at-home mom. Johnny himself was an on-again, off-again student who dabbled in community college before finally grinding out a BS in science at IU and suddenly deciding to become a doctor. To this day, Holly had no idea how he'd managed to gain admission to the University of Chicago, though it was likely the first time he'd found a major success with what was now his trademark blend of networking, self-promotion, chutzpah, and silver-tongued eloquence. However he'd managed it, he came quickly into his own, gaining a reputation as a brilliant student, beloved by his professors and envied by his peers. Holly, also toiling away in med school, heard about him before she met him. He had a reputation for working hard and having fun, the latter activity terra incognita to U of C grad students, and it didn't hurt that he was handsome, and, upon meeting him, wondered, what's his secret? She, after all, came from the right schools and the right family, and still felt like everything was a struggle. He made it look so easy. When he flirted with her at a poorly attended school-sponsored mixer, one of U of C's periodic attempts to pretend they encouraged their high achievers to have social lives, she was smitten. Maybe it could be easy for her, too. Her parents were not smitten.
The guy she'd been dating, the one they now referred to derisively as the painter, had actually been their preferred choice. He was a swimmer, a straight-A student in economics, and, more importantly, he came from an old-money North Shore family with a mansion overlooking Lake Michigan. The fact that he'd minored in visual arts and dedicated meaningful time to his painting hobby became a source of ridicule only after Holly had dumped him for Johnny. Johnny wouldn't start going by Jonathan or John, Jack to my friends, until he began his residency, when he'd suddenly announced the change and stuck to it without a single slip-up, even going so far as to pretend not to hear when people addressed him as Johnny. At the front of the room, the board had by now approved the minutes, stated the agenda, and moved on to the proposed budget for the coming year. A stooped man with a permanent glare she recognized from previous meetings was out of his seat before the president finished speaking. "What I want to know is, why are we wasting money on solar panels for the community center when we can get electricity from ComEd for 6 cents an hour?" he groused. "It's going to take 10 years to pay off the investment, and I'm guessing we'll have to replace the suckers by then." Involuntarily, Holly glanced over at Teresa Yadayo, who was looking right back at her. This was going to take a while, and despite their entrenched opposition on the bridal path, they at least had this annoyance and delay in common. Holly wondered whether she should give a wry grin, and was just about to, when Teresa looked impassively away. Bitch, she thought. Her mom and dad had not been overly proud of their daughter's doctor-in-training boyfriend. "We're already going to have one doctor in the family," said her mom. "Why do we need two?" They remained suspicious of Johnny turned Jonathan through his MD, even his PhD, seeming to think for years that he was out to glom onto their family name, never mind that the name wasn't worth much in actual cash anymore. Only after Jack had quit practicing medicine to found Kankura, immediately making headlines and earning a handsome profit, did they finally stop holding him at arm's length and embrace him like a son. By then, however, there were fewer and fewer embraces between Holly and Jack. She never shared details about his dalliances with her parents, never confided her worries that his dubious personal ethics might extend to his professional life. If anything, she defended him more vigorously, wanting them to believe their initial assessment was wrong, wanting it to be wrong. And they had been wrong about his designs on their family, if only they hadn't been so right about his character. After the rehearsal dinner, and against her better judgment, Holly pried the story out of her bridesmaid, who had dated one of Jack's groomsmen, and was still close enough to get the scoop. Holly naively thought it would have been a stripper or a hooker or something equally cliché and grotesque that could nonetheless be overlooked in the context of peer pressure and the bachelor party ritual. Apparently, however, in one of the many bars they drunkenly trawled that night, Jack had taken the initiative to hit on, and disappear for the rest of the night with, a random Rush Street skank. Or maybe not a skank, maybe a perfectly nice but equally drunk girl, the word deployed in an effort to spare Holly's feelings. And how had she felt? Angry, upset, embarrassed, certainly, but when she thought about calling off the wedding at 4th Presbyterian, the reception at the Ivy Room in the historic Tree Studios, to which she and Jack would be transported by horse and carriage, all of it paid for by her parents at a cost they could then scarcely afford, she couldn't help but feel she was overreacting. It wasn't the right time to confront Jack. He'd been drunk, savoring a last night of freedom. Guests had arrived from all over the country. And so she let herself be carried along, waiting to believe a certificate of marriage and 2 gold rings would change everything. And it had. He'd been a model spouse until Ava was born. Maybe even Paige. He was too busy getting Kankura up and running, with Holly often at his side, to get into much of anything else. It wasn't until they'd moved to Barrington Hills and she'd stepped back from both Kankura and full-time medical practice, embracing the role of 3/4-time mom, that she'd started catching him in lies about where he had been. New Orleans when he said he was in Houston, D.C. when he said he was in Atlanta. But what then? Burn it all down for her own hurt feelings? Holly discovered she was more pragmatic than that. She also had her limits. Finally, it was time for the board to vote. Holly had no idea which way any of the trustees were leaning, but it seemed straightforward enough. The Board of Appeals had recommended, by a vote of 4-1, with one abstention, to approve the Bridle Path connector. Brian assured her the trustees rarely overruled their recommendations, but she wouldn't be satisfied until she'd seen it through. The president, a square-faced, silver-haired village lifer with a brusque manner and a permanent tan, cleared his throat. Moving on to the matter of the planned Bridle Path extension, as this matter was previously approved by the Equestrian Commission and the Plan Commission, and additional public comment was taken during a previous meeting of the Board of Appeals, we move again to a vote to approve the recommendation made by that body. Teresa stood up suddenly. Mr. President, I respectfully would like to inform the board that a vote to approve the connector would be met with legal action by my husband and myself. We believe the process has not been fair and transparent, and that Holly Wright has unduly influenced the Board of Appeals' recommendation. We will sue. Holly was utterly flabbergasted. Everyone who spoke at that meeting did so voluntarily. Excuse me, said the board president. The floor is not open for comment. I'm done, said Teresa, sitting down and surveying the room with a prim smile. There was confusion on the dais as board members covered their microphones and leaned back to confer about this bombshell. Teresa's statement may have been against the rules, but they had clearly heard it and were unsure how to proceed. Holly stood up. Please speak into your microphones. We have a right to hear the discussion, as this is a public meeting, not an executive session. They didn't react immediately. One of the board members was whispering heatedly while the others listened with concerned expressions. With a sinking feeling, Holly knew the mere threat of legal action had intimidated the budget-conscious board, who wouldn't want to spend village money defending even a frivolous lawsuit. Call the vote, please, said Holly, remaining on her feet. Reluctantly, the trustees uncovered their microphones and fell silent, exchanging wary looks. There has been a motion to postpone the vote, said the president with uncharacteristic uncertainty. I think you owe it to us to vote, insisted Holly, expecting to be shushed any minute. The president looked at Holly, then at Teresa, thought for a moment, and then gave a weary shrug. We'll take a voice vote. Please say yay or nay. Yay, yay, nay. I abstain, said the most worried-seeming board member. I abstain also, echoed another. Abstain. The board president, who held the final vote, surveyed the room. If he voted yes, Holly would win. If he voted no, there would be a tie and a stalemate of unknown duration. What he actually did was something Holly had failed to imagine. I, too, abstain from voting, he pronounced. Lacking 4 votes, we have failed to reach a quorum, and the matter must be considered unresolved. The board will revisit this at a future time. She was out of her seat and in the aisle, head down to avoid eye contact with Teresa before the gavel banged. Pushing through the outer doors, she stumbled to her car and climbed inside. She started the engine to power the heat, but left the transmission in park. Pulled out her phone, punched auto dial. Heard his voice at the other end. Am I about to hear the sound of a champagne cork popping? He asked. 2 votes in favor, 1 vote against, 4 abstaining, she said tersely. A brief silence, then, what the hell? Just when they were about to vote, Teresa stood up and threatened to sue the village. She can't do that, Brian said, anger coloring his voice. She was out of order, but it's not like they could unhear it. The board members shit themselves. Well, 5 of them anyway. I can't imagine they'll call a vote again until after the next elections. What did Jack say? Asked Brian finally. I haven't told him yet. They were both quiet for a moment. Across the parking lot, Holly watched as a few people left the village hall and made their way to their cars. Well, I'm glad you called me then. About that night, I'm sorry we haven't been able to talk about it more, she said. I'm sorry if I was abrupt. You and I have a lot in common, and it makes me nervous. I'm glad you're nervous, he told her. I am too. But that doesn't mean... It just means we both want to be in each other's lives. Yes, I suppose it does, she said.
Chapter 16. Jessica and Lark. Are you agile enough to be in 2 places at once? How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright.
"Give me your hand," John said to Jessica.
"I think I'd better hold on to the handrail," she told him as they approached the metal landing.
"Trust me."
"I'm 94 stories above the sidewalk, about to climb onto a glass contraption that's going to hang me off the side of a building. Trust is about all I've got right now."
"The glass in question is almost as strong as the steel," John said, thumping a nearby pillar on the John Hancock Tower's observation deck. "If you're going to play tourist in your new hometown, you have to check one of our iconic skyscrapers off your list."
"If you say so," she said, smiling so John would know that, despite her fear of heights, she was enjoying the weekend staycation he'd kicked off yesterday afternoon with a delightfully unexpected email.
"Jessica, by all accounts, you've been working your ass off since arriving at Kankura and have barely gotten to see anything the Windy City has to offer. As your designated greeter and tour guide, I plan to rectify this unfortunate situation starting tonight. You are to meet me at Lou Malnati's on Randolph Street at 6 o'clock to sample Chicago's famous deep dish pizza. Your weekend will feature attractions and activities, including but not limited to riding the Ferris wheel on Navy Pier, meeting Maximo the Titanosaur at the Field Museum, taking selfies at the famed Bean, and many more surprises along the way. Attendance is mandatory. Signed, your admiring employer."
Friday night had been, for lack of a better word, a complete orgy of tomato sauce, bubbling cheese, and Italian sausage, washed down with an equally abundant amount of beer. They'd come home too delightfully overfed to even think about making love. Until morning, that was.
"We've got a big day ahead,"
John had whispered in her ear before kissing his way down her neck, stopping briefly at her breasts and continuing on toward her open legs. "Oh my God!" Jessica yelped as the tilt device emitted a hydraulic hiss and they cantilevered 30 degrees out. It was, she imagined, exactly what someone would feel in their first moment of falling off a building.
"Atta girl,"
John said with a laugh, just like he had during their brief but entirely satisfying morning sex session.
"Don't forget to enjoy the view."
Jessica closed her eyes for a few harrowing seconds and then willed herself to open them. Still too fearful to stare 1,000 feet straight down, she instead looked out at the nighttime skyline. The city, which she already knew to be equal parts charming, crowded, beautiful, gritty, world-class, and thoroughly Midwestern, depending on the day or even the moment, was spectacular. Illumination streamed from tens of thousands of windows, and a cheery holiday glow rose from Michigan Avenue, making Chicago more than rival Paris as a city of lights. Just east of Lakeshore Drive, a golden moon glowed on the black surface of Lake Michigan, whose calming emptiness providing a stunning juxtaposition to the pulsing grid spreading out in every other direction. "Let me guess. You got the idea for the Revelate by looking out at this city and envisioning making the impossible possible," she said.
"Not a bad line," he said. "I just may use that."
"Feel free," she said, forgetting to be afraid as he gave her a quick lesson in Chicago geography, pointing out notable buildings, streets, and expressways, digressing to explain the engineering feats that had allowed a primitive settlement in a marshy area to become a towering metropolis. Jessica was always amazed at how much more knowledge he took in than was necessary. Her John was truly a Renaissance man. He grinned ruefully, abruptly breaking off his lecture.
"Sorry about that. Sometimes I don't know when to quit."
"I like it," she said. "What an amazing city. What an amazing day." And it had been, as they rode the hop-on, hop-off double-decker all around the downtown area, often the only riders on top of the bus as they snuggled beneath a fuzzy wool blanket John had the foresight to bring along. They climbed off whenever John deemed something unmissable, giving Jessica plenty of opportunities to warm her numb nose and ears. His enthusiasm for things he'd surely seen dozens of times, he gushed like a kid as they viewed the dinosaur bones at the Field Museum, downright dawdled in front of the Macy's window displays, and even asked a German tourist to take their picture in front of the silvery cloud gate, or bean, was massively endearing. Best of all was the sheer amount of unhurried time they had together. Just the two of them.
"I can't imagine how today could be better," John said.
If she were being entirely honest, however, she could. Shortly after they'd finished scarfing down a late afternoon snack of Chicago-style hot dogs with all the trimmings, John got a text. He'd looked irritated as he began tapping away on his phone.
"What is it?" she'd asked.
"Nothing," he'd said.
She could tell by the furrow between his eyes that it was definitely something.
"Let me guess. Annie Wilkes is on a weekend hobbling jag?"
"Directed at Ava, at least according to Ava,"
he'd said with an annoyed sigh he quickly covered with a smile.
"But I'm pretty sure I already have it under control, so let's get rolling. We should at least walk through the new exhibit at the Museum of Contemporary Art. Then, as soon as it's dark," he added, pointing up at the John Hancock, "we're headed straight up there."
Now, as they leaned over the city, she could see the very spot where he'd pointed upward. Then there was another hydraulic hiss as they were once again levered upright. John's phone pinged as they climbed off the platform and onto the observation deck proper.
"I'm ignoring it,"
he said, putting an arm around her as they headed toward the bank of elevators.
"Let's get a drink upstairs."
Lark had been so sure of herself when she'd booked her ticket, and during the 4-hour flight, she'd been so excited she'd hardly been able to sit still, her attention wandering between a podcast, a paperback, and a few episodes of a show she'd been streaming. This was exactly the kind of grand gesture Tripp loved to make. What could be more delicious than turning the tables on him? She'd come up with the idea in bed, the morning after she'd told Tripp she loved him, and he'd said the same 3 words with a look of wonder and relief. She'd bugged him about visiting each time he left for the airport, and he'd made a variety of excuses, but what it came down to, she was sure, was some kind of weird embarrassment about his rental apartment. Maybe it was as boring as he claimed, or maybe it was actually filled with boxes, or perhaps it was messy and just didn't fit with the cultivated image she preferred to project. Whatever the reason, she didn't care. In fact, she secretly hoped his place would be a little bit of a dump, just to make him a little less perfect. Shortly after returning to L.A. from Minneapolis, where she had tortured herself with the idea that she was practically next door to Chicago, even though she knew it wasn't quite that close, she pulled the trigger and bought a ticket, planning to deliver herself as an early Christmas present. Tripp would be spending Christmas Eve through New Year's Day with his brother Mike's family, treating them to a luxurious cruise to St. Kitts and Nevis. Though he didn't talk much about Mike, Lark knew the two of them had begun the slow process of reconnection a 6 years ago. Mike was now a drill press operator in Lima, Ohio, and the cultural differences between the two of them were huge. But Tripp lit up when he talked about playing uncle with his 2 teenage nephews. As much as Lark wished Tripp were taking her to the Caribbean too, she wouldn't have wanted to share him or disappoint her own family by breaking their plans. Truthfully, it still felt too soon to bring him home for the holidays. Next year would be a different story. This time, she was prepared for the weather in Chicago, with a puffy down jacket, Ugg boots, and a faux fur hat with hilarious ear flaps. Not exactly sexy, but she didn't figure they'd be spending much time outside. Standing in line for a rental car with her thumbs poised over her phone, she couldn't suppress a grin. It was time to find out whether Tripp was truly as spontaneous as he seemed. "You free?" she texted, using the exact 2 words he'd deployed during his surprise visit to L.A. He didn't answer right away. In fact, she'd initialed the clerk's tablet with her forefinger and was halfway across a wind-blasted parking lot outside O'Hare when his response finally came through. She had hoped his response would be, "To talk?" proving he remembered their exchange word for word and that he knew instantly what was up. Instead, he wrote, "What's up?" She located her assigned car, slid behind the wheel, turned the key in the ignition, and cranked the heat before she answered. "For a date, I'm in Chicago." "Are you serious?" he wrote after a brief pause, with no emojis or anything to indicate whether he was pleased, displeased, or merely surprised. She forged ahead. "Picking up a rental. Meet me at Bavette's?" Though she hadn't known anything about Chicago's dining scene, online searches had informed her that reservations at this hip, romantic steakhouse were booked months in advance, which made her only more determined to pull it off. Daily calls, during which she'd become first-name friendly with the maitre d', had finally paid off when, relenting, he'd called her back to inform her of a prime-time cancellation with a week's notice to spare. It was hers, and now theirs. She synced her phone to the car, opened Google Maps, and waited. She knew the restaurant's address, but she didn't yet know his.
I wish you'd told me.
She caught her breath, froze, and felt a jolt of adrenaline as, for the first time, it occurred to her that she might have made a big mistake.
Unfortunately, I have a business dinner I can't cancel.
Waves of feelings crashed over her. Disappointment, embarrassment at her presumptuousness, regret at wasting all those calls to Bavette's.
But don't worry, this is going to be fucking awesome. I'm so happy you're here.
Her eyes misted over as a warm relief trickled into her body. He gave her the address of his building and told her the doorman would be expecting her. He wished he could leave the dinner early, he added, but real money was involved, so dessert, coffee, and even a nightcap were distinct possibilities.
But it will all be worth it knowing I'm coming home to you, Lark, he concluded. I love you so fucking much.
She could more than live with that, and they'd have dinner somewhere nice tomorrow. So what if it wasn't a surprise anymore? The drive downtown was almost as slow as anything she'd experienced in L.A., giving her time to watch Chicago's skyline growing taller in the windshield, the glassy buildings wreathed by exhaust and glittering red in the setting sun. She'd never been to the city and couldn't wait to see some of the sights with Trip tomorrow. Lark liked to see all the touristy stuff on a first visit, but imagined that double-decker buses and boat rides would have to wait for warmer weather. There would still be plenty of museums, stores, and restaurants, not to mention one-on-one indoor spots. After getting off the expressway, she navigated choked city streets, including a twisting video game-like detour through a sunken street with the improbable name of Lower Wacker Drive, before resurfacing in the heart of the city. Tripp's condo was in a silvery high-rise a block from Michigan Avenue, where there were so many pedestrians and so many things to look at that she missed the garage entrance, and it took her 10 minutes to get around the block again. Finally, she parked, found the tastefully decorated lobby, and gave her name to the doorman, who provided her with a spare set of keys and gave her the unit number.
In town for long? He asked as he buzzed her in.
Just the weekend, Lark said. He grinned.
Hope they don't work you too hard.
Which was a weird thing to say. But a doorman probably saw so many people every day that his small talk was on autopilot. He probably didn't even think about half the things he said. As the elevator whooshed upward, Lark once again tingled with anticipation. No, Trip wouldn't be there to greet her, but she would finally see where he lived. She could take her time taking it in before giving him a warm welcome home. Maybe wearing just her fur hat and boots. The thought made her laugh. He deserved some sort of surprise tonight. The first thing she noticed was the view. 27 stories above Millennium Park. The wall-to-wall, floor-to-ceiling window drew her right across the living area, where she pressed her nose against the glass and saw lawns and a concert pavilion white with snow, traffic on what must have been Lakeshore Drive, and an abrupt black edge where Lake Michigan began. In summer, in sunlight and thronged with people, it would be truly amazing. The second thing she noticed was how clean the apartment was, and the third thing she noticed was how it seemed practically empty. Tripp's description had made it sound as though he lived amid unpacked boxes, but not only were there none of those, there were very few personal touches whatsoever. The gleaming kitchen appeared to be unused. The living room furniture was crisply upholstered and crumb-free, and when she ventured down the hall into the bedroom, which had an equally stunning view, the bed was neatly made. No clothes on the floor, no photos on the nightstand. Feeling like a snoop, but unable to help herself, she opened the walk-in closet and was relieved to find clothes she recognized as Tripp's, and more in the bureau drawers. Several pairs of shoes, fewer than she'd expected, were polished and neatly aligned. He clearly hadn't been lying when he'd said it wasn't much of a home. Then again, without someone to share it with, why should he have made it homier? He was on the road constantly. She thought with an affectionate twinge of how she'd always thought he was just being nice when he told her how much he loved spending time at her funky, worn, and definitely lived-in apartment. His own place was so sterile. Maybe he meant it wholeheartedly. Well, she could help him warm it up. "I made it," she texted, keeping it brief because he was at dinner. Then she added, "Can't wait until you get home. XO." That would be hours from now. She watched her phone for a few minutes, hoping he would send a quick answer, but there was no reply. If he was wooing investors and talking about millions of dollars, it really wasn't fair to expect one. Reluctantly, she called Bavette's and canceled the reservation, relieved it wasn't her new friend, the maitre d', who answered. Looking through the window again, she pondered hitting the street and finding a cozy restaurant for a solo dinner, but found herself dissuaded when a shopping bag, caught in a fierce gust of wind, shot past the window. So, delivery it was, then.
"There's something I need to tell you," John said to Jessica over cocktails and oysters in the signature room on the 95th floor. "It's about Kate."
Her stomach dropped even more precipitously than it had on tilt. "What about her?"
"She's involved with Arjun."
Jessica, having expected John to say something very different, that he and Kate had once had a fling, was confused and didn't know what to say.
"She and Arjun have been together for nearly 2 years," John continued, "but you can't breathe a word to anyone."
"Of course I won't," she said, finally feeling relieved. "But why is it such a big secret? Neither one of them is married or anything, right?"
"They work together very closely and don't want any whispers about romance to take anything away from their scientific integrity."
"Won't we have the same problem eventually?" she asked.
"That's why we're keeping it quiet," he said, stroking her knee under the table. "Until eventually."
Which is when, exactly, she thought, but couldn't quite bring herself to say. "Why are you telling me this now?"
"For one thing, I wanted to put your mind at ease. I work very closely with Kate, too, and I don't want you thinking anything could be going on between us. I wouldn't blame you if you've wondered."
"I won't anymore," Jessica said. "What's the other thing?"
John looked down at the table. "I'm afraid you're going to be as disappointed as I am right now."
"What are you talking about?"
"Ava called while you were in the bathroom. She and Holly are at each other's throats."
"No!" Jessica blurted. She had promised herself she'd be the epitome of a patient and loving girlfriend while he settled his affairs so they could be together. But apparently her patience had worn thinner than she realized. "This is our special weekend, and I don't want you to—"
"Ava says that Holly claims she broke curfew twice, but both times she was home when she was supposed to be. Also, according to Ava, Holly is insane and won't believe her and is refusing to let her go to homecoming. Ava is threatening to run away if she doesn't."
"It's just another manipulation," Jessica said. "You know it is."
John took a long pull of his beer. "But what if it isn't?"
Jessica folded her arms, too angry to speak.
"I have no choice," said John, pleading his case. "I have to deal with the situation to keep things from going nuclear."
"You know," she said at last, "I went into this knowing it was going to be complicated for a while, and I think I've been completely understanding when it comes to your children."
"You've been amazing, Jessie."
"I haven't said a word about the fact that we live together, and I have to pretend I don't know you at work. I recently had to sit there and smile while Olivia made reference to your perfect marriage."
"Oh, God, I'm so sorry."
"In the meantime, I'm going home alone to my mom for Christmas while you play happy broken family with your crazy soon-to-be ex-wife, and I haven't complained once. I don't even know what, if anything, we're doing for New Year's, and most importantly, I have no idea when the hell you're actually going to be divorced."
"Soon, I promise,"
John whispered. For the first time since she'd known him, he looked like he might be about to cry. "I went into this knowing it was going to be hard, but sometimes—"
"I know," he said. "I know."
"And what about tomorrow? It was supposed to be a staycation weekend with just the two of us. Not a day and a half interrupted by texts reminding me that you're not really all mine." Her voice cracked. "Not yet, anyway."
"Jessie, babe,
John dabbed the corners of his eyes with his napkin. "I promise, our weekend together isn't over. Come hell or high water."
"We're talking about Annie Wilkes here. Likely as not, she'll find a way to deliver both."
Sniffling, they both chuckled at that. "I've already bought tickets for something tomorrow, and we're not missing it."
"No matter what?" she said. He gripped her hand.
"No matter what."
Lark was dozing on the couch when Tripp finally arrived. Caught off guard, she hadn't even cleared away the styrofoam clamshell of tofu pad thai, hadn't brushed her teeth, and certainly hadn't stripped down to fur hat and boots. Some surprise she was turning out to be. Fortunately, Tripp looked delighted to see her. He crossed the room and settled into the couch next to her, then drew her in for a lingering kiss that allowed her to taste the beer he'd been drinking. "Surprised?" she said after they broke it off.
"Completely,"
he confessed. Despite his obvious happiness, he looked tired. His eyes didn't quite have their usual sparkle. She pushed a stray lock of hair back from his forehead. "I'm sorry if it's bad timing."
"And I'm sorry I wasn't free," he said. "If there was any way I could have gotten out of it."
Now she put her finger on his lips. "Let's both stop apologizing." He grinned.
"So, when I tell you I'm too tired to go back out, I should be completely unrepentant?"
"Exactly." While they watched TV, Lark rubbed Tripp's shoulders until she realized he was asleep. The evening hadn't gone in any way like she'd planned, but there was still something comforting about being in Chicago, at Tripp's place, warm and cozy while the cold wind howled outside. She liked watching him sleep, and realized she almost never had the opportunity. On the West Coast, in her time zone, he always woke up hours before she did. Eventually, she faced a dilemma: cover him up on the couch, or wake him up and take him to bed. With a warm flush, she realized how she could make the evening memorable after all. With Chicago's glowing night sky behind her, she undressed slowly, watching Tripp's chest rise and fall. Then she climbed on the couch, straddled him, and began to give him something to dream about. Sunday morning, Tripp seemed refreshed as he took her to breakfast. As they walked through the loop, she loved the way the L cars clattered overhead on ancient-looking iron tracks, the way Chicagoans leaned into the wind and moved with grim determination. Weather makes a difference in people, she thought. No wonder Tripp was such a force of nature. His phone buzzed several times during breakfast, each time chipping away at his calm.
"I'm sorry," he said, picking it up to send a quick message. "One of the businesses I invested in is cratering, and the other major backer is losing his shit."
"Aren't you worried?" she asked, suddenly concerned that it might also be bad news for Tripp.
He shrugged. "Some of my investments are high risk, which is why I'm extremely diversified. High risk, high reward, but they can't all be winners."
"What about Activate? Is that high risk?" Tripp pushed his plate aside, reaching across the table, and took her hand. Looking into her eyes, he said,
"That is what I'd call a blue-chip investment."
Unfortunately, the other investor wouldn't be calmed and demanded a lunch meeting. Looking truly crestfallen, Tripp assured her it shouldn't take more than a couple of hours. His partner in this particular venture lived in Chicago, and they would be meeting at an office nearby. Not wanting to add any more pressure on Tripp, Lark tried not to let her disappointment show and promised she'd be fine on her own.
"I'll call you the moment I'm free," he promised, "and then we'll really have some fun."
And then he was out the door, leaving her to contemplate the remains of their meal and ponder what to do with her morning. Jessica woke up and searched online until she found a florist with Sunday hours. She drove halfway across the city to be there when the door opened. After the friendly clerk made his way behind the counter, she asked for a cool apology arrangement for a guy. She'd let her emotions get the best of her and had to make amends. He reappeared with an arrangement of white roses, Peruvian lilies, blue delphinium, baby's breath, seeded eucalyptus, and assorted greenery. It couldn't have been more perfect. On the card, she wrote, "John, I hope it went okay last night. It's important to me that you are there for your kids when they need you, and I feel badly for suggesting you should have been with me instead of them. I'm sorry. I love you. Jessie." She got home, set the arrangement on the kitchen counter, and went upstairs to use the computer while she waited for him. He told her he would be there no later than 10:45, which gave her just enough time to answer a few emails before he arrived. She triaged her inbox and was unsubscribing her personal account from a Phoenix Gym's promotions list when a new work email popped up. From Marco Ruiz. Subject: Your mission, should you choose to accept it. Before she could read it, John's keys jangled in the front door. She quickly slid back from the computer so he wouldn't see her, but she could watch through the interior glass window overlooking the living room as he entered the apartment. Not having spoken or texted with him since last night, Jessica felt nervous as he dropped his keys on the table in the entry hall and stepped into the kitchen. He looked puzzled until he recognized his name on the card. Then an expression she couldn't identify clouded his face, making her wish she'd had the presence of mind to apologize as quickly as he had after his one travel-weary loss of temper. The cloud passed as quickly as it appeared, however, and he looked up and smiled broadly.
You know, he said, his voice loud enough to be heard anywhere in the apartment, no one's ever gotten me flowers before.
Maybe no one's ever needed to, she said, coming out of the office and putting her hands on the railing. I was such a jackass.
Don't talk about yourself that way, he said. I could never be so patient if the tables were turned.
Forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive. You have every right to feel the way you do.
An hour later, as they enjoyed improv brunch at Second City, and the performers ad-libbed a hilarious musical about, ironically, teenagers, it was as though there'd never been any tension between them at all. After the show, they drove to the Shed Aquarium, laughing about how they both thought dolphins were overrated, and bonding over a shared fascination with manta rays. After John handed his keys to the valet, and while they were ascending the steps, he took his phone out of his pocket, glanced at it, and grimaced before putting it away again. Are you keeping it on vibrate now? Jessica asked. He nodded. What is it this time?
Ava just wants me to know that everything is going to shit again with her mother, he said wearily. I'm sorry.
Don't be. Instead of feeling irritated, Jessica resolved to appreciate the fact that she had a partner who cared so much about the people in his life. Is action required?
Not just yet.
They had passed through admissions. Naturally, John was an aquarium sponsor with VIP privileges, and were gazing at the huge Caribbean reef tank when, this time, her own cell phone vibrated. It's Marco, she said, looking at the lock screen.
By all means, take the call, he said, nodding approvingly. The man's working on a Sunday.
Laughing to herself about the endless complications of dating the boss, she answered, Hi, Marco.
You haven't gotten back to me, he said brusquely.
Sorry, she said. I've been out since this morning, and I haven't had a chance to...
Read my email, he said. Now.
Hang on, she said, putting Marco on speaker while she pulled up her email. John read along over her shoulder.
Jessica, I am in Omaha, and American Healthcare Systems is going to sign a contract with us tomorrow. We need someone to oversee the Revelate rollout in their clinics across the country. I believe that someone is you. Call me when you read this, Marco.
Are you still there? Marco asked. Wow, Jessica said.
AHS is the 5th largest hospital system in the country, and they think the Revelate can help them hit number 1.
Jessica tried to get her head around this sudden development. Marco had mentioned a possible deal, but she'd had no idea it would happen so soon, or that he would ask her to be directly involved. And while this new assignment clearly belonged to the monitoring aspect of her job, the prospect of such a huge and outward-facing role was both flattering and paralyzing. We don't even have full FDA approval yet, she said to John as much to Marco. Do we? John nodded enthusiastically. We do? She exclaimed before Marco answered, forgetting for a split second that he had no idea who was standing beside her.
Just got approval on Friday afternoon for leukemia biomarker testing, Marco said, not seeming to notice her gaffe.
OMG, she said as John smiled broadly.
Your job will be to liaise with administration and help integrate the Revelate into their protocols. Scaling up like this will help us accelerate our nationwide launch exponentially.
John gave her a silent fist bump.
The thing is, I need you to get on a plane tonight, Marco said.
Tonight?
The signing came together faster than expected, and we don't want to be the ones to slow things down. They're understandably eager to meet the person who's going to head up the Kankura team. I'm booking you on a 6 o'clock flight from O'Hare.
I do have a few questions, more than a few.
All of which I'll answer when I pick you up at the airport,
Marco said. I guess I'll see you soon, she said, feeling breathless and a little bit dizzy. Moments after she ended the call, John's phone vibrated with a message alert from Marco. Clearly you and Marco have been conspiring, she said.
Let's just say I know you've missed having patient contact.
I do, but
I want you on the front lines, the face of Kankura.
Are you sure I'm
brilliant and beautiful? Definitely.
You're not bad-looking yourself, she said, blushing. I don't want to leave you, though.
And I don't want to be away from you, but with some creative scheduling, I bet we can work out how to spend more time together than we do now.
I'll believe that when I see it.
I guess I'll just have to rise to the occasion, he said with a wink.
That's all well and good, but if I'm really going to catch that plane and impress our new clients in the morning, I need to get home and pack.
Not so fast, he said. You at least have to see the eels that change color and sex. They transform from blue-lined males to solid yellow females.
But
Boss's orders.
Lark wandered gallery after gallery in the sprawling neoclassical art institute, seeing everything from old armor and weapons to Renaissance masters to I could have made that modern art. She saw paintings she'd only ever seen as postcards. Edward Hopper's Nighthawks, Grant Wood's American Gothic, and Vincent van Gogh's The Bedroom. It was awe-inspiring and a little bit overwhelming. Suddenly, she realized more than 2 hours had passed, and her feet were killing her. Stopping at a little cafe for some coffee, she checked her phone for messages that weren't there. Resisted the urge to nudge him. Called her mom instead.
"How's Chicago?" she asked. "I hope he's giving you the grand tour."
"Cold, but beautiful. I'm on my own right now because he had a work emergency come up."
"You must be disappointed."
"We'll be getting together soon. The museum is amazing."
"Send pictures?"
Lark promised she would. After a half-hearted spin through a couple more rooms, Lark realized her brain couldn't handle any more profundity, so she left the museum. Michigan Avenue, festive with wreaths and red bows, was filling up with holiday shoppers and tourists. The air had suddenly become milder, and fluffy snowflakes began to fall, making the whole scene look like a gently shaken snow globe. On the steps beside her, the Art Institute lions both sported enormous wreaths, so she took a selfie, sent it to her parents, and posted it to Instagram. As if on cue, Tripp texted,
"Ugh, so sorry. My guy here is shitting bricks. Need to talk him off the ledge or we're both going to lose more money than necessary."
"That sucks," she wrote back, adding a frown emoji and fighting a pang of irritation.
"Could be another hour," he wrote. "So sorry. I'll make it up to you. I love you."
"Don't worry. I'm fine. I love you too."
"Can't believe you're in Chicago and we're not together. Gotta run."
As she dropped her phone back in her coat pocket, she thought with frustration how much time she'd already spent alone in Tripp's apartment. Then, in a nearby shop window, she saw the perfect gift to give him for Christmas. It ended up being 2 hours before Tripp called and told her to meet him under the Macy's clock at State in Washington. She got there quickly and soon realized it was a popular meeting point as group after group of Chicagoans found each other and proceeded to join the line for the Macy's window displays. The ringing bell of a Salvation Army Red Kettle volunteer was just loud enough to make her back up, right into the arms of Tripp, who wrapped her in a grateful hug.
"Finally," he said.
"Are you all mine now?" she asked.
"All yours."
Snow was still falling lightly as they viewed the cheesy but fun window displays, then went inside the store along with about 1 million other people. Tripp bought her a fun but inexpensive watch she admired, a pair of nicer earrings, and a sexy, beautiful dress he made her promise to wear to dinner. Then, bags in hand, they went 2 blocks to a German-style Christmas market that was absolutely thronged and utterly charming. There they shouldered through crowds to view handmade glass Christmas ornaments and snack on warm pretzels and steaming hot mulled wine. The sun set unbelievably early, but when the Christmas lights came on, everything looked festive and delightful. For the first time, Lark allowed herself to wonder what came next with Trip. If they'd ever stop doing things long distance and pick a place to be together. Would he want her to live in Chicago? Could she live in Chicago? Maybe. When they went back to his apartment to change for dinner, she followed him through the door, biting her tongue and waiting for him to see her gifts. He walked past the first one, then stopped and did a double take after the second one. Lining the entry hall were 6 framed photos of the two of them in L.A. She'd uploaded them to Walgreens from her phone, selected 1 hour printing, and then found pretty matted frames at an old-fashioned photo shop under the L-tracks. The clerk at the shop gave her picture hooks, which she'd banged into the wall using a coffee mug that had miraculously not chipped. She watched Trip carefully, hoping she hadn't overstepped. His surprised expression was slowly transformed by a wide grin. "Fucking awesome. I want you to see us together every time you walk in," she explained. "I'm glad I will," he said, kissing her. "I don't know why I never thought of this." "You think of practically everything else," she said, kissing him back. "Where are we going for dinner?" "Perhaps you've heard of a place called Bavette's?" Chapter 17. Holly. Your family is your greatest asset. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. Mini-Me was rubbing his nose against the sliding glass doors again. His shaggy winter coat and long mane were dusted with snow. With those big brown eyes, the effect was heart-melting, especially on Paige. "Mom, can we please let him in just for a little while?" she pleaded. "He looks so cold out there." "He's fine, and he's not a house pet," Holly said for the umpteenth time. "He's got a nice warm shed with fresh straw any time he wants to stop begging." Paige pouted, her fingers on the glass, like a girl separated from her prisoner boyfriend. "I honestly don't even know why you got a pet-sized horse if we can't have him inside." "We rescued him precisely because someone thought he was a pet," Holly reminded her. "The poor guy hadn't been outside in months. He is a horse and needs to be treated like one, even if he would fit on our couch." "Can I at least give him an apple?" "Make it a carrot," Holly said. Jack was frowning at his tablet, seated in his favorite chair. If he had even heard the exchange, it didn't appear to register. At least he was home for once. The kids were used to his frequent absences, but this past fall it had seemed like he was going for a new record. While Paige went to collect her hoodie, slippers, and a carrot, Holly sipped hot coffee and folded her legs under herself on the couch. Her laptop battery was dying, but she was making so much progress on the Christmas shopping she didn't want to get up. Thank God for one-day and same-day delivery. This was the first year the Wright clan had not gone downtown on the first day of winter break to do their Christmas shopping, and when Jack originally suggested skipping it, Holly had been incensed, thinking of it as some kind of family Waterloo. But after Ava and Logan sided with their dad, and even Paige's support turned out to be lukewarm, Holly faced the facts and gave in, thinking at least she and Jack still had their standing New Year's Eve reservations at the Union League Club. What she would not admit to any of them was that staying home was actually a relief. She missed their traditional breakfast at the Walnut Room, of course, and skating in Millennium Park, but those brief pleasures had always been followed by hours of logistical nightmares as they separated, regrouped, and separated again, hauling ever larger bags of gifts she wasn't sure any of them truly wanted. And today was going to be busy enough as it was. Brian and an event planner were coming over shortly to meet about the fast-approaching hay bale ball. Hearing Logan thumping down the stairs, Holly called to him. "Logan, honey, can you grab my laptop charger from the kitchen desk?" But he either didn't hear her or, just as likely, ignored her. He kept thumping all the way down to the basement, where he would put on his headset and play games with kids he'd met online. She fervently hoped they were kids. The day may not have been as picture-perfect as their usual holiday kickoff, but it was nice having everyone home. Holly enjoyed a full and slightly chaotic house up to a point. 2 weeks from now, she knew she'd be grateful to have Galenia back on the premises and Jack back at work full-time. Not that he ever was at home full-time. Holly heard the front door open as Ava came in with Sienna. They had been out driving around, going who knew where and doing who knew what. Holly tried not to pry, though she did occasionally confirm Ava's stories with her friends' parents. Even the best kids from the best homes were liable to have some secrets. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad," said Ava as they breezed into the kitchen, their sneakers leaving wet prints on the hardwood floor. "Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Wright," said Sienna. "I mean, Doctor and Doctor."
"Hi, girls," said Jack, glancing up. "And what mayhem have you been wreaking in the snowy streets of Barrington Hills today?"
They looked at each other. Less a conspiratorial glance than a "what do you say to that?" before Ava answered, "Nothing much," and began raiding the snack cabinet. "Oh," said Sienna, remembering something. "I saw you, Dr. Wright, downtown yesterday. Or maybe Saturday?" Jack cocked an eyebrow.
"Where was that? You should have said hi."
"I would have, but you were with somebody. I didn't want her to think, 'Who's that crazy chick yelling at you from across the street?'"
"I don't mind if people think I'm friends with crazy chicks,"
joked Jack. "It was in front of Macy's," clarified Sienna. Holly felt a throb in her forehead. "Who were you with, Jack?"
"It must have been our director of medical monitoring and consulting. She's new to Chicago, so I took her to lunch and reminded her she's welcome to enjoy the city. She's been working pretty much 7 days a week."
"What's her name?" asked Holly.
"Jessica Myers,"
he said, looking impatient to get back to his reading. The girls were now looking at something on Ava's phone, something a friend had posted that was worthy of a few "oh my gods." "That was nice of you," said Holly airily. "On a weekend?" Jessica Myers.
"I thought so,"
said Jack. "Where did you take her?"
"Atwood,"
he said without missing a beat, which was across from Macy's. "And then you looked at the window displays," she continued. He shrugged.
"How could we not? She's new here."
Suddenly, Sienna was back in their conversation. "She looked super hip and cool," said Sienna. "I loved her blue hair. If I could style like that, maybe I'd want some kind of big corporate job too."
"We look at the resume more than the wardrobe," said Jack with a shrug, lifting his tablet again.
And just like that, the girls had grabbed a bag of chips and 2 mineral waters and moved to another room. "How's she working out?" asked Holly. He didn't look up.
"Who?"
"Your new director of whatever."
"Well, I only hire rock stars, so she fits right in."
"I wish you had office parties so I could get to know your staff."
"That's actually a great idea. We'll do something this summer. But you know you're welcome at the office any time."
"I know." Paige had apparently gotten distracted by something, most likely her phone, but now finally returned with a carrot, which she had thoughtfully peeled. Mini-Me hadn't moved, and condensation from his nostrils clouded the glass. He perked up when he saw the carrot, though, and Paige had a hard time squeezing past him once she'd opened the door.
"Shut the door. We're not heating the yard,"
called Jack. To Holly, he added,
"God, I sound like a total dad."
Hearing the doorbell chime, Holly clicked submit on a cart full of gifts and closed her laptop.
"Expecting someone?"
asked Jack. "I told you, Brian."
"That guy,"
he said with a chuckle meant to imply he was not in any way a threat to Jack Wright. She went to the front door and opened it. Brian was waiting on the front step with rosy cheeks, a few flakes of snow in his hair, and a nice gray scarf knotted over his light jacket. When he grinned at her, she fought an urge to kiss him.
"Everything all right?"
he asked. "Of course. Why? And come in already."
"I don't know. The look on your face just now."
"Jack's here," she said, as he slipped his shoes off and left them in the pile of boots, sneakers, and slippers by the front door.
"Good,"
he said unconvincingly.
"Hey, bail ball?"
asked Jack as they came into the family room.
"You know it," said Brian. "We've got a seat with your name on it. Wouldn't miss it."
Except, of course, he had. "I've got a list of tables you helped us sell in recent years that haven't confirmed yet," said Holly, settling in on the couch and picking up her laptop again. "Do you mind giving them a call?"
"Better wait until after New Year's. Don't want to bug people when they're home with family."
Brian laughed as he sat down on a chair at the end of the couch and unzipped his computer bag.
"Is that a dig?"
"Maybe," said Jack with mock seriousness.
"Any developments on the bridal path problem?" "Nothing from the Yadios, who seem to be wintering in Florida," said Brian. "And the trustees won't talk, of course, but I'm working a couple of angles."
Jack looked amused, as though he was thinking any effort on Brian's part was futile. Holly sighed.
I hope this little faux controversy doesn't discourage anyone local from buying tickets. Jack dropped his tablet on a side table and stood up, rotating his neck to get the kinks out. Are you kidding? Put it front and center in your appeal. But we've always used the horses themselves as our selling point. People identify emotionally with abused animals. And kids. The whole point in the easement is to connect kids with horses and horses with kids, right? Win-win. The controversy, as you call it, is a strength, not a liability. I think he's right, said Brian. Jack began dictating an imaginary letter as he slowly made his way out of the room. Dear friend of horse stability, as you may have heard, our proposal to create a unique resource for young people and rescue animals in the Barrington Hills community was strongly opposed at the recent Board of Trustees meeting. This is a major setback for our efforts, but it's only temporary. With your help, etc., etc. Brian and Holly looked at each other as Jack's voice trailed away. Does anyone ever say no to him? Asked Brian. Not that I can tell, said Holly, more pointedly than she'd intended. Brian shook his head in either disgust or admiration. She was familiar with the dichotomy. The event planner is still coming? He asked. She's running a little late, Holly said, surprising herself with a brief but vivid vision of taking Brian into a guest bedroom and locking the door while they waited. But we'd better get to work. Later, when Brian was gone, Holly asked, So where did she move from? They were in the kitchen, and Holly was putting 2 chickens in a roasting pan. Jack had a half-dozen bottles out, along with a cocktail shaker and an assortment of bar tools, and was poring over a cocktail book. Where did who move from? He asked distractedly. Your lunch date, the director of medical monitoring and consulting. Because she'd already looked her up online, found her pretty face on Kankura's Our Team page, and confirmed her title. I hired her away from our partners in Phoenix. Which explained why he no longer needed to make monthly visits. So she's someone you've worked with a lot? I wouldn't say a lot, but I know her pretty well. And she was pretty. Not gorgeous, but with a wholesome, heart-shaped face framed by wavy chestnut hair. If she'd dyed it a striking color, as Sienna had suggested, it had been since the headshot was taken. She's going to be out of the office a lot since we just put her on the American healthcare system's rollout, he added. She doesn't realize it yet, but she's basically relocating to Omaha. Oh, Holly said, tired of wondering what was even true. Chapter 18. Jessica and Holly. Disagreements are inevitable. Never walk away angry. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth, a TED Talk by John M. Wright. It was 3 o'clock on New Year's Eve, and Kankura was filled with the unfamiliar sounds of early departures as everyone hurried to get out of the office. The shift in tone from all work all the time to, what are your plans tonight, was audible even as the stalwarts headed home to prepare for the evening, whether they were planning to attend parties, dine at one of the seemingly hundreds of restaurants with meal and party packages, or simply stay in to count down with the people on their TVs. Jessica was in no particular rush. New Year's Eve fell on a Tuesday, meaning the office would be closed on Wednesday, and then it would be back to business as usual by Thursday. She still badly needed some catch-up time before she met John at home for a quiet dinner, an Eastern Standard Time New Year's toast, and a long-overdue opportunity to ring in the new year by making love until they both fell asleep, sated and exhausted. She'd been out of town since mid-December, first for what had been a busy and exciting 7 days in Omaha at the headquarters of American Healthcare Systems. AHS was a big, cumbersome organization with a work culture to match, but she was energized by their enthusiasm about onboarding the Revelate technology and took pride in her role as the point person for Kankura. From there, she'd headed home to Gilbert, Arizona for Christmas with her mom and latest potential stepfather. It was a welcome week off from nonstop work, even if her mom had set an interrogative tone by peppering her with questions at the breakfast table, starting Christmas Eve morning. Explain this whole revelation thing again, will you please? She'd asked, filling both of their mugs with watery coffee. Revelate, Jessica corrected her. It's cutting-edge technology that can painlessly diagnose childhood cancer before there are any symptoms. So you've been transferred to Omaha? I'm commuting back and forth. Her mom regarded Jessica over the rim of her mug. If it was possible, her filler-plumped skin looked more sun-damaged than when Jessica had left Phoenix just 3 months earlier. Of course, Kent, Mom's newest flame, was a spry 10 years younger. That he was currently out of work was apparently beside the point. "I thought you said you have an apartment in Omaha," her mom said. "Kankura is renting a corporate apartment for several of us." "You're sharing a place with coworkers? What about John?" "Everything is great with John," Jessica said, ignoring her mom's prying. John and Kent were roughly the same age, which apparently made them competitors. "There are 3 bedrooms, and I have my own bathroom. Various employees are in and out. As for John, you are the only one who knows, and it needs to stay that way." "Mum's the word," she said, stirring her coffee pointedly. "I assume that's why he can't be here?" "He has to be with his children this year," Jessica said. "The separation has been rough on them, and they need him." Given her mother's 3 marriages and counting, she hoped that particular truth would hit home. "So, next year, for sure?" By next year, there would be so much more to celebrate, especially if the Revelate implementation in AHS was as successful as projected. As Kent sprawled on the couch, absorbed in a college football game, Jessica had tried but couldn't picture John there. Maybe it would be better, she thought, to invite her mom, and whoever she was married to by then, to spend next Christmas in Chicago instead. Halfway through her to-do list, Jessica took a quick trip to the ladies' room through the all-but-empty office floor. As she passed Philip's cubicle, he stood up suddenly and startled her. He was already wearing a cap with the ear flaps down and a thick scarf wound several times around his upturned coat collar. "Happy New Year, Philip," she said warmly. "I would like to stop and speak with you, except I'm running late for the bus," he said, hurrying past. "We'll talk in the new year." She managed to hold in her chuckle until he was around the corner. He was truly the oddest duck in the flock. Then she continued on her way. As she was flushing, Jessica was surprised to hear the restroom door open. She emerged from the stall to see an attractive, aristocratic woman of about 45 checking her lipstick in the mirror. She looked familiar. "Happy New Year," said the woman warmly. "To you too," Jessica said as she began to wash her hands. Was she a new hire? And if so, had she started during the last few tumultuous weeks? Or had Jessica somehow forgotten her? "I apologize if we've already met," Jessica said, feeling embarrassed. "I'm Jessica Myers, Director of Medical Monitoring and Consulting." The woman flashed a practiced smile. "Holly Wright." Jessica willed her knees not to buckle. She'd studied the photos in John's office, the limited public pictures on Holly's Facebook profile, and everything else she could dig up online, which wasn't much. But none of the pictures did her justice. Somehow, she'd come away with an impression of Holly Wright as taller, sturdier, and certainly crazier looking than the willowy, impeccably groomed, gray-tinged blonde poised at the next sink. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Wright," Jessica stammered, grabbing a paper towel and drying off thoroughly before shaking hands. "Doctor, actually," Holly said, still smiling. "And you've got a big job. I don't believe I've heard of you before." Jessica had no reason to feel nervous. John had separated from Holly before they'd even met. That Holly didn't know about Jessica's existence was John's decision, not hers. She also had always known she would someday encounter the unbalanced Holly Wright face to face, although she had always assumed it might be outside a courtroom or even at an event for one of the children, long after tensions had cooled following the divorce. Never in a million years would she have expected their tete-a-tete to occur today in the employee restroom at Kankura. "I'm somewhat new, and things move quickly around here." "There's no doubt of that," Holly said. "Where did Jack find you?" "Jack?" "I was at Mayo, in Phoenix," Jessica said, still feeling shakier than she should. Why was Holly at the office? "Makes sense," Holly said cryptically. "It's getting late, and I'm surprised you're even still in the office. Do you have big plans tonight?" "I've been traveling a lot lately, so I'm really looking forward to a quiet night at home." "Not alone, I hope," Holly said. "With a friend. And you?" "I'm here to take my husband out for New Year's Eve," Holly said. "We're going out for drinks at the Palmer House, to dinner with friends at the Union League Club, and then we'll watch the fireworks, just like we do every year."
Jessica was texting John even before she shut herself into her office. "I just ran into Holly."
WTF are you talking about?
"She was in the second-floor bathroom."
You're sure it was her?
"We had a conversation. She's here to pick you up for drinks, dinner at the club, and fireworks, just like you do every year." There was a long moment before his next reply.
Shit. Now you see what I'm dealing with. We haven't done that dinner thing in 3 years.
"She doesn't seem to know that?"
Well, this is fucking awesome. I see her. She's headed right for me.
"Do you want me to call security?" Maybe Holly Wright was crazy enough to be dangerous.
No, I've got this.
"You sure?"
I'll be home by dinner time to ring in the new year with you.
Spotting a bar on Randolph Street, Jack pulled over and said to Holly,
"Let's try this place."
"What's wrong with the Palmer House?" she asked. "We do that every year."
Exactly,
he said, shutting down the engine. Holly peered out the window. The bar's window was filled with posters and neon beer signs. It looked like the kind of place that would be frequented by what Ava called bros and hoes. "I don't think I'm dressed for this," she said icily. Jack opened his door.
"Let's just do something different for once."
He had seemed distracted ever since she'd surprised him at his office. Usually they met in the Loop for drinks before dinner, but she had wanted to get a look at Jessica, and disguising that as a spontaneous visit worked well. After all, Jack had told her she was always welcome. His new director of medical monitoring and consulting didn't look at all like Holly was expecting. Sienna had said she had blue hair, but if Jessica Myers had recently returned to her natural, beautiful chestnut brown, her stylist deserved a medal. The woman herself had been hard to read. A little flustered, but that could have been brought on by the awkward location, or the fact that she'd just met the wife of the man she'd been sleeping with. The bar was cold and cavernous, with most of the light coming from several dozen TV screens. She stopped just inside, but Jack continued threading his way through an acre of tall tables. There were almost no other patrons, and the heavy metal music was deafening. Reluctantly, she followed him to a two-top in the middle of the room. "Should we get Jell-O shots?" she asked.
"I think I'm just going to have a beer,"
he said, ignoring her tone. Eventually, an amused barmaid wandered over and shouted at them over the music. "We don't have table service. You have to order at the bar." Holly was already scooting her chair back, ready to leave, but Jack grinned, apologized, and followed the girl over to the bar to place their orders. He returned with a beer in a fancy goblet and a white wine for her. "You didn't even ask what I wanted," she said. "What if I wanted something different?" He smelled his beer as if it were an exotic flower and then took a swallow.
"I haven't seen you drink anything but white in, 10 years?
Which was true, but still. Maybe I don't like change just for the sake of change.
So you are pissed off we're not at the Palmer House?
"Do you really think this is a better alternative?" she asked, spreading her arms. If there was a place that was the literal opposite of the elegant Palmer House Hilton, with its soaring, gilded atrium, Jack had found it.
"It's okay," he said. "Never know until you try. Excuse me for a second."
He went looking for the bathroom. She couldn't say for sure, but it seemed to her that he'd almost flinched. Probably because he'd felt a vibration in his pocket. So he was going to text. Jessica, probably. Who did look ever so slightly like the only other one Holly had actually seen in person. So maybe he had a type. Give him credit, Jack only stayed in the bathroom for as long as he would if he were actually peeing. When he sat back down, she said, "So, will this little adventure satisfy your wanderlust for the evening?"
"About that."
"Here we go." Jack drank half his beer and then looked up as if to signal for another. Then he remembered no table service. Holly wondered how long his forced enthusiasm for the place would last, because Jack Wright was not accustomed to carrying his own drinks.
"You know how I feel about the club,"
he said, leaning forward so he could speak at an almost normal volume. "Do I?" Her family had been members of the Union League Club for generations, and while it was not nearly as business-minded as other old-line Chicago institutions, it had certainly provided Jack with valuable connections in the early days of their marriage. If he had noticed the subtle slights from her parents and their friends back then, he never showed it. And now that he was not her boyfriend, Johnny, but Jonathan Wright, visionary founder of Kankura, he was a celebrity there. Her parents had taken Holly and Jack to dinner on New Year's Eve for years, but now that they were snowbirds, Holly and Jack had taken over the standing reservation and begun including some of her old friends and their husbands.
"Those people are only interested in me because of my money," he said, drumming his fingers on the table.
"For years you were only interested in them because of their money," she countered.
"What are you saying?"
he asked defensively. "Simply that you have found investors there, which has worked to the advantage of everyone, including some of our dinner dates this evening."
"Which makes it feel like work."
For some reason, Jack was spoiling for a fight, which only made her more determined not to let him have one. She finally sipped her wine, which is as terrible as she'd guessed it would be.
"That fucking Chris guy, the husband of what's-her-name,
Karen.
He puts in 35 grand and thinks it makes him chairman of the board.
That's a lot of money for some people."
"Bullshit. He's got plenty more."
"So you're worried he's going to talk about Kankura and you don't want to? This is unfamiliar territory."
"Can't we just do something to mix it up for once?"
he said, finishing his beer and heading over to the bar. He spoke briefly to the bartender, who was working with someone else to restock a beer cooler. In the light over the bar, Holly could see her hair was streaked with vivid magenta. She was the kind of person you described as having dyed hair. Jack came back.
"She's busy. She said she'd bring the drinks over in a minute."
"What do you mean, mix it up?"
"Cancel, do something else, have some fun."
The anger she'd fought so hard to control began to bubble like a simmering pot. "We cannot cancel, Jack. People hired babysitters. They got dressed up. They're on their way into the city right now."
"It's not like they'll go hungry. They can have dinner without us."
The lid on the pot began to rattle. "What is wrong with you? We can't treat our friends like that."
"They're your friends, Holly, not mine."
"This is the first time I've noticed you drawing a line between friends and investors." He looked at her intently.
"You know what your problem is? You want everything to be the same. The same restaurant on the same day with the same people. You're fucking married to these rituals and traditions. This idea that we do things a certain way for no better reason than because we always have. You're just like your mother, Holly, and there is no way I'm going to end up like your father."
Two things happened at once. Boiling over, Holly said, "You asshole!" and her hand flew out, knocking her wine glass over, just as the bartender arrived with their new drinks. White wine splashed her bare midriff as the glass fell off the table and broke on the floor. Holly, frozen, couldn't speak as the glaring bartender set the new glasses down and said, "I'll leave you two alone."
"That's just fucking awesome," said Jack, rising again. "Call me when you get it under control, okay?"
He stopped at the bar on the way out, no doubt to apologize for his crazy wife and give the bartender a ridiculous tip. Jack cared what everyone thought of him, including people who had no idea who he was. Everyone, apparently, except Holly. She cursed herself for giving him the excuse he wanted to leave. He obviously hadn't planned to go through with the evening at all. All his claims rang false because he lived to schmooze, always wanted to be around people with money, and never let personal chemistry get in the way. When he found himself around someone annoying, he just let his own charming personality fill the room. He had made excuses before, had even canceled at the last minute, but never anything like this. Never left her alone in a bar. Never told her to call him when she had it together. Holly had a fleeting fantasy of racing out to the sidewalk, hailing a cab, and telling them to follow Jack's Porsche SUV, tailing them, no doubt, to Jessica's apartment. But what then? And anyway, by the time she reached the sidewalk, he was gone. John came home for New Year's Eve dinner a little late, but still in plenty of time to enjoy the standing rib roast and new potatoes Jessica had prepared.
"I'm so sorry for this insanity. I've already left a message for my lawyer."
"She calls you Jack," Jessica said, pouring him a glass of wine.
"As in Jack of all trades," he said nonchalantly. "It was a joke from med school that sort of stuck."
Later, while they ate, Jessica said, "She seemed surprised she hadn't heard of me." John looked perplexed.
How would she have?
Maybe she keeps in touch with people at the office?
I find that hard to imagine. If she called anyone, it would be Olivia, and I'd hear about that immediately.
Over the tiramisu, which turned out perfectly, Jessica returned to the subject. I hope she's not putting things together. She definitely took note of the fact that I was from Phoenix.
It probably rang a bell because I traveled there all the time.
Part of her ached to see him worry more, drink far too much, even break down over what his soon-to-be ex-wife had put him through. He didn't, though, and she felt she had to play the whole thing off as another uncomfortable inevitability. She's pretty.
Yes,
said John, nodding.
But the things I liked most about Holly were her intelligence, drive, and what I mistakenly thought was total stability.
Which was exactly how Jessica would have perceived her had he not told her otherwise. She certainly doesn't seem as crazy as...
That's the problem with this whole damn situation, John said mournfully. Just looking at her, nobody would believe it.
They rang in the new year on Eastern Standard Time and were making love at midnight, knowing he'd be out the door again by midday, first to the office and then off to the airport for a presentation at Duke, of all places.
Just think, I'd be plucking you out of the crowd in Durham this week if we hadn't met in Phoenix, he said, his arm around her.
Maybe that would have been better, she said.
You don't really mean that, do you, Jessie?
Life would certainly be less complicated. John pulled her close.
Everything is as it's meant to be.
Maybe you wouldn't have noticed me anyway, she said, wishing she weren't being such a downer.
Impossible.
I would have been an oncology fellow, not a doe-eyed resident.
Playing hard to get, are we, doe-eyes?
Maybe, she said as she felt him harden against her hip. It wouldn't have been so easy to lure me away.
You didn't stand a chance then, he said, and you don't now.
Holly showed up at the club for dinner, of course, not because she was like her mother, but because people didn't treat each other that way, blowing off plans, walking out, seeking private pleasures. She made an excuse for Jack, caring less than usual whether anyone found it plausible that he had an emergency call with an investor in Shanghai who didn't observe the Western New Year. If she was believed, it was because she'd been practicing for years. As the waiter brought their menus and directed a busboy to remove the 6th place setting, she wondered whether the lies she'd been forced to tell on Jack's behalf had compromised her too. Because once someone stopped caring about the truth, didn't everything else crumble? Karen, whose husband Chris's small investment had so offended Jack, had been Holly's roommate at Glen Lake Academy, and they had maintained their friendship out of the comfortable force of habit. Tina and her husband, Lane, were friends from the University of Chicago. It was an odd mix, now that she thought about it. Stay-at-home mom, real estate investor, medical school provost, and plastic surgeon, the disparities made more noticeable without Jack to plaster over the cracks. Holly willed herself to be lively, to ask everyone questions about their kids and jobs, wanting to prove to her absent husband that social niceties mattered, that maintaining connections made a difference. But as drinks and appetizers led to soups and salads, she found it harder and harder to maintain focus. By the time the entrees had arrived, she ordered rack of lamb because she always did, and because her father had been so proud of her when she announced, "I'll have what he's having," at 11 years old. She was drifting, barely there, nodding and smiling and looking interested while, in reality, she couldn't have told anyone what they were talking about. For years, after what she thought of as the bachelor party incident, she had watched Jack closely, worried about a repeat. They were often together in those days. He didn't travel much yet, and she didn't see anything that particularly troubled her. And when he did begin traveling, and his itineraries and business deals became too Byzantine to keep track of, it all happened gradually. He spoke excitedly of so many people in so many cities that to have given in to jealousy would have driven her insane. She listened dutifully, trying to share his excitement for the big idea while still wondering whether it was even possible. And eventually she lost track of the particulars. Lost track of Jack. Until one night, shortly after they'd moved to Barrington Hills. Ava was 5, Paige was 2, and Holly was 4 months pregnant with Logan.
Their Lincoln Park townhouse was newly on the market, and the realtor informed them, with an open house scheduled for the next day, that they had overlooked a considerable amount of clothes and toys in the girls' closet. Jack, holed up in his new home office in front of a glowing screen, had irritably said he was too busy to take care of it. After making him promise to look in frequently on Paige, who was running a fever, Holly put some empty boxes in the back of her car and drove into the city. She had cleared the closet and stacked the boxes on the back porch when the doorbell rang. Puzzled, but not thinking too much of it, she opened the door to a pretty younger woman with a heart-shaped face and light brown hair. Taller than Holly, which would bother her later, as would her much larger breasts and curvy hips. Her face was neatly made up, but her eyes were red from crying. She held a small bouquet of flowers to her chest, and looked utterly shocked to see Holly. Does Mitch Wright live here?" she asked, suddenly unsure of herself. "I might not have the right address." Everything became clear in an instant. Mitch had a piece on the side, whether in Chicago or somewhere else. They'd fought or broken up, who knew, and somehow she'd found his address. Come there to apologize. Make up. Make love. What stayed with Holly most, perhaps, was how calm she'd been. How, as the moment elongated, she'd thought quickly of so many people. Jack, their daughters, their unborn son, her parents, their friends, and thought about what would happen if the truth came out. Thought it would take months and years of rage and self-doubt. Somehow, in that moment, she had already decided she wouldn't let this woman tear her family apart. "I'm sorry," she told the woman simply. "There's no Mitch Wright here." At home, she confronted Jack, so he'd know she knew, and endured his weeping explanation that he'd been drunk, that it had been a one-time thing, an accident he desperately regretted. He cried convincingly as he said he couldn't get the woman to leave him alone, and she'd stalked him until he threatened her with a restraining order. Holly let him believe she accepted it, and let herself believe he would be too chastened to repeat himself. No one else had knocked on their door, at least. Against her better judgment, she asked the woman's name, and he told her it was Kim, which for some reason Holly found disappointing. Dessert came, along with the coffee everyone insisted they needed to stay up past midnight. The plan had been to bundle up and watch the fireworks over the Chicago River, but Holly begged off, saying she'd promised to meet Jack at home to at least pop a bottle of champagne. The other couples, suddenly disconnected by the departure of their mutual friend, debated whether they should call it a night too. Holly urged them not to let her be the reason the evening ended, but she truly didn't care. As she said goodnight and collected her coat, as she waited half an hour for the Uber that would deliver her back home, she knew this time Jack's cheating was different. Because this time he'd brought it to work, actually hired his mistress. Whether the relationship began before or after Jessica started at Kankura, it was as far from a drunken one-night stand as it was possible to get. Holly also knew she was going to do something about it, even if she didn't know what exactly that would be. They were rolling along the Kennedy Expressway when she got a text. Not from Jack apologizing. From Brian, with a little emoji of toasting champagne glasses. "Happy New Year." Chapter 19. Lark. Celebrate each success with every member of the team. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth. A TED Talk by John M. Wright. Lark hung up the phone, pounded her desk until her palms hurt, and let out a yell that probably startled the shit out of someone upstairs. She picked up her cell and called Tripp, straight to voicemail. She texted, "Target said yes." A moment later, she added, 22,000 units, and more if they start moving. He didn't answer right away, which meant he was on a flight. It was frustrating how often he was in the air lately. And now, finally, she had good news to share. Unfortunately, Sandro, her part-time assistant and first hire, he hadn't even met Tripp yet, wasn't in the outer office because he was on an audition. Highly personable, hyper-articulate, and fanatically organized, he was also a talented dancer trying to piece together a living in show business. Lark knew he would have been more than happy to toast the first big success of Larkspur Games, but he wouldn't be back until tomorrow morning. Lark grabbed her phone and keys and practically jogged out of the office. She texted Callie as the elevator made its slow one-story descent. "Meet me at my office ASAP. Big news." Her response came after Lark had made it down the block, turned the corner, and was crossing the street to the liquor store. "Congrats. So exciting. Just got home. Was going to put my feet up for a few." Callie's job as an apartment leasing agent had irregular hours. Lark suddenly wondered whether she could hire Callie to do something. Larkspur would definitely need more people right away, and her roommate, who happened to have a degree in marketing and communications, deserved a reward for putting up with her this whole time. She would definitely have to think about it. Meanwhile, celebration. "Girl, please. This is huge. I mean it." Callie responded with an emoji of an arrow hitting a target and a question mark. Lark, standing in front of the liquor store, which looked kind of sketchy now that she thought about it, sent her a wink. After a beat, Callie replied, "Be there as soon as I can." Yay! Lark felt a twinge of regret at cajoling her roommate into coming out when she was tired, but good news like this didn't arrive every day. It might happen only once in a lifetime, and she didn't want to celebrate at home. She wanted to celebrate in her new office. After Trip, Callie was the person she wanted to be with. The glass door to the liquor store was protected with serious-looking security bars, and when she went inside, an old-fashioned bell jingled over an electronic beep. They were covering all the bases. The cooler up front was stocked with comically large cans of beer, suggesting much of their business was day drinkers chasing a cheap buzz. But farther back, there were rows and rows of wine and liquor that included some expensive bottles on the dusty top shelf. There were exactly 5 kinds of chilled wine to choose from: a cheap Pinot Grigio, a moderately priced Muscatel, a popular rosé, a $6 cold duck, and, bizarrely, a bottle of Dom Perignon. Who knew how long it had been there? But it didn't go bad, right? Before she could talk herself out of it, she hauled the antique-looking bottle to the register, where the startled clerk practically dropped his phone. With tax, it came to well over $200, but thankfully she had shoved her card into the chip reader before she could back out. Somehow she knew Trip would approve. She was carrying the bottle out in a brown paper bag when she stopped. "Do you have cups?" Because she was damned if she would drink $200 champagne out of a rinsed-out travel mug. "Red Solo and also the fancy kind," said the clerk. She bought the fancy kind, which ended up being 2-piece plastic champagne glasses and cost another $8 for a pack of 10. Back at the office, she assembled 2 of the glasses, stood them next to the sweating bottle on the reception desk, and waited for Callie. If she had jumped in the car right away, she'd be there in 15 minutes or so. Trip still hadn't answered, so he was likely in transit somewhere. Hopefully, he'd be able to come celebrate in person soon. She definitely wanted him to advise her on the next steps in hiring. She had Sandro to answer calls, manage her schedule, run errands, and do other odd tasks. A freelance web designer was nearly finished with her new website, but she probably needed a full-time marketing expert and someone to oversee production and the supply chain. Eventually, she'd need a good sales rep and another entry-level person to handle orders and customer service. She wondered how many people she would be able to squeeze into the outer part of the office suite before they needed more room. She pushed open the door to Trip's office, which looked exactly the same as the day he'd removed her blindfold to show her the space. He'd been there for an hour or 2 on different occasions, using it as a place to park himself while he waited for Lark to finish work. She hated to ask, but if she didn't put someone in here, she might have to let someone work in her own office. Which was fine. But wouldn't it be weird if they had this big, empty office next door? A good problem to have. She also had to figure out how to deal with individual orders that came through the website. There were probably ways to outsource it, but maybe there was a small office in the building that could work as a small supply and mailroom. So, God, she wanted to pop that cork. She scrolled through Instagram, looking to see if Trip had posted anything new. Of course he hadn't, not since the Sweet Home Chicago picture he'd taken from the plane the last time he landed, and quickly liked a few posts from the friends she didn't see often enough in real life. Finally, the outer door opened, and Callie came in with a bottle in a reused gift bag. "Congratulations," she said, rushing across the room to wrap Lark in a big hug before handing over the bottle. Lark was pulling it out of the bag when Callie saw the Dom. "Now I'm embarrassed," said Callie, reaching for the bag. "Give it back." "Nothing wrong with a good bottle of Prosecco," said Lark, not wanting Callie to feel bad. "We can save mine for later." "Like hell we can. I've never had Dom Perignon, and if you're buying, let's forget I even stopped at 7-Eleven. In fact, this bottle isn't for you at all." They both laughed at that. Relieved to be off the hook, Lark peeled off the foil and popped the cork, which hit the acoustic tile ceiling hard enough to make a dent. Whether it was because she'd walked too fast coming back or the bottle was too warm, the champagne geysered forth, forcing a frantic scramble to get their cups under the spout before too many ounces of the precious stuff soaked into the carpet. Once their glasses were filled, Callie gamely put her mouth under the bottle and gulped until it finally stopped overflowing. "Well, damn," she said, wiping her chin. "Our family always celebrated with cold duck." Lark took a sip, then a mouthful, savoring the bubbles. She had no idea how food writers managed to separate so many flavors when describing wine. All she knew was that it was somehow bold and delicate at the same time. It somehow made her think of a cool, dark cellar in a big old mansion. It tasted like success. They quickly finished off their glasses before refilling and toasting again, this time posing so Callie could share the moment on Facebook. "For the folks back home." "So how big is the deal?" Callie asked. "Pretty big. 22,000 units. I think that equals roughly a dozen per store." "What does it mean, money-wise?" Lark had definitely run the numbers. At a retail price of $44.99, if every single game sells, they're looking at almost $1 million in gross receipts. Of course, Target pays us half that for the games and can return unsold units. So $500,000? Minus production and overhead. The games cost $10 each, so that's almost $250,000. And I definitely need to hire more staff to deal with this. Callie looked at her glass and grinned. "I don't mean to be a killjoy, but maybe we should have opened my bottle instead." "This is all about getting started and scaling up," said Lark. "The more games we make, the cheaper they'll get. And if they're successful at Target, we'll pitch other chains. There are direct sales to think about, institutional sales to schools. What happens when everyone who wants their own Activate has one? By then, we'll have 4 new games in development." "You have more ideas already?" "A couple, but they don't all have to be my ideas." Callie shook her head. "You are amazing. Most people would have just done a Kickstarter and left it at that." Lark didn't bother telling Callie she had wanted to leave it at that until Tripp convinced her otherwise. "I'll bet Tripp is over the moon." "He doesn't even know yet," confessed Lark. "He's on a flight somewhere." "That sucks. I feel like I've hardly seen him lately." "Me too. We had that weekend in Chicago, but he spent the holidays with his brother's family." Callie took another drink and set her glass down. "I hate to bring this up, but Dylan has been texting me." "Dylan? What about?" "Well, apparently ever since his plan to woo you back with a song was such a disaster, he's become a little obsessed with Tripp Mitchell, Googling him, even doing database searches at the library." Unfucking believable. Lark didn't even try to conceal her irritation. Callie looked pained. "He says he can hardly find anything, which he thinks is somehow suspicious. Tripp doesn't even show up as ever having been enrolled at Indiana University. You have to admit, it's kind of weird, if Tripp is such a big shot." Lark felt a flash of anger at her usually sweet and supportive friend. "It's over with Dylan. I can't believe you're ganging up on me with him, of all people." "It's not like that. The only time I ever answered was to tell him to knock it off. Dylan got me thinking, so I Googled Tripp a little bit myself, and heck, there are more results for me, and I'm anything but a wealthy financier." "Well, the reason neither of you are finding results is that his real name is Jonathan. I mean, his friends have called him Tripp since he was a kid, but obviously he wouldn't use his nickname for business deals and stuff like that. He also told me he intentionally keeps a low profile because he doesn't want people hitting him up for money all the time." "I'll bet there are 1,000,000 Jonathan Mitchells," said Callie. "If you want to keep Dylan really busy, let him search for that," said Lark. Because she had done that very thing, back when Tripp first offered her a contract.
Once she'd gotten past his frustratingly non-specific website, the list of authors, politicians, lawyers, athletes, and scientists who shared his name had seemed endless. "I won't tell him anything at all," said Callie. "I know you and Tripp are crazy about each other, and I'm so happy he's making you happy. Just keep your guard up a little, okay? It's only been 3 months, after all." "You're a good friend, even if you're kind of a cop," said Lark, regretting the remark when Callie winced. "I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up." Callie set her glass down half full. "I've got to go. I have to go back to work, and I shouldn't drink too much. So glad you came. Love you. Love you too." Then Lark was alone in the office, feeling a little buzzed but with half a bottle to go. There was no fridge and no way to put the cork back in the bottle, and she didn't want to go home until Callie was out of the house. She texted her parents to share her news, but wasn't surprised when they didn't answer right away. Her mom was probably in the classroom, and her dad was so old school he didn't even check his personal cell phone at work. "It's just you and me, buddy," she said to the bottle, filling her glass. She was drunk, sleepy, and about to take an Uber home when Tripp finally texted.
"Yes, you did it. Congratulations, baby."
"I had help. Thank you."
"You closed the deal. Time to celebrate."
"I already did. Callie helped me drink a bottle of Dom," not telling him she'd done the heavy lifting herself.
Atta girl.
"I want to celebrate with you, too."
"We will, soon."
"When?" Resisting the urge to put it in all caps.
"I've got to put out a fire. Then I'll come, even if it's just for 24 hours. I miss you so much."
"I miss you too." Callie left, and it's weird to be alone in the office after something so big happened, she added.
"It's lonely at the top, baby."
It certainly was. Chapter 20. Jessica. Under-promise and over-deliver isn't just a cliché, it's a philosophy. How I Lied About My Name and Discovered My Truth, a TED Talk by John M. Wright. Randy Warner, AHS Vice President of Technology Implementation, stepped into Jessica's field office.
"Sorry to hit you with this first thing on a Monday, Jessica, but I believe we have an issue."
"What's wrong?" Jessica asked. Randy closed the door and handed her a folder.
"The Revelate picked up nothing in 2 cases where a CBC showed low platelets of a high white blood cell count. If this is indicative of the accuracy..."
"Were any of these patients pre-screened according to our parameters?" she interrupted pleasantly, trying to slow his momentum, feeling déjà vu as she flashed back to her confrontation with Kate.
"Of course."
"And the blood tests?"
"They were run simultaneously."
"Were the patients given the Revelate nano pill exactly 24 hours before scanning?"
"I've already confirmed that we followed your protocol precisely."
Randy seemed exasperated.
"I thought the whole point of this technology was painless diagnosis."
"It is," she said.
"Try telling that to the kids who had to undergo bone marrow biopsies anyway."
"We all know we're still a ways off from making tests like that obsolete," she said, as fine beads of sweat formed on her face, back, and under her arms.
"But you agree these numbers are off?"
"On the page, yes, but I don't want to jump to conclusions. There are variables we need to explore."
"I'm not the only one questioning whether this technology is ready for prime time," Randy said, leaving the folder and backing toward the door. "Some people are saying we need to halt this rollout."
"I'm going to reach out to my team right now," Jessica said, picking up the phone and dialing Marco back at Kankura headquarters. The call went through to voicemail. After leaving a message, she sent him a text, then an email, and spent the next hour trying not to chew her nails to the quick while her thoughts went in circles. Why was she the only person who seemed to stumble onto problems with the Revelate technology? John, not Marco, called her back.
"I'm on the next flight," he said. "Set up a meeting for late afternoon."
"I'm sure I can handle this myself," Jessica said. I just need some
of you. Tell Randy not to wet himself. I'll be there soon."
Though she was looking forward to the unscheduled time with John, Jessica felt slightly stung that he'd been so quick to saddle up his white horse and ride to her rescue. If she was the face of Kankura as far as AHS was concerned, Couldn't he have just given her the information she needed to save the day? Did his lightning-fast mobilization reveal how worried he was? Marco called shortly after she hung up with John. AHS has buyer's remorse, which is more common than you'd think when someone drops a shit ton of money like this, and the solution is always to deploy our most powerful weapon, the famous visionary Jonathan Wright. Just ask him. Although the note of sarcasm in his voice helped to assuage her bruised ego, Jessica realized Marco was right. It was John's company, after all, and she was fooling herself if she thought the clients didn't merely see her as his intermediary. Just before 4 o'clock, she met him outside the building as he climbed out of a black car. "They're waiting in the boardroom," she said as he drew her in for a stealthy kiss.
"Let's go put their mind at ease," he said.
Jessica had seen John work a room before, but his performance as they made their way through the building was truly remarkable. No one would have ever guessed he was sweating a $50 million deal as he greeted everyone, from nursing assistants to doctors, with confident warmth. Truthfully, most of them probably had no idea who he was, but they could tell he was someone. Heads swiveled in their wake as people tried to guess the identity of the good-looking, confident man. Once they were seated at the long conference table, with John in the center, not at the head, and Jessica to his right, Randy went around the room, introducing everyone from the AHS CEO to heads of departments. There were more than 24 people in all, and when John began speaking, he repeatedly addressed people by name to powerful effect. Apparently, he'd just been getting started.
10 years ago, I gave my first TED Talk, which had the unfortunately hokey title of Nanotechnology, the Molecular Miracle Worker, John said, getting a laugh. I told the audience that everything from the common cold to cancer could be detected, repaired, or cured by nanotechnology. When I announced my plans to pioneer nanorobots that would identify tumors, deliver multiple drugs in precise ratios without adverse side effects, and destroy them without leaving a single cancerous cell, the applause was lukewarm, because I happened to be addressing an audience of elite medical professionals who were sure I was delusional. Come to think of it, you might have been there, Manish.
Manish Sharma, head of oncology, chuckled and held up his hands.
I wasn't there, but I did think you were crazy.
You had good company, said John, taking a sip of water.
And when I founded CanCura with a 10-year goal of identifying disease via an easily chewable pill, I was told by a former Surgeon General of the United States that the idea was, and I'm quoting here, sci-fi stupidity.
He pushed his chair back, stood up, and looked out the window as Jessica wondered why he was spending so much time highlighting his detractors.
We can video conference using a device that fits in our pockets. Driverless cars are quickly becoming consumer technology. Not that long ago, a guy literally crossed the English Channel with a jetpack. A few decades ago, this was all fodder for sci-fi novels and movies. It turns out, the biggest limitation we face as humans is that of our own imaginations.
Jessica took a sip of water. Her mouth was as dry as her underarms were damp. But if the AHS executives and administrators had looked tight-lipped and guarded to begin with, their body language was starting to relax. John began to slowly circle the table.
Thankfully, a few forward-thinking investors believed in both the science and my ability to assemble a team of the best and the brightest. 7 years later, I stand before you to address your valid concerns about a few inevitable hiccups in... Hiccups? Interrupted Randy. The Revelate failed to diagnose 2 full-blown cases of acute lymphocytic leukemia.
His expression was almost fierce, unlike CFO Sharon Montgomery, who couldn't take her eyes off John.
All of you at American Healthcare Systems knew you were partnering with CanCura at the beginning of what will be a revolution in healthcare. The solution for this issue, and truly every problem we've encountered so far, is in tweaks, fine-tuning, and small adjustments. The technology is sound. More important, the data you've given us, which will be studied without delay, is exactly why we're so excited to partner with you.
John paused.
But one of the reasons I wanted to be with you in person today was to share 2 big announcements.
As people murmured and shifted in their chairs, and John bit his lip like he couldn't wait to share the good news, Jessica wondered what it could possibly be.
First, Henrik Berglund, a former Director General of the World Health Organization, will be joining the Kankura Board of Directors. Second, we have almost completed Phase 2 testing of specially designed nanoparticles that are sending back an amplified signal when they bind to cancer cells in the brain.
John looked directly at her as the room filled with excited whispers.
I'm counting on all of you to keep this confidential until we're ready to make an official announcement, John said. But if all goes according to plan, the Revelate will be enabled to detect brain cancer markers, including glioma and neuroblastoma, by the end of the year.
That's definitely great news, Randy said, now looking reluctant to continue pressing John.
But, Randy, this is the first time we've allowed people outside a lab to operate our machines. I think the next step is to move a team of our techs on site to analyze performance in a working environment.
Bill Nelson, the CEO, cleared his throat, quieting the room.
We have faith in Kankura, John, but I'm wondering if we were somewhat premature in bringing the machines into a clinic setting for both our reputation and yours. The FDA certainly doesn't think so, Bill, John said. But if this isn't right for you, that's fine. We'll go to the people who are already number one and looking to retain their spot, or we can help you knock them off their perch.
The CEO was a cool customer, but Jessica realized he'd stumbled into an awkward position, a sales negotiation in front of his most trusted staff. She wasn't a mind reader, but she had a sense that the room was on John's side, and nobody wanted to be part of the team that passed up medical technology that made biopsies and spinal taps look like diagnostic tools from the Middle Ages. But why hadn't John or Marco mentioned to her either the new brain cancer detection advances or that Kankura had other big suitors besides AHS?
We certainly don't need to make any hasty decisions, said Bill. After all, the Revelate pilot program isn't replacing anything just yet. We're looking forward to having your techs on site and continuing our great relationship.
It's not lying, John said, working his way down the buttons of Jessica's blouse.
They just needed some incentive to choose their own best interest.
But there isn't another company that wants the Revelate?
There are many,
he said, reaching the last button and gently pulling the sleeves over her arms.
All I have to do is make a call.
What about Dr. Berglund?
We're in advanced talks, and I expect a favorable conclusion.
As appealing as John's confidence was, she wished she felt as comfortable as he did about playing so fast and loose with AHS. What about the comparative test results between the Revelate and... John kissed the small of her back.
Don't worry, my love. AHS was well aware there would be a shaking out period.
Well, they were definitely feeling shaky, Jessica said, enjoying a rather pleasant, quivering sensation herself. He unfastened her bra.
Which is why you're there to hold their hands until they're comfortable implementing. Lucky bastards.
I had no idea we were so far along with brain cancer markers.
I'm full of surprises,
he whispered, unzipping her skirt. I'm afraid that...
You need to learn to live a little more dangerously, Jessie.
Aren't we doing that right now? She asked as he led her to the living room couch in the Kankura corporate apartment. What if someone comes here tonight? He slipped off her panties as she raised her hips.
Someone is definitely going to come tonight.